workers could be called in over the weekend to help make up for lost time, and the others are likely to return at 7 a.m. on Monday. The Federal Coalition is promising to give Fair Work Australia teeth by appointing a union cop if elected to government. Opposition leader Tony Abbott says Fair Work's handling of the Health Services Union highlights the need for a shake-up. Mr Abbott has told the State Liberal Council Conference unions will face the same $200,000 fines and up to 5 years in jail that company officials face.
Well, the same offence deserves the same punishment, and that's what will happen under the next coalition government.
Police have ramped up their search for a missing 94-year-old Abbotsford man. Stanley Cranwell was last seen walking on Gibbs Street in Abbotsford on Thursday morning, wearing a dark jacket, white shirt and black shoes. Staff at Mr Cranwell's retirement village say his disappearance is out of character and they're concerned for his well-being. Senior Sergeant Michael Burns says police will focus their search now on the Yarra River.
We'll have a boat searching the river. We also have SES attending this morning to conduct searches on both sides of the river, and the police an aerial search of the area at some stage this morning.
And the federal opposition claims the 300th asylum seeker vessel to arrive under a Labor government has been intercepted in Australian waters. A vessel was spotted with around 60 people on board near the Ashmore Islands. Updating sport, Melbourne coach Mark Neild says he's not letting criticism of his side get to him ahead of tonight's clash with St Kilda at the MCG. Neild says he's focused on players' development.
The worst thing that we could do is continually react to people's articles in the newspaper about upcoming home. We're going through a stage of laying some foundations for what will be good times to come, so we need to stay true to the way that we want to play, the way that we want to train. And
this afternoon, the first Prime Minister's Cup will be held in Canberra, with the Western Bulldogs taking on Greater Western Sydney, and North Melbourne play the Gold Coast Suns. Australia held off a final wicket fight back from the West Indies to claim a 75-run win in the third test in Dominica this morning, and Samantha Stosur has been defeated by world number 2 Maria Sharapova in the quarter-finals of the Stuttgart Clay Court tournament. News time, 1:05.
Radio Eastern 98.1. Love it.
And the Bureau forecast for today is isolated scattered showers developing during the evening. Winds west to northwesterly. We're going for a top today of 20. The outlook for Sunday is partly cloudy. Isolated showers early in the morning. Winds south to southwesterly and 16. For Monday, areas of frost early in the morning and patchy morning fog in the northeast. Then a mainly sunny day. Winds northeasterly at 19. And for Tuesday, partly cloudy scattered showers developing during the evening. Winds north-northwesterly and a top of 21. Currently in Melbourne's outer east, it's sitting on 18 degrees. This is Radio Eastern 98.1.
Now it's time to go local for your footy. This is EFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Clash of Division 2, the big clash between Montrose and Rowville out here at Montrose Reserve. It's certainly going to be a huge day out here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. It's had a fantastic start to the day. I get the feeling that, gentlemen, as I welcome Jeff Manolitza and Peter Baird out here to Montrose Recreation Reserve, this has got almost Division 1 club kind of written all over it. It's got that feeling about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly right, Ben. Thanks very much. Great to be out here today. And as you said, these two teams, expecting them to finish in the top 4 this year. Certainly last year, they played in the prelim last year. Two very good sides, and as you said, Division 1 feel about it, yes.
And of course, it's time to welcome the man who does milk cows for a living. He is, as Jeremy, some fine work. Of course, the Rowville's own Peter Baird. Peter, are you a little bit nervous ahead of today?
Big test for the Rowville Football Club today. I mean, they've won their first 2 games, but they really haven't... You're an idiot, Darren. They really haven't come up against a side that probably is likely to challenge for finals in Division 2 this year. This is a huge test for them. The side that ended their 2011 season in the preliminary final, probably that game short of where Rowville really saw themselves. They saw themselves as a potential grand finalist last year, beaten in the preliminary final by Montrose. So perhaps... a big day for the Rowville Football Club to really test where their season's at this year, to find out whether they've improved on that side last year. A little stat for you boys: Rowville have not beaten Montrose at 7-6, so we have to go back 6 years to find the last time Rowville beat Montrose here. We do remember Montrose played that year at Pink's Reserve, and Rowville beat them there that year, but at Montrose Reserve here, no joy for 6 years.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic contest. Of course, we are on here on EFL Game Day, live streaming through www.efl.org.au on our YouTube channel. So if you're tuning in through that or watching the replay, much appreciated. Hope you enjoy the broadcast this afternoon. Gentlemen, I don't know. I've come in here and I've had a look at the view. The ground is looking fantastic. We're in the club rooms that are looking immaculate. The mountains in the background. Is there a better view possibly in the Eastern Football League?
Nah, I don't reckon.
Oh, this would have to be one of the most picturesque grounds we have in the whole Eastern Football League. The facilities here are fantastic. The ground surface is immaculate. So, I mean, there's no better spot to come and watch your football than sitting up here at the balcony of the Montrose Recreation Reserve to watch a game of footy.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job. We're actually going to have 4 guests on in the next half an hour as we preview the big Montrose v Rowville game. We'll have new Montrose coach Brett Johnson coming on at 1:10. Of course, Montrose president Greg Gardol, who's been down here very early on this afternoon and has been doing some fantastic work. He's looked after us very nicely. Then very special guest, Robbie McEwen, of course, a big Rowville forward, a big-time player. Was named, I think, as the best man on the ground for Rowville last weekend, so he's in some good form.
And taking over the captaincy of the Rowville Football Club this year from Matt Stanley.
So he's fantastic to try and have him on at 1:20. And of course, we'll have Director of Footy down here down at Rowville, which is Mark Hamilton. So looking forward to having them on. Just quickly, gentlemen, as Brett Johnson just makes his way in, as we're about to have a chat with him, what do we think the result of today's game, possibly in one sentence each?
Pete?
I think Rowville can win this game of footy today. I don't know whether I'm talking with my head or my heart, but I just think Rowville have improved on the side they had last year. I don't know. I'll be interested to hear Brett's take on it. I think Montrose might have lost a little bit of that glitz and glamour with some of their ex-AFL guys departing. I don't know. I think it's going to be a fantastic game of football. I'm going to tip Rowville by less than 2 goals this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm similar. Real toss-up this one. Could go either way. I'm leaning towards Rowville at the moment, but as I said, real 50-50 this game.
It really is 50-50. It really has split tipsters right across the Eastern Football League so far. But it's time to welcome our first guest here in the warm-up here on EFL Game Day. And a big get, not only for the Montrose Football Club, but also for the Eastern Football League to have this man in the league as well. Of course, he played AFL for Hawthorn and Carlton. A fantastic player down at Williamstown as well. And now he's made his way down to the Eastern Football League. And it's a big privilege to welcome onto EFL Game Day today, Brett Johnson.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
How have you found the first few months down at Montrose?
Oh, I've really enjoyed it, guys. Coaching's something I've always wanted to do, and been really impressed with the footy club and the attitude of the players. The guys that have been here for a long time are still willing to improve their footy, and I think that's the main thing, and they've all been working hard and doing everything we ask. So, it's been a really enjoyable experience to date.
That was going to be my next question about walking into Montrose. We were just saying just beforehand that this feels almost like a Division 1 club. It's that professional, sponsors all around, fantastic hospitality. Is that what you found as well? Just the hospitality and the professionalism of this club is really high? Absolutely, and it stems right down into the juniors as well, and I think the club is very well supported, and they've got fantastic people here, and it all goes well for the future.
And in terms of main differences between local footy and AFL level, what do you see at the moment as the main differences?
Probably the main thing is the skill level. But having said that, the guys really work hard, and there's some really fit guys out there, and so the main thing that drops away is the skill level. But like I said, the guys are still willing to learn, and we've brought a pretty game plan from at VFL level, and the guys have taken that on and been able to stick to it. So
yep. In terms of covering the losses of some of the ex-AFL players that were playing with the club last year, how have you gone about doing that this year?
Yeah, well, I was appointed pretty late, so the club was pretty active in getting out there and looking at what players are out there. And with the thing, we have replaced those guys. Obviously, they're difficult to replace, but I'm rapt to have Adam Cook, with us at the club. He really fits the bill for us up forward, and Andy Nee, another tall player. We lacked a bit of height, and we think we've been able to replace that. And then there's been Mark Watson from Balwyn, Matty Garrity, Marcus Tippett, Ben Stacey, a young fellow who played last week. So we think we've managed to replace those players and been wrapped with those guys who have come to the club.
Just on Adam Cook, what's his background? Obviously, I haven't seen him before. This is the first time we see him today. See, he's kicked 9 goals in the first 2 games and working well with Schilling down up forward.
Yeah, he is. I've known Cookie for a long time. Cookie's from Druin, and he played with me at Williamstown, and he was a regular senior player at VFL level. He hurt his ankle when we were playing Tasmania, when Tassie were back in the VFL comp one day, and he had to have an ankle reco, and that was only a couple of years, or last year. So he had a year off, and he's really hitting his straps again, which is pleasing for us.
Now, Brett, thanks for joining us today pre-game. We know how busy a coach is before a game like that. This senior team here at Montrose went nearly all the way last year in Division 2. How have you found the motivation in the pre-season from a side that's hasn't just taken that final step and gone down in a grand final? And what motivation have they drawn upon from that to take into this season?
Yeah, just with the change, I think may have just with the guys' motivation. I guess trying to impress the new coach, maybe, I don't know. But like I said, I can't fault their attitude to date, and they're really working hard on the track, and they really want success together. I think at this level there's some guys who can worry about themselves a little bit and just want to go out there and have a kick, but I can genuinely say our guys are keen on having that team success.
And what was the attraction and what was the connection to get you to this football club? Obviously you've got great credentials in the VFL and AFL. How did you end up at Montrose Footy Club?
Yeah, it was a bit of a surprise. I wasn't sure whether I was going to continue to play VFL footy. I'd made up my mind that just with work and everything like that, I had a bit on, so decided to give that away. But it turns out I only live 10 minutes down the road in Croydon. So my wife and I got married last year, and she grew up in Croydon Hills. So just turned out that there was an opportunity here, and as I said, coaching is something I've always wanted to do, and I thought this was a great place to start and be able to continue footy as well.
Now, Brett, we can talk about Cook, we can talk about Schilling, but possibly the best man on the ground, well, the man that all eyes will be on today is possibly his good self. How personally are you feeling at the moment, body-wise, and how are you finding the challenge of coaching and playing at the same time?
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it. The first couple of weeks have been okay, nothing special, but the body's really good. I'm 31 later this year, so I still think I've got some good footy in me, and I wouldn't be playing if I didn't give it 100%. I just don't think that would be fair on the players I'm coaching and also the footy club. So I want to do the right thing by everyone, and still adjusting to the level a little bit. You tend to get some close attention, which is fine as well. But there's other ways you can get around that and make sure you help the team if it's not working out for you as well.
Now, I understand you didn't actually see Montrose play last year. You may have, I'm not sure. How is the Montrose Football Club a different side this year under your leadership than it was last year under Troy Simmons?
Yeah, well, from what I can gather from last year, the side really pressed, no matter where the footy was on the ground. So I've had a real focus on team defence. We finished last year in terms of points against on the ladder. I think it was about 4th. Lilydale were top of the ladder in terms of points against. So I think that improvement can come from that team defence and that defensive attitude. So I really put some things in place to help us with that, just some structures and also just training to get the guys to really the defensive transition, really focus on that, and I think that's where the change is going to come from. I'm comfortable that we're able to kick a big enough score each week. It's the other stuff that's going to make the difference.
Well, Brett, as Pete said beforehand, it's a very stressful time for a coach. Lots of emotions going through the head now. So we do appreciate you joining us. Good luck for today, and good luck for Montrose for the rest of the season.
No worries, guys. Thanks for having me.
Brett Johnson, coach of the Montrose Football Club, and I'm sure a fantastic get for Montrose. And Jeff, I think he, as he said, he's walked in here and seen how professional the club is. So is that? As I said before, this really does feel like a Division 1 club. I'm looking forward to chatting to Greg just in a minute about how good this club is. You've been in Montrose a couple of times now. Is that how you feel?
Yeah,
as well?
Exactly right. As you were saying before, I mean, the facilities around here, you just look at the facilities, you look at the team structure, ex-AFL players coming through, and obviously, for local footy, this is a pretty high standard. These two clubs, as you said, Division 1 clubs have got it's written all over them,
Yep.
really, just looking at the facilities and the players out there and the way that they play as well. It'll be very interesting to see, very interesting point about the defensive structure. I'm really looking forward to see that. After seeing them last year, and against Rowville in particular in prelim final, Rowville had real trouble getting the ball out of defence. So I'm just interested to see how that works today. So very interesting point.
Yeah, just a quick thing. You said that it feels like a Division 1 club. Well, if we look back at last year, they're probably only 2.5 goals away from being a Division 1 club. Probably pushed Lilydale to that margin in the grand final. Lilydale getting the points and obviously going up to Division 1. So they're not that far away, both on the field and off the field there, Ben.
Well, one man who's very, very keen to get up to Division 1, certainly by the end of this year, is the president down there, and we've been looking after very, very well so far. It's good afternoon to Greg Gardol.
How you going, boys?
Doing okay. We're doing okay. We're just on that. We're talking about the grand final last year. This is the only question I was promised I will talk about the grand final last year. But does that loss, that close loss, so close yet so far, does that really motivate you and the club to try and go that one step further this year?
Oh, there's no doubt. Look, we feel that. Look, it was a long year last year. We had some heavy injuries later in the year, which didn't help. Our young blokes. The best thing we had last year, our young blokes played absolutely fantastic in those 3 finals games to get us into a grand final and basically nearly 2 kicks off it. But let's don't forget the year before we were a 1 kick off playing in a grand final as well. So we think we're ready to go.
So we talked about it a number of times in the pre-match so far about just the professionalism of this club and how it all has got the makings of a Division 1 club already. Is that something you really pride yourself on, just to off the field as well with the sponsor signs, the club rooms here? Is that a very important thing for you to get that right?
Oh, look, I think it's time for the club to get into First Division, there's no doubt, and the only way you get is to win a flag. But also, too, we're a one club structured. Our juniors and seniors is all one club, and we're well over 500 members at the moment, and we're travelling well with our sponsorship, and everything's in place to go. We just have to put the season together.
And of course, last season, Troy Simmons in charge. When did you find out that Troy Simmons wouldn't be going on this year, and what process did you undertake to recruit Brett?
Oh, look, to be honest, we thought that Troy was going to go on and coach the club. It was a handshake deal, but Troy said at the end of this season he felt that he wanted a couple of weeks to make his mind up, which no problems at all. We're privileged to have him back at our club. And look, he had 15 years of AFL footy and he wanted to travel. That's where he is at the moment. He's actually working on a farm in Queensland, and I think in 2 weeks' time he heads off overseas for 12 months. And Troy, look, we gave him a couple of weeks, and once he decided he didn't want to do it, well, we moved on. And look, he left the place in a great shape, great culture. That's what it's all about.
Yeah. And the process in recruiting Brett?
Yeah, it was long and tedious. We're probably, look, to be honest, we spoke to Brody Holland. We wanted the right person for the mix and the fit. Look, we lost a few players. We also too recruited well, and we're very patient. We were very patient with Adam Cook. We waited and waited. Let's not forget, Adam just played 18 games up in Darwin, so we had to wait till his season was over up there before he would talk.
And what particularly were you looking for in a coach?
Just someone to continue the culture that Troy Simmons left behind with Kane Johnson as well. It was absolutely fantastic to the level they put the club at. So.
Yeah, Greg, that was sort of going to be my next question as well. We look back at some of the past coaches of the Montrose Football Club. You've always gone out and tried to recruit that high-profile player, the person that's played at either AFL or VFL level. Was that something you really targeted in Brett?
Definitely. We felt that we're in a position on and off field to support it. And if we want to get to First Division, we just don't want to get there. We want to stay there.
Now, the club's obviously flying both on the field and off the field. What are some of the big achievements of the Montrose Football Club that are happening off the field that people don't actually hear about over the last 12 months that probably you'd like to put out there?
Oh, look, I've got a fantastic committee, and sponsorship is a major role now, and we don't rely on one sponsor. As you can see, if you look around, there's a lot of, we've got 3 or 4 major sponsors, and look, we lost one over the summer, and we've worked hard to replace that, and we got what we wanted, and you've got to get it. I've actually got a fantastic committee. As much as on field, you've got to get the results, but off field, it's really fantastic.
And of course, one of those very good sponsors is T&B Window Warehouse, and you'll hear their advertisements right here on EFL Game Day throughout the day. Greg, good luck for today. Good luck for the rest of the season, and hopefully towards the end of the season, we'll be talking about possibly the new Division 1 club.
Thanks, boys. Enjoy the day.
Greg Gardol, the president of the Montrose Football Club, just keeping it very down low. But I get the feeling that there's some really good stuff happening down at the Montrose Football Club. We're about to get Robbie McEwen as our next guest. I know you, Peter Baird, are a big fan. I just saw your old man Ray doing some networking just before. Talk to me about Robbie the person before we actually get him on.
Oh, just a fantastic individual, a leader of men around. He's been around this Rowville Football Club for so long. I can remember watching a very young Robbie McEwen come through and play in the Division 2 final series back in 2005, I think it was, Rob. And just a fantastic young kid at that time who's developed into a fantastic young man around the football club, a real example to everybody.
Well, it's time to welcome the man himself. He's taken over as the skipper of the Rowville Football Club in season 2012, and we know it's a very stressful time for a player around this time, so we certainly do appreciate you coming up, Robbie. Have you found the new role, the new job settled in okay?
Yeah, settling okay. Still a bit nervous out there, but it's good to be leading the club and getting us in the right direction.
Is it a different feeling, especially on field as well, when not the whole team is not on your shoulders, but you've certainly got that extra level of responsibility. Have you really noticed it in the first couple of weeks?
And yeah, I've really enjoyed it as well. Just being able to just voice your opinion more on the field, and players are listening to you more, and everyone's willing to learn, and just getting that overall feel on the ground is great.
How did you find your pre-season? Obviously, Rowville prelim final 3 times in the last 4 years. How do you find yourselves getting up, firstly, after the prelim loss, and motivation to get there again, I guess, this year, and go one step further?
Yeah, well, motivation's pretty easy. We all want to win that win that premiership and get it into Division 1. Just in getting to that, we just really need to get back on the horse and just keep on going again.
Strong pre-season?
It's been a strong pre-season. We've just basically kept the same players that we've had the last few years. We're a really young list.
Yep.
And everyone's just putting in and learning, and we're developing well as a group.
And you're right about that young list. I remember seeing Lukey Scanlon, his first game against Montrose, I think it was last year as well. And fantastic young player, I guess. And has he built up any this year?
He's built up a little bit.
Yep.
He's got a lot of talent, Scanlon, but it'll be just interesting. We don't really rely on too many players, and that's what we like about our team. We just like to have a good contribution across the board.
Any other young kids that you see not maybe playing out there just yet, but maybe later in the season?
Rory Neat, one of the defenders out here on the ground. He's in really good nick. Looking for Wilcox to come back at some stage. But again, we just want them to keep on just building the team, emphasis on everything, and if they're doing their role in the twos, we're confident they can do it in the ones.
Now, Robbie, you've been around the Rowville Football Club for so long. What does the club mean to you? I know you're very passionate about this football club. What does the actual Rowville Football Club mean to you?
It means a lot to me. It's a place where I've been since 2003, so it's been there a long time. Seeing the club go from Division 4 up to Division 2 now, and starting to rebuild itself as a good place for young people to come through and to develop.
Now, the other big noticeable change I've seen this year in your game is you've moved from a key position player as a centre-half forward or a centre-half back to playing in the midfield. What's been that change, and which way do you actually prefer to play yourself?
Oh, I'm a lot fitter now. That's why when I was younger, I went into the midfield in the 2005, 2006, I was playing on ball, and then I had a couple of injuries, got a bit bigger, so then went to key position, but now that I've been able to have a couple of seasons and get my fitness up a bit, I'm looking to go back in the midfield.
Well, we know it's a very stressful time for a player at this time of the game, especially a big game against Montrose, who you've had a great rivalry with over the past couple of years. So, Robbie, good luck for today. Good luck for the rest of the season, and as winners.
That's it. Thanks, boys.
Good luck.
Robbie McEwen, big forward for the Rowville Football Club, and hopefully all goes down well. So for him today, I think I looked at the best players last week for Rowville. And I think I saw his name the best players. Is that right? Was he the best players last week?
I'll just check that list there, Benny, as our next guest makes his way into the commentary position.
Yes, Mark Hamilton, of course, the director of footy at Rowville. He was named second best on ground, so he's in very good form. And one man who certainly enjoyed having him in form is, of course, the director of footy down at the Rowville Football Club, Mark Hamilton.
Ben, how are you, boys?
We're doing okay. How are you doing, most importantly? Big day for the club today against, Well, so you've really developed a great rivalry with Montrose over the past couple of years. How are you feeling going into this game?
Oh, there's a bit of nervousness. The players have got a little bit of nervousness in their belly. You wouldn't be normal if you didn't. Montrose at Montrose is always a big game. Great club, good tradition, great facilities. They're always there about as the benchmark, so it'll be a good chance for us to see how we stack up.
And you look at that Montrose forward line, and it's a very threatening one, I guess, with Schilling up forward. Barney Edwards, he's kicked a few goals this season, and then also you've got Cook. How do you think you're going to go today in defending those three, particularly with Willoughby out as well?
Yeah, well, they must have the share roses pretty high here at Montrose. That's all I can say. They know how to get the big boys. It'll be a challenge again for our young backline. Jesse Owen comes in to replace Gav. 20 years of age. He's played some senior footy last year, so it's just another opportunity for him to put his mark on the game.
Yep, and then we go down to the other end, I guess, and you've got Nathan Hicks, who's kicked 9 goals so far this season. Is that mainly because Cody Morris hasn't been playing this year so far, or is this going to be a permanent role for Hicks up forward and being used as a target?
Look, we're still evolving as a side without Cody. Obviously, we're less predictable now, so that's one of the upsides of it. I think last week we had about 10 goal kickers, and he's both weeks, so it looks like he's our main avenue to goal, where in reality it's just worked out that way. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you're right in saying that. I think you've scored over 100 points in your first 2 games, so certainly that forward line appears to be working pretty well. Yeah,
and that's been a focus of ours, is to spread the load across the forward line and take some of the pressure off, certain individuals. I mean, I think last year, for example, Cody had 160 shots a goal. Pressure on one person.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, Mark, the Rowville Junior Football Club's absolutely flying off on the field as well at the moment. 3 kids drafted from the Rowville Football Club into AFL ranks in the last 2 years. Dylan Orville obviously going to Adelaide, Hayden Crozier over to Fremantle, and Paul Seedsman at your favourite club, Collingwood.
CDC.
What's the relationship at the moment like with the Junior Football Club for these kids coming through to end up playing senior football one day back at Rowville?
Well, look, Peter, that's really the benchmark of our future. Interesting stat for you is today, 18 of our 22 have come up through the junior program.
That's great.
22 have either come from Rowville Juniors or St Simons. We've got 3 boys today playing in our seniors who are eligible for the Colts, all come through the juniors. We're talking with them consistently. Darren Humphries and his committee down there are doing a really big job. I think they've got 27 sides. One can only imagine how they deal with all of that. But we're working really hard to make sure that we're working closely with them and maintaining consistent values, making sure that our culture's right, making sure that our facilities are right, and making sure that when the boys come, they enjoy themselves.
And I was going to talk to you about some of the new players at the Rowville Football Club that people around the Eastern Football League may not have seen yet this year. Guys like Mitchell Garner, who missed a lot of football last year with a serious injury, now making his presence felt as a centre-half forward in this Rowville side.
Yeah, well, Mitch has always had the talent. We always knew what he was capable of. We just haven't been able to get him out on the park. Touch wood. So far this year, he's presented really well. Last week, he got the Best on Ground award back at the club rooms, and he's still got a lot of learning to do. I think he's 19 years of age, so that's the pleasing thing with Mitch and a number of the other boys.
And some big developments happening off the field down at the Rowville Football Club. Obviously, planned groundworks to occur next year. We've seen some fantastic new light facilities go in there over the summer. A new electronic scoreboard down there. He must be working really hard to bring this football club, the facilities at the football club, up to a potential first division standard like we see here at Montrose.
Unequivocally, Dave Howlett, the president of the day, is just an absolute treat to work with. Great vision. He's very big on structure, which is what the Rowville Footy Club's needed. We've needed to work just as hard off the field to get our systems and processes right as we have on the field. You've mentioned the lights and those sorts of things, Peter. The club rooms have been painted, new tables, new chairs, new carpet. Last week they had over 100 people at the President's Lunch and they had Dougie Hawkins there. Great atmosphere, new sound system. So it's all the little things that we're trying to do around the club to make it more enjoyable for people to come. And when they do come, say what a great day they've had at the Rowville Footy Club.
Yeah, well, hopefully all those little things add up to not only a victory today, but hopefully some success towards the end of the year. Fingers crossed. Mark, thanks for joining us and good luck for the rest of the season.
Have a good call, boys. Thanks for your time.
Mark Hamilton, the Director of Footy out at the Rowville Football Club. We're going to take a break here on EFL Game Day. We're going to come back and have a bit of a look at all the Eastern Football League after this break right here on EFL Game Day.
Hi there, Hutchie here. Local community choirs, health and legal matters are what the Wednesday morning program is all about. Oh, and I nearly forgot, lots and lots of great melodies for you to enjoy. Now that's the recipe for great community radio on 98.1 every Wednesday with Hutchie, 9 till noon. Please join me.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest high-performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. So if you're looking for a high-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a great deal, or visit www.ftgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443, a proud supporter of the Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
If you love your EFL footy like I do and you love getting down to see your team play, you don't want to be spending your weekend stuck in the car driving. That's why I opened a Breeze account. Eastlink is the quickest, easiest way to get around Melbourne's east. And it's the cheapest way to use Eastlink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au today and use Eastlink in the cheapest possible way. With a tag account, instead of being stuck behind the wheel, I can have more time getting stuck into the umpire. Ball! Eastlink, it's time better spent, like at the footy. Program sponsor.
Now, what do you do when you have a medical emergency? Public emergency departments do a great job, but are always busy and often have long waiting times. Private hospitals charge you $200 and more for additional services. But at Kira Urgent Care, there is no waiting, and you only pay a maximum of $150 out of pocket, which includes other diagnostic services you may need. So, which option should you choose? Kira Urgent Care, Australia's first walk-in medical and emergency clinic. Walk in at 157 Scoresby Road, Bronya, or 9839 3333. That's 9839 3333. Kira Urgent Care. Your health, your destiny.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest high-performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. So if you're looking for a high-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a great deal, or visit www.ftgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443, a proud supporter of the Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number one in window transport. Program sponsor.
At Hogsbread Cafe, we're serving Aussie-style great food and a feel-good attitude. Now we're going the whole hog with pasta, more seafood, chicken, rib dishes and fresh salads. And always our famous 18-hour slow-cooked prime rib steak. What are you waiting for? Come in for lunch or dinner and experience the value that is Hogsbread Cafe.
Chadston, Dandenong, Kooringal, Knox Ozone and Water Gardens. Come in and experience some hospitality.
Our hospitality is all about you. We do great steak.
Program sponsor.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Yes, welcome back out here to Montrose Recreation Reserve. It is as picturesque as it will ever be, and we're certainly looking forward to covering the clash of the big boys in Division 2, Montrose against Rowville. Of course, you can text us anytime you want today, 0410 495 582, if you want to say how shiny Jeff's head's looking, or if you want to give us a score from around the all EFL grounds, please give us a text, 0410 495 582. Of course, a couple of awards on offer today for the players. We've got the Trojan hand tools. Pete, if you can get that up, stop playing and try and get the tools yourself. We've got the Trojan toolbox for the Trojan workhorse of the day. Thanks for showing us the toolbox cover, Pete. Much appreciated. And of course, the Narellan Pools player of the day. as voted best by the EFL Media Team. Now to get stuck into the big games going around in all the Eastern Football League today. And we're going to start down in Division 4. And I suppose, gentlemen, the big clash that we really want to make mention of. I just flicked towards my page. I probably should have thought of that a little bit earlier. Let's start with Sylvan and the Ferntree Gully Eagles. A pretty poor start by the Ferntree Gully Eagles to start the season, the first 2 rounds. 2 zip and 2 after 2. I think they'll try and bounce back today, and they should be too strong for the Cats, you'd think.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that, Benny. A new look Ferntree Gully side this year, a very young list out there on the park, a bit different to the side we've seen representing Ferntree Gully over the last couple of years. Sylvan with the week off last week, having the bye, they'll be refreshed for this game. I reckon it's going to go right down to the wire. Toss of the coin. I might go for Sylvan though.
Yeah, look, I think I'm with you. Sylvan, as you said, they had the week off last week. Very impressive first round. Ferntree Gully, yeah, look, I'm not quite sure on this one. I'm leaning towards Sylvan at this stage.
Nice to see you doing some fine work in the Vibromania EFL tipping competition. Log on to efl.org.au to get involved in that. Some really great prizes on board. South Belgrave taking on Surrey Park. I reckon this one's going to get pretty ugly, gentlemen. It's in South Belgrave's favour.
I think
you've been talking up a Surrey Park revival for a long time, Pete, and had a 120-point loss last weekend. What's going on?
Mate, no doubt about it. I think South Belgrave will win, and will win comfortably. But I don't think it'll be as nasty as what you seem to think.
Okay.
If we look last week in the second half, Surrey Park actually won the second half by 1 point. They kicked 7 goals to 4 in the third quarter, which is for the first time in a long time we see Surrey Park being able to kick a lot of the goals. I had a chat with Andrew Toop early in the week, the Surrey Park coach. He said he's not going to go out there to try and curtail South Belgrave. He said we're going to go out there to play our own game. I don't think they're going to be good enough to match it with South Belgrave. They'll win comfortably, but I don't think it'll be as ugly as what some people seem to think.
Nah, I think it's going to be nasty. I think it's going to be a 100-point plus win, South Belgrave.
Speaking of nasty, unfortunately, the Basin taking on Kilsyth out at Pinks Reserve today. The Basin are in really good form, gentlemen. Kilsyth at the complete other end of the scale of that form factor. I think the Basin pretty easily.
Yeah, look, Basin, as you said, they're rolling at the moment. I did have a look at last year's record, 671 scoring shots last year. That's the most of any team across all 4 divisions. And they've already scored 269 points this year. So
wow.
they're, and again, that's the most of any team this year. So certainly got that forward line working at the moment, top of the ladder. Kilsyth, second last, no wins. They're struggling, and Basin all the way for me.
I reckon this one has the potential to get the ugly. I think it's going to be a real ugly game today. This one might be it. As you said, that forward line they've got at the Basin's absolutely flying at the moment. Andy Coltrera has kicked 11 in 2 games. Matty Smith kicked 10. So they've got plenty of options up there. Kilsyth, they're not the same side we saw go up to Division 3 a few years ago. No. They're really struggling.
A lot younger.
Didn't match it with Canterbury last week, who really put them to the sword. So this one, I think the Basin will win and should win quite comfortably.
Another good game should be 2 teams who've sort of been in the bottom half of Division 4, but possibly could take that next step in 2012. It is the Eastern Lions taking on Nunawading out at Lewis Park. Bit of a toss of the coin job, this one, especially after Nunawading's really good performance against Surrey Park last weekend. I'm going for the Eastern Lions at Lewis Park. A very impressive win by Eastern Lions last weekend, and with Jason Watt in very good form, of course, leader young gun nomination for Division 3 and 4 this week. I think the Lions of the East variety for mine, Jeffrey.
Yeah, look, Eastern Lions, 1 win, 1 loss so far this season. Nunawading, they've also had a bye this season, so they've only played the 1 game. I'm leaning towards Nunawading at this stage.
No, I think Eastern Lions, they had a really good spread of goal kickers last week. They had 10 individual goal kickers. No one kicked a really big bag, and they did kick a number of goals. They kicked 15 themselves in defeating a Park Orchard side that surprised a few people, defeating Canterbury in round 1. I think the Eastern Lions are much on the improve. They've always said we don't talk enough about them here on our EFL game day during our radio programs.
Yes.
I'm actually getting on board the Lions bandwagon. I think the Eastern Lions are a good thing today.
Get on the Eastern Lions, and possibly the game of the round in Division 4. I've left this one till last because Canterbury have got a fantastic opportunity to really announce themselves today. I think against Forest Hill, who are probably not. I think it might be time for Canterbury to sort of make that next step. Pete, are you in agreement with me here?
Well, I had Tony Rowe on the phone to me during the week saying Canterbury are the new glamour side of Division 4. They're up and they're about. As Tony likes to do, he likes to spruik. He likes to tell us how good they are. I think they're much improved. Troy Greed has added a bit to their midfield, a bigger body player coming into their side. I quite like them today. I think they should win. I think they should win probably 2 or 3 goals.
Yeah, like you, I'm good things Canterbury at the moment. The 9 goal kickers last week, a really good win over Kilsyth.
And they did it without Brent Isles as well, who didn't play, so that's a great sign.
Yeah, exactly right. So look, I'm going Canterbury.
Moving on to Division 3, gentlemen. Coldstream taking on North Ringwood all the way out to very cold Coldstream. It's going to get quite cold down there today once it sort of hits 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I think it might get a little bit colder as well because North Ringwood should win this one quite easily.
Yeah, North Ringwood are playing like a side that are in a mood, a really bad mood, after going out in that grand final last year. They've been super impressive in their first 2 games. 100-point win in round 1, a really solid win last week. I think this one here should be a comfortable win for them again today, even though it is quite a journey out to Coldstream and it will get a bit chilly out at Arctic Park there this afternoon.
Arctic Park.
Yeah, look, Coldstream, they had a great win over Warrandyte last week. Reese kicking 6, but as you said, North Ringwood, they're on fire at the moment, and like the base and their forward line is working superbly at the moment. Kicked 58 goals more than the next best side last year, and again this year, 253 points in 2 games. They're rolling. Great win over Baronia last week, and North Ringwood.
Speaking of teams on fire, Chernside Park, what about their final get by 5-6 goals, I think, in the end after trailing at 3/4 time. 9 goals, I think, to 1 in the final term. With Nick Tenantless. He's, of course, left the Ringwood Football Club during the week. And going on that, as well as the fact that it's at Kimberley Reserve at Chernside Park, I think the Panthers, Brett Davidson's team, will probably get over the line here, Pete.
Well, if one side was carrying momentum into this game, the other side's lost a lot of momentum during the week. So that could be the telling difference. But we all know sides can react after there's a change of coach during the week. If there's a bit of turmoil, players like to get out there and show that it wasn't them, perhaps it was the coach. I don't think that's the case. I think Chernside Park are going to be too good for Ringwood. They need to turn this club around in a big hurry.
Yeah, as you said, Ringwood 2 losses in 2 games in 2012, and Chernside Park haven't lost one yet. 22 goals last week, 10 goal kickers. Yeah, they're rolling at the moment, Chernside Park.
Templestowe taking on the Glen Waverley Hawks in the next game in Division 3. Solid win by Templestowe last weekend after a very, very disappointing start against Heathmont in round 1. Take on the Glen Waverley Hawks side, who were impressive in round 1. Not so Cam, they're probably still finding their feet, I think, in Division 3, but Templestowe, I think, for mine.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Like I said, I mean, last year they kicked so many goals. I think they kicked the most goals of any team last year. Last week, 3/4 time, got overrun by 30 points at the end of the day against Chernside Park. Templestowe, look, they're very accurate. Looked at their accuracy last year, 60.8%.
Yes.
The most of any team, only team over 60%. I'm leaning towards Templestowe.
Excuse me, boys. I spoke to Mick Gall pre-season. He said he's got this Glen Waverley Hawks side fitter than they've ever been. I'm starting to question that now. In round 1, we saw Wanturna South kick 8 goals to 1 in the final quarter against them. Last week, we saw Chernside Park kick 9 goals in a final quarter. These Glen Waverley Hawks have stopped in the final quarters of the last 2 games, the only 2 games they've played this year.
Do you think it's the change in division?
I don't know. If they go to sleep a little bit think the job's done, they can't do that in Division 3, and that's probably a mindset that Mick Gall really needs to get out of this Hawks team. If they do that today against John Brown's Templestowe, they will get smashed because Templestowe are a quality side. They're up and about. They've got champions on every line. I think Templestowe will win this one, and then the Hawks.
Horse and Mercedes will be out covering this one around the grounds for us. You'll hear a around the grounds report on 98.1 FM after the game. Just had a text through on our text line 0410495582. Any chance of a Rowville Reserves update? Well, my eyesight's pretty ordinary, but I think that says 16-100 to Rowville 3-7-25. So 75 points is the margin. Montrose doing it pretty easily. So thanks for texting us in on 0410495582. Next game, Heathmont taking on the Whitehorse Pioneers. Whitehorse really struggling. I think it's fair to say they're going to have a tough year in Division 3 this year, and I think they'll have a tough afternoon against the Jets.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Whitehorse, they're struggling, but Heathmont have shown they've got what it takes to match all these sides in Division 3. They should keep that going today, and they should record a comfortable win.
Yep, as you said, 2 wins from 2 games. Heathmont, they're really finding their feet in Div 3 and doing very well. Whitehorse Pioneers, 100-point loss last week. Almost 300 points against in 2 games, leaking goals.
It's a worry.
It is a big worry, and I'm thinking Heathmont here.
Last
very
time
easy.
these two sides met was in that grand final in Division 4 a few years ago.
A while back, yes.
So Heathmont, that day we saw Whitehorse get over Heathmont. They led all day. Heathmont looking to get one back on them today. There's been a bit of banter on the EFL forum about it this week.
And I think they'll do it.
I think they'll do it reasonably easily, Peter. The next game in Division 3, Mitcham taking on Boronia. This is possibly game of the round in Division 3. I think a revitalised Mitcham Football Club. The first time they've been on top of the ladder in any division for quite some time, Peter. So they're every chance against Boronia out at Walker Park today. But my hunch is just Boronia. They've been there and done it for a little bit longer. I think the Hawks just today, but it's going to be close.
I reckon they need to take a backward step for the new kids on the block. Mitcham are the real deal in Division 3 this year. Don't worry about that.
Is that right?
Their captain, James Quilty, has been fantastic. Best on round one, named in the best again for them last week, leading this side by example. Mitcham have got what it takes to go all the way in Division 3 this year. Don't worry about that. I'm not saying they're going to win the flag, but they've got what it takes to go all the way. It's really up to Scotty Homewood as to whether or not he can mould this team into a potential premiership team. I think they'll surprise Boronia today. At Walker Park, I think they'll win.
Look, I'm not getting too excited. It's only round 2, and they beat the Pioneers last week by 100 points. And as we said, Pioneers are struggling. But the fact that they kept the Pioneers to 1 goal at half-time, kept them scoreless in the second quarter, that's a fantastic sign. To keep any side, let alone, even if they're a struggling side, to scoreless quarter.
Something that Mitcham haven't been able to do over the last few years is when they've got a team down and out, is put a foot on their throat and finish them off. They did that this last week.
Yeah.
They've got that killer instinct about them, and you've always got to be wary of the tiger with a killer instinct.
And I was disappointed with Boronia last week against against North Ringwood. I'm tipping Mitcham as well.
You are a disgrace, Peter Baird. The final game in Division 3, Warrandyte taking on Wantirna South. Sort of a battle of two teams who struggle to get their season campaigns off so far. Victoria Howard Kearse will be out there for us covering this game on around the grounds on EFL Game Day. For mine, I just think Warrandyte, Magic Morello, I think set for a big game. He is the barometer. I know Warrandyte don't like it, but he's the barometer of that side. Magic Morello to kick over 6 goals today, and I think Warrandyte to win.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it'll be a really
tight. It'll be tight.
It'll be a really close game out there. Wantirna South are better than their 2 results in the first 2 games show. I think they'll take it right up to Warrandyte. I know this one's a toss of the coin. I'm going to go Wantirna South just because I need to pick a team.
Thanks,
I honestly don't know who will win this one. It's a 50-50 down the line.
Yeah, it's been a long time between drinks for Wantirna South. They only won 2 games last year, and they've yet to get a win this year. But like you, I'm actually tipping Wantirna South. Warrandyte got smashed by Coldstream last week, and really not in good form at all. And so, I think Wantirna South.
Yeah, Wantirna South are every shot today. Of course, Victoria Howard Kearse covering that one for us on EFL Game Day. Division 2, gentlemen, speaking of people covering us this game, the son of Artie Hall, Corey Hall, will be covering Doncaster taking on Donvale on EFL Game Day today. Two sides that, of course... I suppose Donvale have been reasonably impressive, I think, in the first couple of weeks. They've been doing okay. Out at Shram's Reserve, though, it's a smaller ground to play on compared to Donvale Reserve. The Sharks but it's going to be close.
Yeah, Doncaster are a much improved side. They've come up to Division 2. They took it to Mulgrave last week. They were fantastic. I think it's really hard to play out at Shram's Reserve as well.
Big time.
Sides that haven't played out there for a few years will really struggle with playing out there. Doncaster play it so well. I think they'll get over the line against Donvale today.
Yeah, look, a tough one. 4v5, Donvale, as you said, good win over Mulgrave, 57-point win last week. Tawney, though, he's in good form.
Chief.
He kicked 6 last week. Doncaster, good 5-goal win over Waverley Blues, a good solid win. I'm leaning towards Donvale in this one.
It'll be tight no matter what way the result goes. It will be a close margin. Of course, Montrose and Rowville coming up at 2 p.m. right here on EFL Game Day. Stick around for that one. Probably the other big game in Division 2 this weekend is, of course, the big clash between Mooroolbark and Bayswater at Heights Reserve. Are Mooroolbark the real deal? They've had 2 good wins, but probably against sides that probably won't make the Division 2 final series this year. Are Mooroolbark the real deal, Pete, and can they prove it this afternoon?
I've been saying it all summer. Mooroolbark are the team to beat in Division 2 this year. Today they will stake that claim and announce it to the whole Eastern Football League community when they absolutely annihilate Bayswater out there. They
annihilate
them. They have set up. They are prime ready to go to make a statement today, and they will go out there all guns blazing. I think they'll blow Bayswater away.
Look, I agree with you in respect to Mooroolbark winning this game, but I don't think it's going to be a blowout like you're suggesting. Certainly a good win last week over Donny East by 43 points. Talevski, geez,
Kid.
Again, 5 goals last week, looking strong again this year. And they did finish last year really strong, Mooroolbark, and they've started that way this year as well. Bayswater, well, different era without Bernie, I guess,
Very
down
different.
there. The Gelvin boys, they're still doing fairly well down there. But and McInerney kicking 3, so he's still kicking goals. But look, I think Mooroolbark too strong.
Interesting game in Division 2 today. Mulgrave hosting Upper Ferntree Gully. Interesting one, this one. My hunch is Upper Ferntree Gully because I'm not 100% sold on Mulgrave, even though a couple of good performances to start off the year. I think Upper Ferntree Gully away from home.
Yeah, I like Upper Ferntree Gully. I think they have the potential to be able to play finals in Division 2 this year. I'm not so sure about Mulgrave. They need to climb out of Frosty's freezer. Great read this week's record.
Well, as you boys suggested, both teams are struggling at the moment. And to be honest, I can't see either of these teams making the finals. On the website, I think I've tipped Mulgrave, but
Yes.
I'm changing my mind. I'm tipping up Ferntree Gully. For
Yeah,
this one.
yeah, interesting. Nice to. Hopefully, you can try and get that back in time on the Vibromania EFL tipping competition. If you do want to try and find the best read, it is, of course, page 3, Boundary Banter. Fantastic read of on page 3 of the Eastern Footballer. The last game in Division 2 is Waverley Blues hosting the Doncaster East Football Club. This will be an interesting game. I'm looking forward to hearing the result of this game. Good luck to my best mate, Ian Locker-Gale, playing his debuting in the seniors today. And he's not because of that, because he's going to play in the seniors. But I think I just got this feeling about Doncaster East. I think I'm tipping with my heart. I think Doncaster East might upset the Waverley Blues today, but it's purely a heart decision.
I'm worried that I agree with you on this one because I think Doncaster East are a better side than what their performances show. Both these sides are zipping 2 after 2 rounds. One of them will get their first win today. I think it'll be Donny East.
Yeah, look, Donny East, they're leaking goals this season as well, though.
They are.
Without Gordon last week, he kicked 7 of the 11 goals.
And the only reason he played is because he came down from, he got a VFL permit to come down as well. So I'm not 100% sure if he's playing this week either.
Yeah, right, okay. Well, geez, that might change my tip. I've gone Donny East.
You say both the Donny East are leaking goals. These are the two sides that have had the highest scores kicked against them this year in Division 2. So it's a worry for both sides.
It is.
Well, the big boys kicked off last weekend in Division 1 and they're back for round 2 this weekend. We're going to start out at Hughes Park. Croydon playing it down at Hughes Park for the first time this year on Maroondah Highway instead of the Croydon Oval. And they take on Lilydale. And Lilydale have been okay to start off with. Of course, probably not on the ladder. They're not looking so impressive. But they've been okay, I think, on the scoreboard. And I think they might be able to get a victory over Croydon today because when you look at it, the home ground's probably closer to Lilydale than what it is to Croydon.
Good point there, Ben. I hadn't thought of that one. Well, Lilydale actually led Knox at 3-quarter time last week before getting overrun in the last quarter. Croydon took it all the way up to South Croydon. Dan McConnell was fantastic for them last week. I just think that Lilydale will be too strong for them today. I think the change of scenery playing out at Hughes Park might upset Croydon a little bit. So I'm going to tip Lilydale.
Yeah, like you boys, I'm going Lilydale as well. I saw them, quite a few times last season, and it looks like O'Keefe and Breeze have continued their good form from last season. Croydon, least number of scoring shots in Divi 1 last year, so they're not getting the shots on goal.
They were a different side when Cupido played, and he's back in the side this week, so maybe that could be the X factor.
Yeah, possibly. I'm still going for Lilydale, I think, though.
Thanks to Nathan in the outer for his very interesting text message that he sent through on 0410495582. Scoresby taking on Blackburn in the next Division 1 game. Out of all the games in Division 1 last weekend, gentlemen, probably the biggest surprise was Norwood's 40-point win over Blackburn in the end. I don't think anyone was expecting Norwood to win by that much. Some might have tipped Norwood, but I think Scoresby will be way too strong for Blackburn here, even though these two sides played off in a preliminary final last year. I think Scoresby will win this one quite comfortably at home.
Yeah, I agree. I think the worry for Blackburn was they only had 3 individual goal kickers last week. Christian Height kicked 3. They only had 2 other singles. So a big worry for them. Norwood, they were impressive. They really showed that perhaps they're ready to take that step back up to play First Division finals again like they did a couple of years ago. I agree with you. I think Norwood will win this one.
And I guess that's the real question. Is it Norwood that they're playing beyond what we thought that they would, or was it Blackburn that just played poorly? So that's a question I guess we'll find out later in the season. But my two words that I've written down next to Scoresby were too strong. Exactly what you said earlier. So Scoresby here.
Scoresby way too strong in unison here on EFL Game Day. Speaking of Norwood, let's look at Norwood versus Noble Park. Good opportunity for Norwood to test themselves against the premier team in Division 1, of course, winning the last 2 premierships in the Eastern Football League. They might take it up to Noble Park today, I think, but surely the class of the Bulls will probably get them over the line down at Mullum.
Yeah, I think I tipped Norwood before to beat Blackburn. They beat them last week,
Of
obviously.
course, Peter.
It's
Yes.
Scoresby that I was tipping today. I apologise for that.
That's all right, Peter.
I don't think Norwood will win today. Noble Park will be too strong for them.
Yeah, I agree with you, boys. Look, Noble Park, comfortable win last week, and Norwood. They're really looking to push into the top 5 this year, and I reckon they'll get close, but I think Noble Park, again, too strong here.
Knox taking on South Croydon. Of course, this rivalry was really built when they had a fantastic grand final a couple of years ago out in the Division 2 grand final with, of course, going into extra time, but Knox coming through with the goods in the end. They meet again this afternoon. Knox taking on South Croydon. Out there at Knox, I think Knox, but just.
I think Knox has got more runs on the board, and that's the only reason I'm going to tip them. South Croydon have improved. They looked
They were
really
great
good
last week, yeah.
Knox, though, they showed they've got what it takes. They played finals last year. Playing out at home, I'm going to tip Knox.
Yeah, again, Knox with this defensive play as well. Last year,
John Knight won't like you saying that. He said we don't play a defensive game plan.
Well,
we just apply tackling and solid pressure at the ball carrier.
Well, either way, they're not leaking goals like some other teams are, because they had the best defence in the league last year, and again this year, the best defence. And I think they only restricted the Falcons, who have got some big forwards with O'Keefe and Breeze and so forth. They restricted them to 82 points last season as well. So I don't care what he says, but they're certainly a really good defensive unit. Whether that's by way of tackling or the zoning, I don't know. But South Croydon, as you said, last week, great game against Croydon. King, Mallison, Crowell, all getting multiple goals. I'm going with Knox, just because I reckon they're the better defensive side.
There you are. See, John Knight, Knox apparently is the best defensive side in Division 1. You heard it from the Division 1 expert, Jeff Manolitza. I've left the best 2 games till last in Division 1. East Ringwood taking on East Burwood. Of course, East Ringwood today, a great initiative, giving 50 to 100% of their match payments going to 3 different charities. So that's a fantastic initiative led by Bernie Deneen and the players down there at the East Ringwood Football Club. And not because of that, but I just think East Ringwood out at home there on Mount Dandenong Road. Just get the feeling East Ringwood might get the chocolates, though, even though East Burwood were very impressive last weekend.
Both these sides were really impressive last week. Although they both went down, East Ringwood only went down by 17 points to a much improved Vermont side, and East Burwood only that goal down to Scoresby. So both sides have shown that they're right up there. I don't know. I just like East Burwood as well. I just think there's something about them. They've got that guts and determination. They only just missed out on playing finals last year. I watched them in the last round against Blackburn, where they had the chance of playing in the finals. I don't know. I think they can take the next step. I think they're a good side. I think they'll win today.
Yeah, look, as you boys have said, East Burwood last week, really good show against the Magpies last week. East Ringwood, though, the only concern East Ringwood I've got is lowest accuracy in the league last year, and again last week, 11 goals, 17. So that worries me a bit, the kicking in front of goal, but they're getting shots on goal, so I'm going East Ringwood.
And, of course, the big boys clash, the 2 of the biggest heavyweights in Division 1. Baldwin taking on Vermont. Of course, Braden Ingram will be at that ground to recover that one for us on EFL Game Day at half-time and after the game as well. Vermont away from home purely because Baldwin have really struggled on their home ground in previous years.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about Baldwin when they get out to Cherry Road there. They seem to struggle on that smaller confines of that ground. I think Vermont, they're the big improver. They're the one that's really shooting from the pack this year. I think they'll win, and I think they'll beat Baldwin today. Probably the first time we'll see in a few years. Baldwin 0-2 at the start of the season.
Well, and I was just discussing on the way here, Baldwin, they won this game, the last round last year, by 84 points against Vermont. So solid win, I reckon, by Vermont here. 35 scoring shots last week, 10 goal kickers. They were too much firepower.
There you have it, a comprehensive look at all EFL games across all 4 divisions today. Can you believe it? We're out by 2 o'clock as well. Congratulations to the EFL Media Team here at Montrose Recreation Reserve. I'm going to step out of the host chair. Ben Warren-Smith is going to come back after the break, and we're going to switch cameras. We're going to go to the action because after the break, it is Montrose taking on Rowville 1 versus 2 in Division 2 right here on EFL Game Day.
Hi, I'm Les Ferguson. Join me every Wednesday afternoon at 4 p.m. for the Drive program on Radio Eastern FM. I'll be guiding you home with traffic reports from the Eastern Freeway and Maroondah Highway, and I'll bring you up to date with news, sport and weather on the hour, plus my 5:30 quiz and your favourite music, hits and memories, right here on Radio Eastern FM.
Kids eat free Mondays and
Hog's Breath Cafe. Get out! When an adult dines at Hog's Breath Cafe, you also get a kids meal free. Select from any one of our special kids meal combos with a soft drink and ice cream. That's Hospitality. Mondays and Tuesdays for a limited time. So get in for our great kids meal deal. Get in at Hog's Breath Cafe. Love you to join us. Call 1-800-HOGSTAR.
Chadstone, Dandenong, Coringal, Knox Ozone, Water Gardens and Geelong. Come in and experience some Hospitality.
Program sponsor. In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727-7506. That's 8727-7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
Now, do you have sudden fever, aching body, sore throat, chills, nausea, headache, dizziness? It sounds like you need medical assistance urgently. It's difficult getting an immediate appointment with your GP when you need care first. So come to Akira Urgent Care, where you don't need an appointment and you won't have to wait. They are Australia's first walk-in medical and emergency clinic. Walk in at 157 Scoresby Road, Boronia, or call them on 9839 3333. That's 9839 3333. Akira Urgent Care. Your health, your destiny.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest high-performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. So if you're looking for a high-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a great deal, or visit www.ftgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443, a proud supporter of the Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
20% makes a lot of difference. Imagine your team kicking 20% less goals and being 20% behind on the scoreboard. Actually, it's not. Now, imagine using a Breeze Tag account on Eastlink and getting a 20% discount on all weekend car trips. No need to imagine, it's for real. Open your account online at eastlink.com.au and get 20% off car trips all weekend, every weekend on Eastlink. Now, let's give my mate Ross 20% more stick for being 4 goals behind. Hey, Roscoe! Eastlink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Welcome out to Montrose Reserve for the big Division 2 clash this afternoon. Top of the table clashed Montrose versus Rowville. Picturesque conditions out here this afternoon. It's made our way into the commentary position. We've got Jeff Manalitza here. We've heard him during the pre-match, which was a great effort by the boys. Peter Baird just stepping in this afternoon for an hour's duties and then back out onto the boundary line to show the boys exactly how it's done. Great work by Ben Waterworth as well, hosting the first pre-match hour. He'll be back at quarter time, half time, three-quarter time and after the game to give you all the scores from around the ground. The reserves game's over here, Jeff Manalitza. I know you've been up here and you've had a little bit of a look at it. Do you want to give us the final scores?
I have. Montrose, a very convincing win, 18-18, 126. Rowville 5-9-39. So good start for Montrose today.
Yeah, 36 scoring shots to Montrose versus 14. So a big win by the Montrose reserves today. They'll be hoping that their senior side can get the two-peat. I don't know how the under-19s went this morning. Are you versed on that one, Jeff?
Not quite sure.
Okay, none of us are really here that early except for Darren McKenzie, who is our tech man of the day from Loft Productions. He does a great effort. But I think we might as well introduce our boundary riders now, because I think they've got a bit of information for us. They've been here early. It's a very good afternoon to you, Ray Baird, doing your boundary line for the first time today.
Thanks, Ben. And in that it was under-19s by 2-point win to Rowville.
And you knew that it was going to be a Rowville victory when you see Ray Baird just coming and tapping you on the shoulder over the back and going, I know the result. Had to be a Hawks victory. Great to have you with us today, mate. You're going to be sticking with the Rowville side this afternoon.
Yeah, no way, of course, mate.
And why will Rowville get up today? I know you've seen them over the first few weeks, so So out of plenty of people at this ground today, you will be one of the ones that know a lot more about the side. How do you think that they'll get up this afternoon?
Oh, look, I think it's going to be very close, which either way it goes. But and more or less, mate, I'm really hoping that they will win. I think it's going to be a great contest. Maybe I just think our midfield will be on the song today and get us through.
I love it how you keep saying "our" and "we."
Sorry,
you are the heart and soul of the Rowville Football Club. You're allowed to have a team. We all have a team here in the Eastern Football League. A few questions coming through to the huddle, and which may be answered on Wednesday night. I actually just want to know who everyone goes for in the Eastern Football League, so we might have to let that little secret out of the bag. Our other boundary rider this afternoon is a man who's joined us last year. He's back this year. He's been involved nearly every week. Well, he has been involved every week. He'll be on Sunday morning tomorrow as well. We look forward to that. It's a very good afternoon. Looking after Montrose this afternoon to Daniel Sensic. G'day, mate.
Thank you very much, BWS. A very good afternoon to you. It's a fantastic day for footy here. The Dandenong's looking an absolute picture. And as we look at the Montrose facilities, I don't think there's any better in the EFL.
Yeah, and I know that you ended up getting sent down the same dirt track that I did. Don't know what's happening with Google Maps today, but Montrose Reserve is sending you way out wide. And it's just not good enough, is it? It just made things a little bit difficult, and that's why we're late. That's our excuse, yeah?
Yeah, that is our excuse. Google Maps, pick your game up. We do rely on you to get to the ground, so pick your game up.
What about the old Melway?
Oh, the old Melway, it's in the back seat, but there's too many pages stuck together for whatever reason and too many cans spilled. So we just stick to the Google Maps. It's always a safe way to go. A man who's just joined us up in the commentary position. We heard him in round 1. He's back for round 3. He's really looking forward to this game this afternoon as well. Good afternoon to you, Dyson Baker.
Very good afternoon to you, boys. Yeah, I love being out here. I just posted on Facebook to a jealous Sean Kelly who was sitting up in Queensland. It's bucketing down rain, and I said I'm just going to go and park myself on level 2 at Montrose in the beautiful sunshine. But this one should be a very interesting clash. I saw this game pretty much this time last year, and it was close to 3/4 before Rowville pulled away a little bit. But teams have changed a little bit since then, so looking forward to a good one.
Streaming live this afternoon. Go to the website efl.org.au and you will see all the vision and all the commentary this afternoon. Sure to be a great game. Our sponsors this afternoon, Akira Boundary Riders, a new sponsor on board this year. Akira Urgent Care, Jeffrey, get your mouth around that one. They're terrific sponsors of our EFL Sunday program and our match day Boundary Riders. We've got another man who's sitting alongside us as well, who's making his first appearance for his first game of the year. He looks quite chuffed too. He's got the best seat in the house. Welcome back to the Choose Tap Match Stats, Will Taylor.
A very good afternoon, BWS. Can't wait for this game here in Division 2 between Montrose and Rowville. And I've changed up the stats a bit for this game. We've gone a bit high-tech today.
We've gone high-tech? What do you mean by high-tech, Wilbur?
We're doing it computerised this time here at
my God. Sporting pole style.
Not quite, but just using the old Excel style.
Okay, you should have said yes and we would have moved on, mate. Another major sponsor for the day is the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So sitting perfectly across from us this afternoon, Jeff, and always love those electronic scoreboards.
I was going to say with the electronic time clock as well, so hopefully they get that started at the start of the corner. We'll have no problems.
Well, we lost our stop clock last year at Rowville, so I don't know who ended up pinching that. It might be sitting on Peter Baird's dresser. We just don't know about that one. But, gentlemen, the game this afternoon, both sides have entered the field. This is going to be massive, Jeff. I know that you talked about it in the pre-match. There'll be plenty of people who've just tuned into us now at 2 o'clock for the start of the game. Who is going to win and why?
Well, I'm going for Rowville, but with no certainty, to be honest. I reckon it's a real 50-50 game, this one. The danger for Rowville are those forwards of Montrose. Billy Schilling, Edwards, Cook, all kicking goals so far in the first 2 rounds. Do they have the players to actually man up on them? Without Willoughby today, Owen's going to have to do a big job. Giorgio, you would think, would get one of them, maybe Schilling like he did last year in the final. It's going to be a tough game, this one. As I said, a real 50-50.
Okay, but you are going for a tight contest and you are picking the Hawks to get up over the line and
pick the
go
Hawks
to the top of the ladder.
That's right, just to get over the line here.
Okay, Dyson Baker, this afternoon, mate, you've had a good look at these sides over the last few years. They've obviously played finals. They've played in some big games. There's pretty decent rivalry between them these days. And how do you see today panning out?
Look, it's one of those games where we knew what we were after last year, and I think we know that again this year. It's always going to be a tight contest, usually high scoring between these two sides. Obviously, as you said, Jeff, with the firepower they've got up forward. Just looking at Billy Schilling, he's slimmed down probably 20 kilos, something I need to do.
20 kilos. I'm having a look at him now, and I've heard the rumours, and I've promoted the rumours that he has slimmed down, and he definitely has.
He has.
From 20 kilos is probably being a bit
From when he first came up into senior football, not necessarily last year, but when he first came up into senior football, he was a fairly big unit. on the flip side of the coin, I think it's going to be hard for Montrose to match up on Rowville forwards. I think they can. Not only do they have the power forwards that they've got, but their midfielders are probably the crucial element. I think it'll be that midfield matchup that'll be very interesting. I'm going to say Montrose by under a goal, though.
Oh, we might have some information down. Thanks to Akira Home Care to Daniel Sensick.
Thank you very much, BWS. A bit of a ground report here. The ground's feeling very hard. Maybe the coaches might want to keep up the rotations throughout the afternoon to maybe limit the chance of injuries. And Ray, what about the weather?
Look, the weather's today. A few black clouds over on the horizon, but I don't think we're going to affect the game at all, guys.
Slight breeze going to the right-hand side at the grandstand end of the ground. I picked up some grass early and threw it in the air. Will Taylor, forgot to get your tip, mate. Who are you going for today?
Look, I'm actually going to go for Montrose in this game. I just can't see Rowville in their defenders try to stop their Montrose forward line at the moment.
Narellan Pools will sponsor the player of the day this afternoon, and we have the Trojan Tools workhorse of the day, a player who gets in and under, may not be the best player or get the most possessions, but who impresses us most up here in the broadcast position. I'm going to go for Rowville. It's just too close to call. We just don't know, do we? It's round 3. It's sure to be a great game. That's why we've come out here today, and the game's about to take off, and who better to throw it to? Dyson Baker.
I couldn't think of anyone better, Ben.
Oh, you...
I thought I'd throw that one in head wobble.
It started.
So it'll be Montrose kicking to the right of your radio dial. Excuse me. It'll be Haining up against Shoremakers. First use comes down to Shoremakers. Rowville, no one on the ground. Montrose just worked through, little kick through Lindgren. Up to half forward, nothing presenting. Good mark taken at centre half back for Rowville.
Might have been a free kick there to Garner.
And it'll go the way of Garner. So Garner, he's got options. He decides to go on the level of Shoremakers, who's up against Dowdy. The little man just tackles. Unfortunately, was penalised for that one. Moving the play off was Hardy. Inside forward 50, almost for the first time, Rowville. As they work towards centre half forward. Bussy, about 55 metres out. He's going to back himself here. So from 55, 45 degree angle, be Bussy to take the first shot of the game. Nothing presenting inside forward 50. Sticks it on the boot now. He's not going to hold up. Top of the goal square, looking for a marking option. Lovely mark at the back of the pack there, coming from Haining. Kick short. Manages to find a teammate in Stephen. Stephen up to centre wing. Nothing presenting. Mark Hardy, the only one there. Decides to go to the punch. Ball spills out to the back of the pack. There at the bottom was Lindgren. Using the handball well here, Montrose. Almost overusing it though, as Stephen picks up. Kicks up towards centre half forward, 2-on-1. Montrose and the one wins
free
out
kick,
as
Rickard.
a free kick goes the way of Rickard. So Rickard, can Montrose go inside forward 50? Decides to switch the play. Pretty much true centre half forward here, Knee. Inside forward 50, Stephen had a lot of the ball in the first minute and a half of this game. Inside forward 50 now for Montrose. Series of handballs from Hardy, off to Shoremakers. And they clear out. Bit of ugly football from both these sides so far. Stephen goes back. Goodman puts himself under a bit of pressure. Gets around 3 though, and just a grubber kick along the ground. Manages to work it inside forward 50. There was Knee and the mark was taken. And a chance to line up for Cook for Montrose's first of the game.
Big wrap on Cooks this afternoon as we're driving in the gates. That's all the guys out there could be talking about. So we look forward to watching him this afternoon. Hopefully he can put through his first goal, Jeff.
Yeah, twin towers up there, I guess, with Cook and also Schilling.
So Cook lines up off the right boot, kicks it from pretty much the 45-metre arc. Does not make a mess of that one. It's on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's Montrose 1 straight 6. The visitors, Rowville, yet to score. We've gone 2.5 minutes in this first term.
Let's cross down boundary side to Daniel Sensick and Ray Baird, thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Thanks very much, BWS. Starting on the bench for Montrose, Garthwaite, Tippett, Gerrity and Dodd. What about for Rowville, Ray?
Yeah, for Rowville we have Watson, Powell, Scanlon and Pears.
So the ball back in the middle of the ground. Great start to Montrose. I'd say it's a very, very slight breeze. They started off beautiful. The cloud cover's coming. The umpire balls it up in the middle. It's Haining this time that gets the tap down. That's okay. Weatherly was the first player to meet the pill. Hits the deck and we'll have a restart right in the middle of the ground. 3 minutes gone here in the first term. Division 2. Top of the table clash between Montrose and Rowville. Showmakers, Haining got that knockdown, got it to Johnson, scooped it, tried to get a boot to ball. He was dispossessed. Ball still in the middle of the ground. Can Rowville squeeze it out? They're kicking it along the ground towards a wing position. In there's Beninga. Good handball.
Kick up towards half-forward line for Montrose this time. Oh, and a free kick to Owen or a push in the back, one or the other. And a great play.
Very lucky not to give away 25.
18 degrees here this afternoon out at Montrose. Beautiful day in Melbourne's east. Go local for your football. Great fly on the wing position, this time by Mitchell Garner. He's playing centre half forward this afternoon. We heard about the talk about him in pre-match. He has to stand up today with the Cody Morris factor not being part of the Rowville side this year. Kicks it inside 50. Drop what he could have taken maybe was Bussey's first to get up to it again. Rushed through for a behind, this time by Johnson. Minor score is the result. Rowville get their first point for the day. They still trail by 5 points, though, as Montrose have won straight 6. We've gone 4 minutes.
So kick out comes, nice and short. Manages to find Weatherly out to the outer side. Dangerous position. Sees it over the boundary line there with Sam Goodman.
So Nee looks like he's got the big job on Garner today. A great screamer here right in front of our commentary position.
A few interesting matchups going right through. So Garner's gone into the ruck against Haining now. So Rowville, a lot of ruck options as well as Montrose. Short, into the middle of the ground, finds Stephen. Needs to find a short option, presenting now on our commentary side wing. Puts himself under a little bit of pressure there was Nee. Decides to go short, dangerous kick, 3-on-2. Rowville win out on this occasion. They managed to work their way through Allen. Allen putting himself under a bit of pressure. Montrose still trying to work it out. As I said, a bit of scrappy football. Good work off the back of the pack, Goodman to clear it away. Chance now on the outer side for Cook. Puts himself under a lot of pressure, goes to ground. Chance in there for Johnson to try and get the handball away. Couldn't on this occasion. Ball's held up, outer side, about 70 metres out from the Montrose goal. And we'll have a ball up.
Real difference here around the packs. So I think the smaller bodies of the Hawks, it's Montrose that are getting the ball out of the packs with the bigger bodies.
So ball thrown up once again. Tapped down on this occasion by Haining. Montrose go inside forward, 50, 4-on-1. And the 4 win out on this occasion. Rowville managing to get it away through Bussey.
Inside 50s, Will Taylor, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Inside forward 50s, Montrose 3 to Rowville 2.
Short chip kick, thanks Will. Cut off on that occasion, and a great mark there taken by Mark Watson, and he'll line up on a tight angle from about 35 metres out. Just watching the play, a lot of options there, but Rowville holding their space well. So he's going to be forced to kick at Mark Watson.
I think the wind will help him from this side of the ground.
On the sharpest of angles. Sticks it on the right boot, sets it sail, and he's done that very nicely. Dead-eye Dick on that occasion. Montrose on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, moved to 2 straight 6. They're leading Rowville 1 behind 1 point. 6 minutes gone in this first term.
Good start, Jeff.
Yeah, fantastic start. And as we saw, the big forwards there, they're getting the clearances out of the pack. That's the key, I think, at the moment. Will, do we have a stat on the clearances at the moment?
We certainly have the clearances. Montrose 4, Rowville 0.
Yeah. So you can see the bigger bodies of Montrose at the moment with Johnson and Goodman. They're just clearing the ball at the moment, and they've got the big targets.
11 points the difference. Ball back in the middle. This time it was Showmakers to get the handball out. Goodman of the Sam variety. Left foot snap around the body. Only goes as far as McEwen, but it was touched off the boot. And we'll have a bounce just forward of centre for Montrose. So 6.5 minutes gone, pushing on 7. Umpire quickly starts the ball again. Showmakers once again taps it over the back. Stevens running through. Couldn't get a handball away. Does now too to Edwards. Keeps the ball moving. Goodwin. Lindgren. Handball was smothered. That was good play there by Davey. They're doing okay. Hardy. Rowville now look to clear through the middle of the ground. Makara wanted to give the old one too, but got down low and recovered well, and he forced the ball up. So we're still in the middle of the ground, really, just forward of centre for Montrose. Liking the way the umpire's keeping this ball restarted very quickly this afternoon. They're going to do okay. Rowville out of the clearance. Davey taking his time, just squeezes the ball up towards centre half forward. The kick was over-possessed on Garner. He put his body on position well. He'll receive the free kick.
Smart by Hicks not to take the advantage either.
Well, he was going to put himself under a lot of pressure, Hicks. He probably did have the advantage, but he was pushing himself wide. So it's probably the right option. Jeff, you'd agree that Mitch Garner has a shot from here?
Yeah, certainly. I think he can get the distance here. He's a big kick.
Well, it's nearly take 2 for Garner. He's already had a shot a little bit further out. It may push him from here. Kicks to the top of the square. Haining has front position, and he takes a mark in the goal square, and he'll be looking to clear for Rowville.
Gives a handball off, and they manage to work it out through Stephen. The kick comes pretty much right into the centre of Montrose Reserve. Good mark taken at the back of the pack there by Linden. Gives his handball off, moving it very quickly to Johnson. Johnson inside field 50 with a short stabbing pass, finds Schilling on the chest.
Great kick, wasn't it?
Lovely mark. And Schilling, 45 metres out, he's got an absolute plethora of options inside the forward 50, just trying to get that one out.
Well, the Montrose fans will be happy whenever you start calling the game, Dyson, because every time you've had the helm, they've gone to goals and kicked them too. So let's see what Billy can do.
So Schilling, tight angle, opposite pocket to Watson just a few moments ago. Comes in from 45, sits it on the right boot, sails it across, and makes no mistake on that occasion. So Montrose have their third. Billy Schilling has his first of the day. Montrose on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard moved to 3 straight 18. 9 minutes gone. Rowville 1 behind 1 point.
Yeah, fantastic start by Montrose. And if you remember in the prelim final last year as well, Montrose had a lot of the play early, and they were 21 points up at quarter time. So they're doing exactly the same to the Hawks as they did in that final.
Will Taylor, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Yeah, inside forward 50s, 3-0, 3 goals, 3 mutts inside forward 50s for the Demons.
So Montrose on top, ball back in the middle. Haining once again got the knockdown. McEwen was first to meet it. Have another ball up right in the middle, Jeff.
And I'll tell you what, also to watch the kick-outs as well by Montrose. They're getting it on over the pack in the centre of the ground and moving it forward.
Ball comes up, kick in mid-air, this time by Damien Garner. Goes up towards the half-forward line, coming out to meet it. That was okay by Need, created the spoil. Rowville kick inside 50 over the top of the head of Matthew Watson. Can he run onto it? Front spot, well done there by Gardell. Runs the ball over the boundary line and out of bounds, right in front of the scoreboard, which currently reads Montrose at 3 straight 18. Rowville 1 behind. We've gone 10 minutes here in this first quarter. So it'll be Garner, Haining, working right across the ground, got the palm down. Kick up towards the wing position. Getting front spot was Giorgio. Dropped what he probably should have taken. Montrose get the spill. Kick inside 50. Schilling's got the front spot. He's got Owen right on his hammer. Owen did well. Got down to ground level. Handball to Piers. He got down as well. The fierce tackling here. The umpire's got to come in and ball this up. We're about 40 metres out from the Montrose goals, looking for their fourth. Wasting no time. Going up. No clear tap out this time. Ball hits the deck. Edwards is in there. Quickly tackled, and we'll have another bounce.
Haining doing extremely well in the ruck as well. Got a couple of tap downs and getting them moving.
And the 2 defensive marks as well, right on the goal line.
Exactly right.
He's an absolute unit. Ball up this time, comes straight down to McEwen. Kick up towards the wing position. Beninga had good spot here. He had the back position, but he read the ball well. He's got players spread across. Jai Goodman screaming for it. Now tells him to go for the longer option. He does. It was a sloppy-looking kick. Kick up towards centre-half forward, dispossessed on a free kick, holding the ball. Well done there by Weatherly, great tackle. So it's about 75 metres out from goal. Screaming for it, half back by Crozier, and Rowville will look to clear. Watson made space. Working sideways in front of the broadcast position. Kick up, it wasn't good. Rickard, it was a 3-on-1 situation, and Sam Rickard at 4. Montrose takes a mark. Goes short this time. Watson plays screaming across the middle of the ground. This time goes to Stephen. Waste no time. Goes straight up towards true centre-half forward position. Plays trying to claim the mark. The umpire doesn't want a bar of it. He's plucked out a free kick, though, and I think it might go the way to Braden Walsh. No, it won't. I think it's going to Mitch. It's going to...
looks like Garner.
Mitch Garner. Also covering a lot of ground this afternoon. Gives a handball off to Jackson.
Looks spent as well.
Big kick up towards the wing. Jai Goodman was there. He had the ball at the back of the pack, but a free kick's been paid. So it'll be Rowville to go forward. Damien Garner this time. Could have nearly got a 25-metre penalty. Scanlon's running in the middle. Looking for it about centre-half forward. That option's ignored. Deep inside 50, a good go at it too, Matty Stanley. He was too close to the line. A bit of pressure, and ball's out of bounds. Still 17 points the difference at the 12.5-minute mark, Jeff.
And that's exactly what Rowville need to do. Kick it long. They're just playing this short game too much, and Montrose are killing them on the rebound.
We'll head boundary side. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care, boys.
Yeah, look, Powell's come off the bench and he's gone to centre-half forward, and Mitch Garner's gone into the ruck, boys.
So there you go, a few transitions, a lot of part-time ruckmen in this game, a lot of utility-type players, the tall centre-half forward type players that can actually play a plethora of, I'm going to use that word again, I'm just loving it today, that's the word of the day.
Word of the day.
Anyway, Rowville trying to work it out, outer side, centre wing, free kick's been paid, high tackle, going the way of the Hawks.
Oh, look, he's got to be 25.
Been paid.
Stupid.
Very, very smart there by Matty Jackson. Ball just sailed right over his head when he got it back and decided just to leave it. And he'll take the 25, which puts him to about 35 metres. And it will line up probably for Rowville's first, you'd say. 13 and a half minutes gone first term.
Yeah, good to see. They've actually steadied a bit in the last 5 minutes after that initial onslaught. So good to see that the Hawks have got a shot on goal. Hopefully they'll get the first for the day.
So it'll be Matty Jackson. Man on the mark, probably 35, 40 out. Comes in now, puts it on the right boot. A little bit of an ugly helicopter, but sets it straight through the middle. And Rowville have their first on the board by way of Matthew Jackson. And they move on to 1-1-7. Montrose 3 straight 18 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 14 minutes gone.
Yeah, look, I guess what good to see that they've got their first goal on the board, the Hawks. But what they've really got to be careful of is the long kick up forward by Montrose. They're centering the ball at half back and then kicking it long straight down to centre half forward, and they've got the big targets there as well. So that's what they've got to really be careful of. And there's too much handball, I think, and they're turning it over too much.
Yeah. Text in your scores this afternoon to 0410 495582. We need your help around the east as you go local for your football. The ball back in the middle of the ground. No one can get the clear centre clearance. This is Langdon, just bangs the ball on his boot up towards centre half forward. Got play in the front spot, couldn't quite take the mark. That time was Cook. Dropped what he could have taken. Edwards swings around on the boot. No, this time it was Tippett, but he couldn't get a nudge purchase on it. Swings around for a behind though. Their first minor score for the afternoon, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard at the 15-minute mark, it is Montrose a 3-1-19 leading Rowville 1-1-7. We've got a text through on the text line asking Dyson Baker to spell plethora.
Thanks very much, Darren McKenzie.
It wasn't Darren McKenzie, it was Trent from Heathmont. So he wants you to spell it out, mate. As the ball comes back in, we've got a boundary throw in. We'll save the funny stuff for quarter time.
As you were just saying there, that kick out straight on the bounce, out of bounds on the full, their very first kick out for the day.
Dyson.
As we go inside forward 50, Montrose a good chance to mark here, and a lovely mark taken in transition, which is where they've had the key to the play in this first 15 minutes or so. Will Taylor, inside 50s?
Inside 50s, Montrose 7, Rowville 6, marks inside 50, 4 to Montrose, Rowville 0.
Well, that's the key stat as Garthwaite, man on the mark, probably stands 45 out. He'll line up almost from the centre circle. So Garthwaite, this one is going to hurt a little bit for Rowville as we tick towards 16 minutes. Comes in now on the right boot directly in front, makes no mistake. Umpire did not move on that occasion. At the 16-minute mark, Montrose moved to 4-1-25, leading Rowville 1-1-7 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So the key there, I guess, and what happened in the prelim final last year as well, Rowville had great troubles getting it out from the kick out, and it's exactly the same here. First kick out of the day, straight out of bounds on the full. The throw in, what happened was a centering ball and a mark and goal to Montrose. So they've really got to tighten up there in the kick outs, Rowville.
So Garner makes his way into the middle. He'll take on Haining. Pyer to bounce it now. Or throw it up. Haining got the knockdown. Johnson, quick left foot kick up towards the half forward line. Tippett will be first to meet it. Good tackle there. Mark Hardy over the back. Tippett's recovery was absolutely magnificent. Got the handball over to Edwards. He couldn't quite trap it. Paddles over the boundary line and out of bounds. Far side of the ground. 17 minutes gone in the first term. It is 4-1-25. Montrose leading Rowville 1-1-7. Slight breeze. Ball comes in. Weatherly's there, traps it now, nearly could have got a copped a high tackle. The umpire will come in and bounce it once again. They look like they're moving the ball a little bit quicker, it seems, at this stage, Jeff.
Yeah,
Montrose.
they certainly around the pack. Those bigger bodies are really working for them.
So Garner this time got the knockdown. That was good play. Plenty of players form around the pack. So another stoppage. Don't know if you've got that on your Choose Tap Match Stats, Will Taylor. How many stoppages have we had?
No, I haven't got that, but the possession count, 62 possessions to Montrose, Rowville 30.
Beautiful recovery, Wilbur, as Montrose go forward this time, and a great mark taken by Garthwaite, centre half forward. We've seen players kick from just inside this mark and make the distance with easy, so he'd probably be crazy not to have a shot, Jack Garthwaite, and he looks like he fancies himself from here, so a little bit of left to right action, almost directly in front. He should nearly put this through, Jeff.
Yeah, should dob it from here, I'd say.
So he starts his run up from the middle of the ground. Comes in now from about 50. Kicks it absolutely perfectly. Jack Garthwaite kicks his first goal of the afternoon, and that is his second. They've got off to a flyer, 5-1-31, leading Rowville 1-1-7. We've gone 18 minutes on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And we've got something here. Looks like a free kick in the centre.
So it'll be a free kick to Garner. Not too sure what that's all about. It might be against that looks to be on the mark as Rowville go forward this time. The kick inside 50, looking for Watson. The boundary line beats them. We'll have a throw in right in front of that Montrose bench. They're pretty happy at the moment. So the ball's about 50 metres out now. Ball in over the top of Powell. Quick kick out by Montrose, gained about 5 valuable metres, and we'll have another boundary throw in right in front of the member stand here at Montrose Reserve. Picturesque day right in front of the Dandenongs. You can see a chimney smoking in the background. They'll be enjoying listening to our broadcast this afternoon as Garner takes it straight out of the ruck. Gave a little nudge, kicked it inside 50. Umpire said no. Haining will take that as a free kick, and he'll look to reload from half back.
So Haining, this will be probably his third or fourth rebound 50. He's been doing a mountain of work in this first 19 minutes of the quarter. Kick went wide in favour of Johnson, and unfortunately boundary line wins out, and a free kick going the way of Rowville. Right in front of our commentary position. Got a bit of argy-bargy in the centre of the ground. Kick comes in, up towards the forward 50 in the Haining direction. Decides to go up on this occasion, can't bring it down. Guard all at the back will be first to the pack. Chance now off it was Beninga. Tackled and dispossessed. Chance now for Rowville if they can kick it through right on the goal line.
Great pressure by the Rowville forwards.
I was going to say, Troy Allen there, they're fantastic pressure, pushing the ball towards the goal line and the tackle in the goal square.
Probably should have clearly cleared that one. Montrose on that occasion couldn't do it, and they have to concede in the end in a rush behind almost. No, Montrose still, they managed to get away with it with a kick from Weatherly going to the outer side, but only as far as Hardy.
The Silver Fox.
Right on the forward 50 arc. So a lot of players just milling around in that forward 50. Hardy's going to back himself here. Man on the mark stands right on the arc. As we tick over 20 and a half minutes first term. Can he put the second on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard? Comes in now, gives it a decent roost. It'll hold up. And
he'll tell him about it. He will tell him about it too.
And Mark Hardy has his first. He has his side second. The Hawks move on to 2-1-13. They trail Montrose 5-1-31. And at the 20-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Jeff, that's a very, very handy goal.
Yeah, very handy goal. They're just hanging in there at the moment, Rowville, after a very slow start. But it's good to see a bit of pressure in the forward line as well. So Montrose not clearing the ball as easy as they did in the earlier part of the quarter.
Great to have you on board this afternoon, Jeff Manalitz, 2011's Division 2 specialist. We wouldn't have it any other way to have you on board for the first game in Division 2 for the year. Ball back in the middle. This time it was Garner that got the knockdown. Comes straight towards Lindgren. Couldn't quite meet the ball. Troy Allen came in hard too. Beninga banged it on his boot up towards the half forward line. Who's in front spot is a Cook. I think he got down low. He's done well. So he's about 55 metres out. He might even fancy himself here. Short options on. And they've taken a mark about 55 metres out from goal. I think that looks like Sam Rickard out there. So it'll be about 50 metres out, if that 50 metre line is a true 50 metre line. So he'll come in. Media manager Ben Waterworth isn't convinced. He thinks it may be 45, just like Mitchum. Comes in now. It's a beautiful kick off the boot once again. It pushes across the face. Not quite taking the mark was Garthwaite. Rushed through for a behind. That's their second. They move to 5-2-32. Does Montrose, the home side this afternoon. They are leading Rowville 2-1-13. 22 minutes gone in the first term.
All right, this is the interesting part now. How are Rowville going to clear this ball? First kick out and bounds on the full. Let's see if they can find a target.
Pressure's on. They decide to go short. Stanley, handball, they're trying to run it out under a lot of pressure. Stanley, 4-on-1, series of handballs. They managed to find Georgiou, who just roosted on the boot. Probably the best option. Lesser of two evils, and they managed to find centre wing commentary side.
Far from convincing.
Touch 70 metres out from Montrose goal.
It's crossed down boundary side to Daniel Sensic, thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Thanks very much, BWS. We've noticed something with the kick-ins where both teams are flooding the back half while the other team's kicking in, so worth watching out for that.
Some sharp special comments done by Akira Urgent Care boundary riders. Good mark taken there by Garthwaite, running with the flight of the ball right in the centre of Montrose Reserve. He's got an absolute mountain of options, decides to give off the handball. Once again, putting themselves under a lot of pressure. Watson inside forward 50, top of the goal square, Schilling at the back of the pack. Got caught 3 deep and plus one of his own teammates and managed to mark it just outside the goal square. and umpire's just letting him know, and it's going to put him on a rather ugly-looking angle. So Schilling already has one. Can line up for his second at the 23-minute mark.
He will have practiced this thousands of times.
Same angle as his last one. Manages to come in now. Sticks it on the right boot. Wasn't too happy with that one. Straight off the boot. Didn't look impressed. And Montrose move on to 5-3-33. Rowville 2-1-13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 24 minutes gone first term.
So it'll be Rowville to bring it back in. Probably 3 or 4 minutes to go. They can manage to get another goal on the border to be handy. Stanley takes the mark. Half-back flank for Rowville. Screaming plays to present themselves. Kicks it towards the Bussey direction. He's the tallest man there. Stockdale's there too. Ball comes to ground. Can they keep it in? Rowville, they do. Paddling along nicely there. Troy Allen goes to ground. Then gets up. Kick was smothered beautifully by Stephen. Fresh air shot by Bussey. Went into the middle of the ground. Makara traps the ball but lost it. Oh, they're doing well. Goodman's in there for Montrose. Umpire's got to come in and bounce this. And he does so now. Right in front of us here. The members stand. Everyone having a great day this afternoon, especially when the home side leads by 20 points in the first quarter. Knockdown this time came straight to Garner for Rowville. Kicks it deep. He's looking for Powell. He's in the back spot. Beautifully played there by Goodman or Gardall as it was. Kicked it off the ground. Got players in support. Here's Rickard. Can he trap the ball? It was a difficult one. Got it over to Jai Goodman. Gets it to Stephen. They're moving okay, the D's. Left foot kick into the middle of the ground. It was a little bit skew-if, but it was okay because Johnson was there. Rebound this time there by Jackson for Rowville. This is a fast-paced game of football. We like it. Scanlon across the half-forward line. Looks like Johnny Platten with those dreadlocks. Kick inside 50. Well this time finds Bussey. Front spot football, Rowville. That was good play, Jeff.
Fantastic play. First time that Rowville have actually started moving the ball. Link of handballs and short kicks. Fantastic to set up this shot on goal.
So it'll be Michael Bussey to kick Rowville's third.
He's presenting.
25 and a half minutes gone. He definitely is a presence on that Rowville forward line as he comes in 40 metres out, just pokes it at the goals and it goes straight through the middle. Brilliant kick there by Michael Bussey. Rowville get their third. They move to 3-1-19, trailing by 14 points now. Montrose are 5-3-33. 26 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As we said, Rowville, they've certainly settled later in this quarter. A few misses by Montrose as well has really helped them, and they're starting to get their run. They're starting to get... and they got the clearance as well, which was really good to see.
So, ball back in the middle of Montrose Reserve. All these goals as we tick towards 24, 25, 26 minutes are very crucial in this first term. So, it'll be Shawmakers to go up against Haining. Once again, Haining just wins out on that occasion, hits back towards Stephen, who kicks out wide. Outer side, Johnson will lead in the race, decides to let Garrity go at it, and ball spills over the boundary line and out of bounds. True centre wing on the outer side. Looks like a free kick's been paid. I think it was originally called out of bounds. I think the field umpire wants out of bounds on the full.
Yeah, I think there's a question, did it come off the knee or was it below the knee?
Other way.
Yeah.
So boundary umpire called out of bounds on the full. Field umpire wanted out of bounds and a boundary throw in. So we'll have a boundary throw in outer side. Haining taps down once again to Stephen. Gives his handball off. Nice work into the centre of the ground. Has to be good here. Montrose a chance now for Crouch. Sorry, that was Langdon, who goes up towards the forward 50. Really no contest as they go inside forward 50 through Johnson. Chance now at the back of the pack. Couldn't quite mark it on that occasion. And a ball spills over the boundary line in front of Joe Goodman.
And again, Rowville just pushing numbers up at the play. So every single player is in the forward half of Montrose at the moment.
Well, they've been damaged on transition so far. I mean, both sides have really been damaged on transition. So you can see Rowville just flooding back. No player inside their forward half as they try and clear out through Hardy. That was tapped down and out of bounds by Edwards. So 45 metres out. 27, almost 28 minutes gone in this first term.
Text in your scores on 0410 495 582 this afternoon as Ben Waterworth works feverishly around the ground. We have some quarter-time scores. Division 1, Knox lead by 7 points over South Croydon.
Right on the siren. Dowdy taking a shot and unfortunately missing across the face. So at quarter time, Montrose 5-3-33, leading Rowville on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard 3-1-19.
All happening out at Montrose Reserve this afternoon for the big clash, top of the table clash, Montrose versus Rowville. Only 14 points of difference. We'll be back with the second quarter and all the around the ground scores right here on EFL Game Day.
Saturday night is party night on Radio Eastern when we bring you the Platter Parade, 7 till 10. We roll through 50 years of timeless classics, guaranteed to make your party go with the swing. So choose and join our team of presenters for the Platter Parade. More than just the hits, Saturday nights at 7 on Radio Eastern 98.1.
In footy, the best players always get tagged. In Melbourne, the best and cheapest way to get around the tollways is to get your car tagged. That's because a Breeze account works on Eastlink and it works on CityLink too. A tag's also the cheapest way to use Eastlink and CityLink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au and start winning as a tagger today. Speaking of winning, my team's a sure thing for 4 points today, and maybe the premiership. Who's in the back? Eastlink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor.
You need to find premium potatoes, a deep sea prawn trawler, and a herd of prime beef to create Australia's best steak meal.
But the great thing is the Hogs Breath Cafe do it every day. So you only have to go to one place to enjoy the most tender, juicy prime rib. Slow cooked for 18 hours until it's the most unbelievable steak you ever tasted. Hogs Breath Prime Rib, the best a steak can get, and only at the Hogs Breath Cafe.
Program sponsor. In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Oh yes, welcome back out here to Montrose Recreation Reserve. We have got an absolute beauty out here. It's a very highly skilled game. Montrose 5-3-33, leading Rowville 3-1-19. It is a 14-point margin out here at Montrose Reserve. Just getting some other scores through as we speak as well. I'll go through them right now. In fact, in Division 1, a very interesting start out there at Knox and South Croydon. As you would expect, the best defensive team in the competition, Jeff Mannell. It's Knox 1-7-13, leading South Croydon 1-6. That is a 7-point ball game. In the other Division 2 scores, Bayswater, good start against Mooroolbark, 6-1-37 to Mooroolbark, 3-2-20, 17 points the margin there. Waverley Blues 3-1-19, leading Doncaster East 2-2-8. In Division 3, Templestowe 4-5-29, leading Glen Waverley Hawks 2-2-14, 15 points the margin there. Baronia 4-3-27, leading Mitcham 3-1-19. Thanks to EFL junior football manager Rod Caldwell. The Basin at the moment doing it pretty easily over Kilsyth, 5-6-36 to Kilsyth 2-2-14. Keep those scores coming through. Already got the Templestowe one. Looking at one now from Croydon. Croydon trailing Lilydale at the moment. Lilydale 4-4-28 to Croydon 3-1-19. In other scores, Norwood and Noble Park. Norwood 3-2-20. Good start for leading Noble Park 2-3-15. So a good start there for Norwood. Noble Park, of course, defending premiers in Division 1. Out at Coldstream in Division 3. Coldstream 1-2-8 to North Ringwood, doing it pretty easily at the moment. 7-2-44 for all those playing at home. That is a 36-point margin. Look at Ben Waterworth go. The maths off the top of the head. Canterbury 1-3-9. Trailing Forest Hill, a good start by the Zebras, 5-3-33. That is a 24-point margin. And South Belgrave and Surrey Park, as expected, South Belgrave doing it reasonably easy at the moment, 8-6-54, leading Surrey Park 1-3-9. Of course, out here at Montrose, it is a 14-point lead for the Dees, 5-3-33, leading Rowville 3-1-19. teams just about to break up from their quarter-time huddles. Let's head over for the first time in season 2012 at a quarter-time break to Will Taylor, who's got all the match stats thanks to Choose Tap. Be smart, choose Tap. Tap water's the way to go, Will Taylor.
Yeah, exactly right. And let's have a look at the key stats, especially marks inside forward 50s. Montrose 6, Rowville 1. The clearances were 18 to 9 with 7 centimetre clearances to 2 in Montrose 21, Rowville 8. The inside forward 50s were 11 apiece, and the possession count in that game so far 92 to Montrose to 53 to Rowville.
Thank you very much to Will Taylor from Choose Tap Match Stats. Let's cross down boundary side to see what happened over at the Montrose huddle at quarter time. Daniel Sensick, thanks to Akira, urgent care.
Thank you very much. Brett Johnson had a lot to say at the quarter-time huddle. He praised their attack on the ball and urged them to stick to structures and pressure the Rowville ball carriers when they're coming out of defence. We noticed they had a lot of handballs in that first quarter, and it's a great thing to be able to chase down a handball and a player running as they always cough it up.
Thank you very much to Daniel Sensick on the boundary line. Jeff Manalitza, great start there by Montrose. Rowville got a few back late. How does his second quarter going to pan out?
Yeah, look, as Will highlighted, I think the key for Rowville is trying to get some of these centre clearances. They're getting smashed there and also finding a target up forward. So at the moment, Bussey's taken the only mark inside the forward 50 or 45, whatever it is. But they need to find another big target up there and stop the kick over the top of the pack from the kick-outs as well, the Montrose pushing forward down the centre.
So plays making position, the umpire just giving Rowville a little bit of a hurry up. If they're not careful, the father-son duo of Baird and Baird will get a little hurry up to get off the ground as well, because they really are the last people to get down there. Let's cross down boundary side to Ray Baird, who's just moseyed on to the fence. What happened over with Monster, Ray?
Look, Monster wasn't very happy, very vocal. You probably heard him from up there. Look, he just having a go at his players, making too many mistakes early in the game, turning the ball over, and he wasn't happy with the fact that Hainan was taking uncontested marks right on the last line.
Thank you very much to Ray Baird. His debut today, thanks to Akira, urgent care down on the boundary. Ball up once again in the middle of the ground. Good tap forward there by Frawley. Chance now for Rowville to make the first attack. They've moved it forward to centre. Ball's held up right on the cricket pitch.
That was a rugby tackle.
If you just joined us on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it's Montrose 5-3-33, leading Rowville 3-1-19. It's gone about 20 seconds in this second term. Ball held up once again. Good tackle by Haining.
And again, the positive, I guess, is that they're only 14 points down here at the moment, Rowville. So,
yeah, this game far from over at a stretch.
It's not all doom and gloom, is it?
It's not all doom and gloom.
Good to see Liam Dowdy playing on Mark Hardy. A reasonably interesting combination, the two old foes going at it. Chance now is a bustle forward there from Frawley. Managed to get his grubber kick away off the bottom of the pack. Good work there from Hicks, who sees it close to the boundary line. And it goes over now, 45 metres round from the Rowville goal.
I think Stanley's been pretty good for Rowville in that first term, Jeff, and obviously getting amongst it early again.
Yes, certainly has.
Off the back of the pack, Garner over the top of Haining. Couldn't quite get the tap away. A chance now for Rowville, though. Handball came out to Hicks. He wasn't clean with it once again and sees it over the boundary line.
Just needs a few more mates there in the centre.
That's it. So just slowly pushing it forward are the Hawks. They trail this one by 14 points. Haining just threw his opponent out of the contest, and it'll be a free kick going the way of Mitch Garner, who can line up from 35 metres out on a reasonable angle and put through his first of the day.
So we've got some around the ground scores at quarter time. Division 3, Templestowe lead the Glen Waverley Hawks by 15 points. Baronia over Mitcham by 8. Ringwood by 15 over Chirnside Park, and North Ringwood by 6 goals.
Garner puts a bit of a helicopter on the boot, but makes no mistake on that occasion. Mitch Garner has his first after a couple of shots in the first quarter. His side moves on to 4-1-25. Montrose 5-3-33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 2 minutes gone, second term.
Let's keep going through with some of those Division 4 scores. Well, we'll start with them too. Canterbury trailed to Forest Hill by 4 goals at quarter time. The Basin lead Kilsyth by 22. Ferntree Gully Eagles by 9 over Sylvan, and a 43-point lead by South Belgrave over Surrey Park. So it's all happening around the east as you go live this afternoon. Ball back in the middle of the ground. Showermakers trapped it, got a kick that was smothered. They're pushing the ball forward. Goes through the left for Rowville. He gets down on the ground looking for support. In there was Dowdy. They're going to do okay. Montrose Goodman. Shy around the body. That was a good kick too. Watson had front spot and he's quick to move and he kicks it to Schilling on a lead. That is beautiful football. Ready to clearance. They moved wise, then sized it up. And Schilling will have a shot for goal about 40 metres out from goal on a very slight
play by Montrose. Again, the pressure was really good there by Rowville. They're getting a lot better in the packs. Just a quick kick out though, and a beautiful pass up forward to Schilling, who should kick this.
Looking for the quick answer is Billy Schilling. He's already kicked one in the first quarter. This will make it two. Trim, taut, and terrific. He puts it straight through the middle, Billy Schilling. That's his second, and that's 1 goal apiece in the second term. We've gone 3.5 minutes, and once again, it's a lead to Montrose. I think it's 14 points, so it'll be 6-3-39, leading 4-1-25 the Rowville Football Club. My maths, I got it to work in the end.
I was going to say, taking a bit of time to just update the scoreboard there, but we're right on track now. 14-point margin, Montrose lead.
Bendigo Bank scoreboard, of course.
Of course.
Matt's probably not as good as Ben Waterworth, who just during the quarter-time break did a bit of look at me, third-person sort of stuff. Centre of the ground. Haining and Showermakers. Haining on this occasion once again wins it down. Good work off the back of the pack though, McEwen. Couldn't quite get his handball away. Still trying to work it out, Rowville. They're in control. Hardy, his kick off the ground only went as far as Dowdy. Series of handballs sees Montrose on the attack now. Chance now off the back of the pack. Good work, Tippett inside forward 50 with a bouncing ball. Can it bounce through? It was touched on the last line by Walsh as it ran through. And another behind on the Montrose scoreboard. They move on to 6-4-40, 15-point leaders on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard for 125. Rowville 4.5 minutes gone, second term.
Matty Jackson to kick it short in. Crozier takes a mark in the back pocket. Fast-paced game this afternoon. We're enjoying it. The sun has returned to Montrose Reserve. Crozier, high kick. Showermakers got front position. Couldn't quite take the mark. Frawley trapped it. Still close to the boundary line and will go over now. Right in front of us here, members stand at Montrose Reserve. Their side is currently 15 points up. At 75 metres out from the Montrose goal line. So it comes in. Scanlon takes it for Rowville. Quickly trapped. We'll have another start. Another restart. So once again, the ball's balled up. Haining, knocked down Frawley. Showermakers double-fisted, that's okay. Got it across to Stanley, takes his time, backwards to Scanlon, broke a tackle.
Well done.
Little chip kick. They're moving it okay now, Rowville. Handball wasn't so good for Makar. He's going to be put under pressure right near the boundary line, and Goodman, Jai, great tackle. He's going to be rewarded too. He got dumped by Scanlon. His second effort was magnificent after having the previous possession, Jeff.
Yeah, fantastic pressure here by the Hawks early.
So Scanlon, half forward, Garner sticks the big jukes up and takes a mark. He's presenting very well this afternoon. Pops it up towards the full forward line. It's a one-on-one situation over the back of the pack. Oh, beautifully done by Hicks, and he squeezed it through. He can. Snap on the right boot. That's his first for the afternoon. And Rowville, well, another quick answer there. We've had 3 goals and we've only gone 6 minutes in this second term. And it is Montrose by 8 points, Jeff, on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Fantastic play there by the Hawks. Will, do we have a stat on the tackles in this quarter? Because I think that certainly the Hawks... No? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. But certainly the Hawks are kicking the ball a lot longer into their forward line as well. And Garner is presenting.
Let's cross down boundary side to Ray Baird, thanks to Akira Urgent Care. What do you got for us, Ray?
We can see what Monster's trying to do. He's playing Powell and also Mitch Garner out of the goal square, trying to exploit a bit of height down there.
Definitely. Thank you very much, Ray Baird. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care. Montrose get the clearance away through Weatherly. Inside forward 50, looking for an option. Couldn't quite find Cook on that occasion. Ball spills over the boundary line, right out in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, that's right. We were saying at quarter time, with only 1 mark inside the forward 50 for the Hawks, they need to find a target up there. And so far, Garner's really presenting and doing that task.
So, just waiting for the ball to be thrown back in. Right in front of the scoreboard, out of side here at Montrose Reserve. Tapped down on that occasion by Shellmakers. Chance now for Rowville to try and get it away. Scanlon was tackled and dispossessed. Umpires called it, and it'll be holding the ball. So Montrose a free kick deep on the outer side pocket. About 45 out. So just summing up options here is Cook, who comes in now. Sticks it on the right boot, tight angle for a right foot, sets it across the right-hand side, too far right, and it goes out of bounds on the full. Great time to head to our Akira Urgent Care boundary riders.
Jeff spoke about the tackling pressure from Rowville, and down here at ground level, it looks to have lifted a lot in the last quarter or so. The ferociousness of the contest has really...
Thank you very much to Daniel Sensic and Ray Baird. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care down boundary side. Always the best seat in the house. Unless you're the best seat in the house today, boys. Ha, ha, ha. Just waiting for the ball to come back in. Had this trouble at Mitcham a few weeks ago where you get a few sneaky kids at the back trying to think they can get away with it, but they certainly can't. Matty Jackson will look to bring the ball back in for the Hawks. Bangs it on the boot. It's probably the right option. Oh, terrific mark over the back. So they'll reload again. Will they? Rowville kick up towards the hole. Kick wasn't first rate. Goodman's there, traps it, but then goes over the boundary line. They've made a good back line.
And that's exactly the key. They're kicking a lot longer this quarter, not mucking around with the handball and the short kick and the possibility of a turnover.
To the ruck versus Showmakers, he got the knockdown to Davey. He was dispossessed straight away. Dodd's still in there. Can he get over it? Plenty of plays there. Rickard's at ground level too. We'll have another bounce, surely. The umpire comes in now. 9 minutes gone in the second term. It is a 9-point lead to Montrose, 6-4-40. Rowville a 5-1-31.
Just on that last passage of play, if Rowville were clean, they had that open forward line, which is exactly what they want. Really trying to make Montrose pay. They've just got to be cleaner on it.
Yep.
Third of the quarter gone. Will Taylor, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Yeah, so far inside forward 50s 3-2 in favour of Montrose, and the clearances at the moment are 4-5 in favour of Rowville.
Edwards kicked it up towards half forward. Braden Walsh was the first one to meet it for Rowville. He banged it on the boot, but it wasn't too flash, because once again Montrose take a mark in the middle. They'll switch it to there now because Beninga's got it. He's got players across the 50. He's got knee there. Elects to go for the longer option. It was a better option too because Cook comes out once again. The boys at the gate were right. This guy is on fire today. He presents so well and he fancies himself too. We watched him kick from about this distance in the first term and we'll see how he goes today. Already kicked one goal for the afternoon. Just like a Billy Schilling, he'll come in and he'll bang it on the boot, but he'll push it right to the left-hand side. Just squeezes it in for a minor score. Montrose moved to 6-5-41. It's a 10-point lead on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Rowville 5-1-31.
And they've done that a couple of times today as well, Montrose, crossing into the centre and then the quick kick forward.
So kick comes out, lofted kick, and almost a mark taken to the back of the pack. Couldn't on this occasion. Rowville still a chance. They've made meterage without a really decent disposal, and they've got it from full back to almost half forward in a matter of minutes, in a matter of seconds, I should say. And a boundary throw in about 60 metres round from their goal. So just waiting for the ball to be thrown back in. Comes in now. Ruckman jostling for position. Shawmakers had front, couldn't quite find it. On this occasion, Scanlon just jumps in. Johnson up towards centre wing, towards Dowdy, was pushed into it, couldn't quite take the mark. Off the back of the pack, Hardy got caught holding the ball. On that occasion, he was caught holding the man. Hardy played up to that one very nicely, right in front of the members' stand.
Hasn't impressed the locals, that one.
That's a risky decision on that part of the ground as Hardy goes towards centre half forward in the Showmakers' direction, can't quite take the mark. Montrose trying to work it out with a series of handballs, plenty of numbers around the ball.
And look at the intensity. It's certainly gone up in this quarter from the first as well.
Yeah, Rowville lifted a couple of notches, trying to get back into this game. They currently trail by 10 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Scanlon off the back of the pack once again. Didn't hear much of him from the first term. He's come alive so far in this first 11 minutes or so.
He has. He's just got a boot to it every time, not kicking it very far, but just clearing the packs.
He's up against Mark Watson around the clearances. An interesting bit of matchup as Watson tries to get it. Scanlon once again. Still can't quite get that clearing kick away. So Rowville, 3 boundary throw-ins within the space of about 10 metres. Still can't quite clear it. See what they can do here as the ball's thrown in right in front of their interchange bench. Shawmakers grabs it out of the ruck quickly, gets the handball off. A series of handballs back to Hardy. Hardy, a little bit too hot to handle. Couldn't quite take it on. And he's managed to pick up another free kick. So the Silver Fox, from about 75
you like
out,
that, do you?
decides to load up towards the hot spot, looking for Garner at the back of the pack. Got caught too deep, couldn't quite take it off the back, was Damien Garner on that occasion. Trying to rush it through, Hicks still there for Rowville, sling tackle. And a free kick going the way of Nathan Hicks, who already has one today.
Yeah, great pressure there by Hicks as well. Really presenting up forward, already kicked a goal this quarter.
No doubt he'll go for the snap. Let's go through some Division 1 scores at quarter time. Lilydale by 9 over Croydon, 14-point lead by Scoresby over Blackburn, 10-point lead by Baldwin over Vermont, 7 knocks over Croydon as a shot on goal has hit the post, but the umpire's going to bring it back. I'll keep going. East Ringwood trail East Bell by 24 points at quarter time, and Norwood lead Noble Park by 5 points in what looks to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, Hicks took the shot. Umpire wasn't too happy with the angle, just waiting for the ball to come back.
I'm sure he's happy to have another go at it as well, seeing as it hit the post.
So Hicks, tightest of all angles, snaps it round on the body.
Oh,
and
hit the post again.
It's hit the post the second time round. What are the chances of that happening?
Jeez.
So Nathan Hicks hits the post twice in the space of a couple of seconds, moves his side onto 5-2-32, trailing Montrose 6-5-41, 30 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Division 2 day today, and as other games around in Division 2 at Doncaster leading Donvale by 1 point. Corey Hall will give us a report at half time from around the grounds. Obviously, Montrose are leading this game. Bayswater by 17 over Moorabah, Upper Ferntree Gully by 4 points over Mulgrave, and the Waverley Blues over Donny East by 5 points. It's all happening as you go local for your footy this afternoon. 0410495582 as Weatherly pumps the ball inside 50 for Montrose. It's a one-on-one situation. Can Cook be first to get there? He gets a foot race. It's a 2-on-1 situation now. Nicely kicked off the ground there by Giorgio, creating a little bit of extra pressure on the forward. They've got 6 onto 1 here, Rowville. They've just got to raffle it, and Hardy's just going to rush it through for a behind, and the safety of it probably the best option there, Jeff. They looked a little bit rattled there.
Oh, they did. They were under pressure there. One-on-one contest in the forward line. Managed to get past it though.
So Hardy, he goes short. Giorgio takes the mark. He's got time to run on if he wants to. Does so now. Kick up towards Davey. Ball bounced in front of him. Nicely done there by Rickard. Gives the handball off. And Nand, short but wide. Handball couldn't quite meet Barney Edwards.
Boundary.
It's actually Dowdy, and we'll have a boundary throw in. About 50 metres out from the Montrose goals. Has crossed down boundary side to Ray Baird, thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Yeah, look, Rowville are really changing on the interchange there. 4 players just on and off all at one time. They're really doing the turn changes.
Thank you, Ray, as the umpire brings it in. Haining had the front spot. It'll be Rowville to clear. That was okay right in front of us here on the broadcast position. Kick may have gone wide. No, it's just bounced inside. So we'll have a boundary throw in. True centre wing position here. It's a 10-point ball game. It's the home side. Montrose leading 6-6-42 to 5-2-32. Umpires just conversing between themselves.
So it was called out of bounds on the full. Boundary umpire's been overruled again to be a boundary throw-in.
Didn't look out of bounds on the full to anyone else on the ground, but they are doing a great job. They're only young. This time it's Jai Goodman. Kicks it into the middle of the ground. Schilling has front spot. Can he take the mark? He does. Barrel chest, takes it out in front.
Fit.
Kicks it. I'd said he looks great. Kick inside 50. Cook traps it. Oh, he basically dumped here. The umpire, no, he's going to pay a throw in. It was probably a good decision in the end as he did fall over. So we'll have a boundary throw in right in front of that Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 10 points the difference. Pye to throw it in. That time it was Cook that got the knockdown. The umpire's plucked out a free kick. It looks like it might be even a Rowville free. No, it is a Rowville free kick.
And
just see what happened there, Jeff?
Yeah, I didn't actually see that play, but the play before, they've really got to be careful, Rowville, a bit. They sent the kick into the centre half forward position because Montrose are killing him in that area.
So Ryle goes short. His teammate under pressure in Davey. Ball fisted over. We'll have another boundary throw in. Comes in now. Garner versus Haining. Ball hits the deck. So a few stoppages in this second term, Will Taylor, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Yeah, so far this is our 22nd stoppage coming up.
Thank you very much, Will. Haining, double fister. One bite, maybe two. This time Johnson swings around on the left. Oh, went through Ryle's hands, but he had support. Switching the play now, Rowville. They're stuffing around with it. Hardy.
Kick it.
Just got to pick the ball up. In comes Schilling. They're thereabouts. In comes Edwards. Goodman. They've got players in the goal square who can just break through. Probably could have nearly been paid holding the ball against, but that doesn't matter because he picks it up and bags it through for a goal. And he lets Scanlon know all about it as well. Jai Goodman, he's a super player, and he kicks his first for the afternoon in the second quarter. They move on to 7 goals, 6:48. It's a 16-point lead now. Rowville, a 5-2-32, 17-minute mark, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And again, after that quarter time huddle, Rowville, they'd said, don't muck around with the ball, don't Don't hand pass it, kick it long, and what did they do? Exactly the opposite. That created the goal there. The forward line pressure was fantastic by Montrose, but Rowville just needed a quick kick out of the pack and get it moving.
Could even sense your frustration then, Jeff Manolitza, on that occasion. Just kick it long. Unfortunately, on that occasion, Montrose just making the most of it on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. As we tick towards 18 minutes in this second term, Haining once again wins out. Chance now off the back of the pack, though, for Rowville. They've got the numbers around the contest. Just need to raffle it almost as Ryle goes towards a forward 50. Couldn't quite find a target on this occasion. Bottom of the pack was Bussy. Got tackled, dispossessed. Now a chance for Rowville to try and work it forward once again. Johnson was the only man there, though, for Montrose. Got called to play on. Series of handballs. Now Montrose aside messing around with it a little bit. Ball's held up. Just forward to centre for Rowville, who trail this one by 16 points. 7-6 plays 5-2 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And the Montrose Reserve just bathed in sunshine as the sun comes out for the first time this afternoon. Haining belts it forward out in front in favour of Stephen. Just has to pick it up cleanly. He's got McEwen hot in pursuit. Went to ground but managed to get the handball away. And they're out of pressure inside forward 50. 2-on-1. Schilling's got one to beat. Can't quite do it on this occasion. Spills off the back of the pack. Owen there to pick up. Just belts it forward to centre wing. Dowdy. Little Oompa Loompa running forward. Trying to make the most of it. Series of handballs. Dowdy gets it again. Up towards centre half forward. Almost a mark taken. Couldn't quite on this occasion. Stephen runs in on it though. Puts it on the left boot and across to the right hand side. 3 for 1 behind. So Montrose move on to 7-7-49. Visitors, that is Rowville 5-2-32 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 19 minutes gone at second term.
Not often Dean Stephen misses a goal running into an open one, Jeff.
No, not at all. He's usually a really good finisher.
Still waiting for scores from the Eastern Lions versus Nuttawading today, so if you can text them in on 0410495588, we'll get them out to you, Rowville. This time through Scanlon, they're working the boundary nicely. Handball across to Garner. He got it over. He's looking for the old one too. Got it to his brother. Kicked it into the middle of the ground. Alex Frawley has space. Dives, takes the mark. Handball on now. Stanley to Garner. He's moved on well, the big man kicks it into no man's land. Montrose have the numbers at the back of the pack. This time it's Anand. Kicks it across the face, they're running through the middle. Goodman.
This is where they make him pay.
Kick up towards Schilling, he's got 2 to beat. Stanley's one of them, so too's Owen. The two of them work together well and they force the boundary throw in on the outer side of the ground. 20 minutes gone here as we reach into time on second quarter. It is a 15-point lead. It's actually a 17-point lead to Montrose. They are 7-7-49. Rowville are 5-2-32.
Thinking on your feet, Ben.
Thinking on my feet, as always, Dyson. Rowville bangs the ball forward. Garner has been good all day. Couldn't get front spot. Good positioning there by Jai Goodman. Ball's rushed through for 1 behind. That was quick play, Jeff. It was a boundary throw in a centre wing. 2 kicks and it went very deep.
Exactly right. The big long kick to a big target up there in Garner.
So short chip kick. Montrose just going to work it out of defence. We've ticked over into time on second term. Once again, another chip kick. Just slowing up play. They managed to work it to half back. Got the option, decide to go very wide. Now they start moving it a bit quickly. Bit faster, I should say. Up towards centre half forward, finding Cook. Cook's got Schilling, 1 out right in the centre. Probably too far to go. Decides to go in the middle. All by himself there was Watson. Right in the centre of Montrose Reserve. Next kick's probably coming to centre half forward. Plenty of options. Goodman just leading in there. Decides to go short, out wide. Once again manages to find Goodman inside forward 50. Puts it on its way across to the right-hand side and through for 1 behind. So good setup from Montrose there on that occasion. Couldn't quite find it, but they move on to 7-8-50, leading Rowville 5-3-33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Quarter time score coming through from Nola out of the Eastern Lions Nuttawading game, and it's the Nuttawading by 26 points at quarter time as Rowville bring the ball in. Kick up towards the direction of Troy Allen. 1 bite, probably could have been paid the mark. That was a good handball by Powell, and Rowville moved the ball up towards half forward. They have the numbers this time. Dowdy. This is Montrose, paddles towards the line, right in front of that Rowville box. Of a boundary throw in half forward line.
And again, good pressure there by Scanlon, just at the bottom of that pack, knocking it out of bounds and giving a contest on the half-forward line.
He's been the difference in the second term.
Certainly has.
17 points is the difference. Frawley, cuts across, knocks it back out again. We'll have another boundary throw in. Other Division 4 scores a quarter time. Canterbury trail Forest Hill by 24, the Basin by 22 over Kilsyth, Ferntree Gully Eagles by 9 over Sylvan, and South Belgrade by 43 over Surrey Park. Ball still on that half-forward line for Rowville. And we'll have, once again, another stoppage. What's the count out now? Thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats, Wilbur.
At the moment, the hit-outs 14 Montrose and 13 Rowville, and this is the 28th stoppage.
We'll put that one down to Showermakers, then Haining, then Showermakers, then Haining.
Ooh.
And Frawley kicks the ball out of bounds on the full.
Will, do we have a stat on the clearances? They were getting pumped early, the Hawks, but I reckon they've evened that one up.
Oh, they certainly have. The clearances in this term 12-9 in favour of Rowville.
Thank you to Will Taylor. Thanks to Choose Tap Matt Stats. Looking to be adding the tackle count to his fray next weekend. We've had some requests in on the text line, Wilbur.
Probably from Grant Campbell.
Probably is. We'll check that number. That's a great call. So just waiting for the ball to come back in. They're taking their time. It's Beninga from Montrose. He wants the switch. Ran a fair long way too.
Risky.
Kicks it across the face, and beautiful mark there by Damien Garner, chopping off at 50 metres out from goal, across the face of goal. Well, it's a tough shot, but I reckon he should back himself from here.
Seen a couple kick it already.
So Damien Garner yet to kick a goal this afternoon. That is a monstrous kick. But he's pushed it to the left-hand side. He gave it a lot of purchase. Minor score is the result. That's their fourth for the afternoon. They move to 5-4-34, trailing by 16 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. And Montrose, the home side, 7-8-50.
Looked like a bright start. They've only managed to kick 3 behinds in the last 3 forays inside forward 50. Nice mark taken for Montrose by Knee. Decides to move play on quickly. Mark Hardy, the Silver Fox, out-muscled on that opponent, on that chance to go inside forward 50. Montrose couldn't do it on that occasion. Just getting twisted over my words as we tick towards 25 minutes in this second term. Both sides ringing the changes. Inside 50 is Will Taylor, thanks to Yarra Valley Water Choose Tap.
Yeah, Montrose 10, Rowville 5.
There you go. So Montrose once again trying to go inside forward 50. Showermakers not letting them do so on that occasion in at the bottom of the pack. Good work from Makara. Still trying to work it out both sides. Handball comes out now, Stephen. Sits it up to centre half forward, and a lovely passage of play manages to find, that was Gardall, who goes inside 50 and finds his option in Haining.
It's Cook down there, and he's taken another grab inside 50, and he's on fire, this guy.
And again, that was a kick across the ground into the centre, Montrose having the play and then being able to assess their options up forward. They could go straight down the guts, or they could go either way because they're in the middle of the ground already.
The issue is probably Watson was all by himself, but Cook comes in, sets it across to the right-hand side, through for one behind. So Montrose lacking with their chances. That's their 6 behind of the quarter so far. They move on to 7-9-51. Rowville 5-4-34 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 25 minutes gone, second term.
16 scoring shots to 9. They'd be wanting to be a little bit further in front, would Montrose. Kicking now towards the Showermakers direction for Rowville. Montrose have got the numbers back. This is Dowdy. Dowdy now tries to squeeze the ball up to centre half forward, who's in the front position. Mark Hardy gets it at the fall of ball for Rowville, handballs it out. Matty Jackson kicks it through the middle of the ground, and now it becomes a foot race. Sam Rickard's out there. He's got support in Jai Goodman. He can even go further back to Langdon. Goes into the middle of the ground. This is good play. Knee. He's been okay this afternoon so far. Knee taking a few marks. Weighing up his options. That is an absolute pearler of a kick in the Cook direction. They ended up spilling each other at the fall of the ball. This time Matty Stanley switches it. Garner just gaining a lot of ground this afternoon for Rowville. Kick up towards Powell. Probably could have gone a little bit harder at the pill. Ball right in front of us now. Boundary side Beninga. Wants to keep it in. He was tackled. He might even be pinged here. Good work by the Rowville defence. So James Powell will be the recipient of the free kick. Goes short. That was dangerous. Gets it to Frawley. Wastes no time. He probably should have looked where he was kicking it because he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. So Matty Langdon wants to switch it straight away. He does. Goodman. He'll take off. Has a bounce. Might have 2. Elects to kick it into the middle of the ground. What a beautiful pass that was. Finds Knee. Knee now in the middle. Gets it to Watson. This could be a good bit of play, end-to-end football. Slows it up. Does Watson. Wants the left, wants the right, then goes inside 50. Tried to be a little bit too cute. and missed the mark. Rowville switcher once again. Hicks has come down from the forward line, takes it across half back, goes along the wing. Good mark taken by Bussey. Probably could have moved it a little bit quicker there, Rowville, but they were waiting for players to come back. They've got them spread across the middle of the ground. Now Bussey up towards half forward. Haining, the big man, put his body on the line for Montrose. The ball's fisted over the boundary line, out of bounds. 27 minutes gone here in the second quarter. It's a 17-point lead to Montrose, 7-9-51. Rowville 5-4-34.
Ball thrown in once again. Right on the 45 for Rowville. Frawley boots it forward. Inside forward 50 on this occasion. Can't quite get there. Gardle at the back of the pack leads. Good work from Garner. Rowville now have a chance to go inside forward 50 off the turnover. Sets it across the left-hand side through for one behind. And Rowville, their fourth straight behind in this term. Move on to 5-5-35-51 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 28 minutes gone.
You nearly back Matty Jackson in every time there as he streamed in from 40 metres out. We've got some half-time scores across the east. In Division 1, it is Knox leading quite convincingly by 7 goals over South Croydon at half-time. In Division 2, Murrelbach trail Bayswater by 24, and Doncaster. So it'll be Beninga to kick the ball in for Montrose. That was okay. Allen was there, got the fist away. The umpire's plucked out a free kick. It looks like it'll go to the Hawks. It will. You can see what that was quite for, Jeff, but it was... he was quick to give it off to Jackson. He was tackled. They're doing well now. Montrose have got the numbers. And they ran out of bounds. Along that wing. So boundary throw in about 80 metres out from goal. It's only junk time now. 29 minutes gone in this second turn. The umpire to bring it in. Garner. Haining just fists it. Gets plenty of purchase. Gained a valuable 10 metres or so. But the switch comes to Rowville. Bussey in the middle. You've got no U-turns. You've got to swing around and get the ball onto your boot. Hardy runs wide, but he kicks it towards Scanlon. He's got to be paid holding the man against Goodman.
Just pulled him off the contest. Scanlon, the big target up forward.
So... He's presented himself really well this afternoon, Luke Scanlon. We like the look of him, and let's hope for Rowville's sake that he can get a very important goal deep into time on in this second term. We're bringing it back to around that quarter-time margin. You nearly back him from here. Probably just inside the 50 marks. Got to start it out left. He does the opposite, but he might still put it through. He does. That has gone straight through the middle. Luke Scanlon kicks his first for the afternoon. That's Rowville's 6. They move on to 6-5-41. It's a 10-point ball game out at Montrose Reserve in Division 2. Match of the day. Montrose are 7-9-50.
Yeah, great reward for effort there, Scanlon. He's had a fantastic quarter, and the Hawks certainly still in this as well. So they've had a really haven't capitalised on the scoreboard, Montrose, because they've had a lot of inside 50s. But the Hawks much better intensity.
Kickers for Rowville. Ball thrown up once again in the centre of the ground. Stephen running the wrong way, manages to pick it up, gets his handball away, finds Nettie. Wide chance now off the back of the pack with Damien Garner. A bit too hot for him to handle, takes it to ground and tries to get the handball away. Chance for Weatherly out of side. Rowville make the turnover. They've got numbers right through the centre of the ground, and they'll be able to utilise them on this occasion. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, it is Montrose 7-9-51, leading Rowville 6-5-41.
Still plenty of time to get out to Montrose Reserve for the EFL match of the day. Top of the table clash, Montrose versus Rowville. We'll be back with the second half and all the around here on EFL Game Day.
Hi, I'm Jeff Lasbury. Please tune in every Wednesday at 10 p.m. for Melodious Memories, where you'll hear the best of easy listening and nostalgic music, including a segment where I play dance bands from the 1920s to the 40s, the Australasian Spot featuring Australian and New Zealand artists from all eras and genres, plus various other interesting segments. That's Wednesday 7 till 10 on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM.
If you love your EFL footy like I do and you love getting down to see your team play, you don't want to be spending your weekend stuck in the car driving. That's why I opened a Breeze account. Eastlink is the quickest, easiest way to get around Melbourne's east, and Tag's the cheapest way to use Eastlink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au today and use Eastlink in the cheapest possible way with a Tag account. Instead of being stuck behind the wheel, I can have more time getting stuck into the umpire. Ball! Eastlink. It's time better spent.
Program sponsor.
At Hogsbread Cafe, we're serving Aussie-style great food and a feel-good attitude. Now we're going pasta, more seafood, chicken, rib dishes and fresh salads. And always our famous 18-hour slow-cooked prime rib steak. What are you waiting for? Come in for lunch or dinner and experience the value that is Hogsbread Cafe.
Chadstone, Dandenong, Kooringal, Knox Ozone and Water Gardens. Come in and experience some hospitality.
Our hospitality is all about you.
Program sponsor.
Radio Eastern 98.1, it's 19 after 3, and currently it's a very pleasant 20 degrees in the outer east. I'm your host, Barry Cox, here in the studio, and let's give you an AFL update score. And the game being played today is between Greater Western Sydney and Western Bulldogs, and in fact it's being played at Manuka Oval there in Canberra. It's half-time, and the Bulldogs lead 8-9-57 to GWS 5-5-35. The major goal scorers for the Western Bulldogs, Higgins has 2, and to Boyd and Cooney, and for GWS it's Cameron 2, Williams 1, and Bruce 1 at half time. And there's also a twilight games getting underway at 20 to 5 this afternoon, and we'll give you the latest AFL scores update from that one.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest high-performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. So if you're looking for a high-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a deal, or visit www.ftgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443, a proud supporter of the Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727-7506. That's 8727-7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Oh yes, going local for our footy today, right here on EFL Game Day. And we've got a beauty out here at Montrose 7-9-51, leading Rowville 6-5-41, a 10-point ball game. It's the big boys of Division 2, and we're certainly being entertained to a very good show. Let's go around the grounds here on the EFL. And, of course, we've got, starting in Division 4, the scoreboard getting through right here, right now. It's the Ferntree Gully Eagles in a good battle with the Sylvan Football Club. Ferntree Gully 8-6-54 to Sylvan 7-8-50. So only 4 points the difference between Ferntree Gully and Sylvan at the moment. In other Division 4 scores, the Basin, as expected, doing it reasonably easy over Kilsyth at the moment. The Basin 8-12-60 to Kilsyth 4-26. That is a 34-point margin in favour of the Basin. And in the other Division 4 game, Forest Hill, well, they've answered their critics so far. 7-7-49, leading Canterbury 3-9-27. 22 points the margin in favour of Forest Hill. They're still waiting on scores from the Eastern Lions, Nunawading and South Belgrave and Surrey Park. In Division 3, North Ringwood. Gee, aren't they giving Coldstream a pantsing today? North Ringwood 10-7-67 to Coldstream 1-3-9. 58 points is the margin out there at Arctic Park, as Peter Baird would say. Ringwood 9-6-60, leading Churnside Park 4-2-26. The new coach at Ringwood is doing some wonders there, working his magic. So good on the Ringwood Football Club. Mitcham and Boronia, good contest here. Boronia 8-6-54 to Mitcham 4-3-27. Boronia just showing their class at the moment. Heathmont doing it reasonably easy over the Whitehorse Pioneers as well. The Heathmont leading 71-16. And the other score in Division 3, Templestowe, 6-10-46 to Glen Waverley Hawks, 5-2-32. In Division 2, Waverley Blues, 5-2-32, leading Doncaster East, 5-3-33. Bayswater, 9-5-59 to Mooroolbark, 5-5-35. And in Division 1, Norwood, 7-7-49, leading Noble Park, 4-4-28. Knox, 8-9-57 to South Croydon, 2-1-13. Blackburn, 6-4-40, leading Scoresby, 4-4-28. And in Division 1, the last game, Lilydale, 9-6-60, leading Croydon, 4-2-26. So that's all the scores from around the eastern suburbs. But now it's time to find out what's going on in the news around the world. And as he always does on a Saturday afternoon, Clint Stanaway from 9 News joining us. Good afternoon, Clint.
Good afternoon.
How's it all? Got your eyes across the AFL games this afternoon? I saw GWS had a very good start against the Bulldogs.
Yeah, they got the jump. They're battling it out for the Prime Minister's Cup. I saw the Prime Minister herself, Julie Gillard, keen Dogs fan, obviously. She's watching on. And as I say, they did get the jump on them. In fact, the Bulldogs didn't score a goal in the first quarter. Izzy looked okay, but Dogs by 3 goals just after half-time.
Surely they'll hold that one, surely.
Yeah, you'd have to think so, wouldn't you? And of course, the Roos up against the Suns later on this afternoon. Then tonight, it's a big one. The Demons looking for win number 1 to get over the Saints, my mob. So,
how are they going to go, Clint?
Well, I'm hoping so, because Alicia Loxley, our weekend newsreader, is a Saints fan, and I'm a Dees man, so there could be a battle on the news desk tonight. Anyway, in other news, a Supreme Court jury has acquitted Shane Bond over the 1994 murder of Elizabeth Membry. Now, her devastated parents spoke outside court. They said their battle's not over, and they're hoping that something will happen for Elizabeth. Also in the news, a key Ford supplier has reopened, so good news on the jobs front there. Peter Slipper, he's facing more questions over his use of cab dockets. And, of course, Black Caviar Fever is gripping Adelaide. She runs at 4:30 this afternoon, aiming for 20 from 20. Big days racing up in Sydney as well, with Atlantic Jewel just winning her 7th straight. So couple of very handy horses going around at the moment.
Yeah, certainly. I saw you tweeted that, Clint Stanaway. 7 out of 7. Is that now for Atlantic Jewel?
7th heaven for Mark Kavanagh and Atlantic Jewel. It was a fantastic run up there. We've also got, obviously, a bit of cricket tonight. Australia stitching up the 3rd test. Michael Clarke took 5 for the Aussies, winning the series 2-0 over the West Indies. So plenty happening in the news at 6.
Beautiful. Thanks very much to Clint Stanaway from 9 News. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, and go Demons.
Go the D's indeed. Clint Stanaway from 9 News. Tune in at 6 o'clock tonight for the best news coverage around around Melbourne, of course. They're getting some other halftime scores through here. East Ringwood and East Burwood locked in a pretty interesting battle. East Burwood 8-6-54, leading East Ringwood 7-3-45. So East Burwood by 9 points. They were leading by 24 points at quarter time. And in some other scores, Baldwin, the battle of the big boys. And at the moment, though, Baldwin's being the biggest of all boys. Baldwin 10-8-68 to Vermont 2-8-20, doing very nicely. A 48-point lead to the Tigers at half-time, if you don't mind. And in another score, Mulgrave 11-5-71, leading Upper Ferntree Gully 7-5-47. Certainly doing a fine job at the moment are the Mulgrave Football Club, answering their critics with a handy 24-point lead. And the final score coming through at the moment, Doncaster 5-6-36, leading Donvale 6-7-43. So that is a 7-point lead for Donvale at half-time. And we're now going to head out to that game. In fact, Doncaster and Donvale. Look, he's the heir apprentice. Of course, Artie Hall, his old man was doing a fantastic job last year. He's handballed it down to Corey Hall. And we say good afternoon to Corey Hall away from Shrams Reserve. How are you, Corey?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, mate.
Excellent. How's it going out there at Shrams Reserve? What's the score?
At the moment, it's Doncaster 5-6-36 to Donvale 6-7-43.
Gee, they're doing all right there at down at the Donvale. Of course, they're on a much smaller ground out at Doncaster. How did the first quarter play out? What happened there?
Well, the first goal went to Limachizi, I think that was.
Limachizi?
Limachizi, that's the one.
That's the one.
There was a small fight in the Doncaster forward 50, resulting in a 15-metre penalty. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert from that. Doncaster couldn't really convert in the forward 50, but they were getting chances. Muller went off after a big opportunity to mark, but unfortunately he did his ankle, and I saw him at quarter time, and it doesn't look like he's coming back. He's got that iced up.
That's not a good sign, Corey, because Scotty Muller's probably been Doncaster's best goal kicker in the first 2 rounds. It's a big loss for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah, and Doncaster also favouring the one wing, and then Donvale started to fight back. They got some really good defence. Unfortunately, the midfielders were letting them down a little bit. The defenders were just clearing it just constantly, but then the midfielders turned it over a little bit. They weren't wasting chances up forward either, with Jones really saving the midfield from total loss there, and he kept showing up in all the plays, and he kept getting it down forward 50, and it was very well done from him.
So, Corey, what do you think is going to happen in the second half, mate? Donvale currently hold a 7-point lead. Do you reckon they can hold on, or can Doncaster fight back?
Well, I tell you what, it'll be a very, very close one, but I think that Doncaster will just get it up.
Here we are, the home ground advantage. Corey Hall, our Around the Ground supporter. We'll talk to you after the game, mate.
Lovely, thank you.
Doing a fantastic job. Donvale 6-7-43, leading Doncaster 5-6-36. Another Division 2 scores. Bayswater by 24 points over Mooralbach. Mulgrave by 24 points over Upper Ferntree Gully. And Doncaster East, the Ben boys, Ben Warren Smith and myself, Doncaster 3-33, leading the Waverley Blues 5-2-32. And of course our game for broadcast, Montrose 7-9-51, leading Rowville 6-5-41, 10 points is the margin. In Division 3, some other scores at the moment. Templestowe 6-10-46, leading Glen Waverley Hawks 5-2-32. Heathmont with a very big lead over Whitehorse Pioneers at the moment. Mitcham Baronia 8-6-54 to Mitcham 4-3-27. Churnside Park 4-2-26, trailing Ringwood and North Ringwood 10-7-67 to Coldstream 1-3-9. And we're now going to head out to Warrandyte Reserve. So I'm actually interested to see what the score is at halftime. And making her EFL Media Team debut this afternoon is Victoria Halkias. Good afternoon, Victoria. How's it all going down there at Warrandyte?
Hi, Ben. It's going really well down here at the moment. Now, as you know, both teams are yet to get a win under their belt for this season, making this an important clash for both teams. At halftime, it appears that Wanchena South are dominating Warrandyte. 3 goals 5-23 for Warrandyte and 11 goals to 6.
Wow.
72 for Wanchena South.
Well, they must have had a really big second quarter because they only led by 12 points at quarter time.
Wanchena South kicked 7 goals to Warrandyte's 1 in the second quarter.
Yep.
So, they've been dominating them. The first quarter, Wanchena South were off to a really good start with Brent Walker scoring the first goal. Wanchena South continued to dominate possession with Jared Bisco and Mike Jamieson looking dangerous up forward. However, Warrandyte did manage to stay in touch with 2 goals to finish the quarter 12 points down. So at the end of the first quarter, it was Warrandyte 15 to Wanchena South's 27.
Yeah, I was about to say, Victoria, they must have done something really big in the second quarter. How the heck did Wanchena South able to turn it around so quickly?
I have no idea, but they were really putting the pressure on Warrandyte. They were feeling it, that's for sure.
Yes.
Like I said, Wanchena South kicked 7 goals to Warrandyte's 1 in the second quarter. Things did start to look promising for Warrandyte, however. They had a couple of opportunities to kick some goals close to the end of the second quarter, but Wanchena South proved too much for them, stealing the ball with Jamieson kicking yet another goal. So, yeah.
It sounds like a fantastic comeback by Wanchena South, leading by 49 points. Do you reckon Warrandyte can come back, or have Wanchena South got this one in the bag?
I'm not sure. Warrandyte's going to have to pull something pretty big out if they want to beat Wanchena South, I think, at this stage. So we'll see how it goes.
Good stuff, Victoria. We'll talk to you after the game.
Bye.
Victoria Halkias out there doing a fantastic job on EFL Game Day out at Warrandyte Reserve. Wanchena South leading Warrandyte 3-5-23. We'll come back after the break. Both teams, Montrose and Rowville, are back at the second half action right here on EFL Game Day.
At noon every Monday on Radio Eastern, you'll enjoy the Monday Music Showcase. 2 hours of the best in lunchtime music and features, plus of course news of community happenings in our listening area. You'll hear artists performing the best songs of our time, as well as the movie soundtrack flashback and the 1:30 special, featuring occasional interviews with artists from the local showbiz scene. So, you're welcome to join us Mondays at noon on 98.1 for the Monday Music Showcase.
Kids eat free Mondays and Tuesdays for a limited time at Hog's Breath Cafe. Yeah! When an adult dines at Hog's Breath Cafe, you also get a kids meal free. Select from any one of our special kids meal combos with a soft drink and ice cream. That's Hospitality. Mondays and Tuesdays for a limited time. So get in for our great kids meal deal. Kids eat free at Hog's Breath Cafe. Love you to join us. Call 1-800-HOGSTAR.
Chadstone, Dandenong, Coringal, Knox Ozone, Water Gardens and Geelong. Come in and experience some Hospitality.
Program sponsor. In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. T&B Window Warehouse. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
Radio Eastern 98.1 is 25-4, and it's time to check another AFL score being played this afternoon at Montrose and Rowville, and the game is between Greater Western Sydney and the Western Bulldogs, and in the second half the Western Bulldogs have definitely kicked away there, 10-11-71 to Greater Western Sydney 7-5-47. Major goal scorers for the Bulldogs, Higgins has 2, one each to Boyd and Cooney, and for GWS, Cameron, Hampton have 2 each, and Adams 1. And we're back with more EFL footy in just a moment.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest high-performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. High-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a great deal, or visit tgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443. Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
20% makes a lot of difference. 20% less goals and being 20% behind on the scoreboard. Actually, it's not. Now, imagine using a Breeze Tag account on Eastlink and getting a 20% discount on all weekend car trips. No need to imagine, it's for real. Open your account online at eastlink.com.au and get 20% off car trips all weekend, every weekend on Eastlink. Now, let's give my mate Ross 20% more stick for being 4 goals behind. Hey, Roscoe! Eastlink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back out to Montrose Reserve. We've gone 1 minute into the third term, just running a little bit over the run sheet this afternoon. Showmakers this time went up. It's deep into the Montrose forward line. It's where the ball currently sits. It'll be Rowville to clear now. They've received a free kick, pushing the back. So deep in the Rowville back line, they currently trail by 10 points. It's a half-time margin. No changes to the score. Scanlon gives a little gig Frawley on the left foot, kicks it up towards the wing position. Goodman was in front position from Montrose, but that was okay because Makara did well, got the handball away to Allen. Inside Rowville, go now towards the Garner direction. The big man did well, and on the left boot runs into an open goal and shanks it. Probably had a little bit more time than what he originally thought. Jeff Manalitza, and he gets through the first score for the third term. It is a minor score, though. Rowville moved to 6 goals, 6-42. They're trailing by 9 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Montrose 7-9-51.
Boundary.
And what really created that opportunity there was Damien Garner as well on the wing. Good work, kicking it up forward. Here they go again.
Rebound back inside. It's a kick on goal by Matty Stanley. Can he put it through? He pushes it to the left-hand side this time. Another minor score. And they now trail by 8 points on the Bendigo Bank score. But let's cross down boundary side thanks to Akira Urgent Care to Ray Baird.
Yeah, look, Rowville's bench, Piers, Ryle, Watson and Matty Davey on the bench.
Thank you very much to Ray as Montrose bring it in.
So Dowdy kicks in, goes towards Montrose to the commentary side.
Boundary.
Chance now to clear and we'll cross down boundary side thanks to Akira Urgent Care, Daniel Sensick.
Thank you very much, Dyson. Yes, Jason Lindgren is off with a shoulder injury as we see him on the bench right now. Also on the bench from Montrose, Beninga, Gerrity and Dodd.
So a few injury concerns for the Demons. Thank you very much to Daniel Sensick on the boundary. Akira Urgent Care, your walk-in emergency clinic. Rowville go forward in the direction of Shoalmakers. Punch came from the back and at about the 45-metre arc for Rowville. We'll see a boundary throw in. 3 minutes gone, third term. It's an 8-point ball game in favour of Montrose on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Johnson clears out. His kick was smothered though, dispossessed off the back. Makara, good work. Right tucked hard up against the boundary in front of the Montrose coach's box. We'll have another ball up. So good work from Haining off the back of the pack. Both sides see it over the boundary line and out of bounds, 45 metres round. Still no movement. Yeah, we just hit a bit of a stalemate in this last 30 seconds or so. Ball thrown in once again. This time Haining has front position over Shoalmakers. Johnson gives his handball back and Montrose can give and go away this time. Schilling, he's got 3 to beat. Couldn't quite do so on this occasion, but they'll still get it away, the Demons. And that ball's cut off reasonably comfortably by Georgiou. Georgiou to true centre half back. Bit of a task here for Rowville as they try and work it out through a series of handballs. Hardy has it in the middle of Montrose Reserve, decides to go inside forward 50, looking in the McEwen direction, takes the mark. Outmuscled his opponent, really brilliant stuff there from McEwen over the top of Stephen, and he has a chance to line up for his first of the day.
Yeah, good pressure there again by Rowville earlier this quarter, really setting up the turnaround on the half-back line and then going straight through the middle and finding a target up forward. That's what they need to do this quarter.
The key thing there was probably Georgiou's vision.
Fantastic.
He was caught half-back, deep in a flank, managed to chip it back, and now McEwen lines up, puts it on the right boot. He's pretty happy with it from a tight angle. Umpire's pretty happy with it as well. So Rowville have the first goal of the third term, first goal of the second half. And I'll tell you what, the boys, we've got a ball game now. They move on to 7-7-49. Montrose 7-9-51. 5 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
As we were saying, that last quarter, in the second quarter there, Montrose really didn't capitalise on the scoring opportunities they had. Now it's Rowville's turn to take that ascendancy forward and kicking the first goal of the quarter. They're looking good.
Let's cross down to Ray Baird on the boundary line thanks to Akira Urgent Care. Could have sworn
nothing to report.
Could have sworn I heard boundary in the mic. I'll consider that to be my mistake for the afternoon. Frawley straight out of the middle of the ground, kicks it up towards half forward. Only as far as Dowdy takes the mark. Just to resend it back towards the wing position. Front spot, good mark taken by Troy Allen for Rowville. They look pretty lively, do the Hawks in this third term. Kick up towards the 50-metre line. Garner direction over the back of the pack. Ball goes over the boundary line out of bounds. Nearly pulling it in was Robbie McEwen.
They're trying to outstretch them in the forward line there with the 3 big men.
Yet to be in front for the afternoon is Rowville. Goodman gets it down to Stephen. Stephen goes backwards to Rickard, looking for Weatherly. It may go wider towards the Gardle direction, but he has him in support. Doesn't need him. Weatherly on the left boot, kicks it up towards the Cook direction. Front spot. The boundary line beats them both, though. Out of bounds on the full. Stanley runs around 1. Looks to reload for Rowville as they kick up towards the half-forward line. Kick off the ground by an end. That was quite interesting, but it was effective, and the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds. Boundary throw in. 6.5 minutes gone in this third term. Some of the important stats thanks to Choose Tap to Will Taylor.
The inside forward 50s, Rowville 4, Montrose 1.
Thank you very much, Will. Haining got the knockdown. They're going backwards to go forward are the D's. Kick up towards the true centre-half back position. Powell just got in the right spot for Rowville and takes the mark. He could nearly have a ping from here. And as I've mentioned, Jeff, they've trailed for the whole game thus far. Pretty tight contest. He'd be silly not to have a shot from here.
Exactly right. Right on the 50 line. A big kick, and they're in front for the first time today, hopefully.
So James Powell getting a decent old run up. We've seen players struggle from around this distance, but it still only is around about that 50 metres or so. So if you back yourself in, it's worth having a ping. That's exactly what James Powell's going to do as he comes in. Kicks from 55, gets it, strikes it beautifully. The goal umpire does not move, and Rowville hit the front for the first time of the afternoon. They lead by 4 points. They are 8 goals, 7-55. Montrose 7-9-51 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone nearly 8 minutes.
And I guess the difference in this quarter, Rowville started putting the pressure on around the packs in that second quarter, but now what they're doing is they're putting the forward line pressure on as well, and they're preventing Montrose from getting the easy clearance and the long kick, and that's really causing a few turnovers and also shots on goal.
More importantly, the 8th varied goal kicker for Rowville, Powell. Ball back in the middle once again. Goals to Jackson, Hardy, Bussey, Garner, Hicks, Scanlon, McEwen and Powell. That last one just at the 8-minute mark of this third term, and they now lead by 4 points. Ball thrown in once again. That man Garner trying to work it away. That was Damien on that occasion, getting the handball off to Allen. Trying to run themselves out a bit. Frawley inside forward 50. Another chance here for Rowville. They can't quite mark at the bottom of the pack. Good work there from Langdon. Clears it out towards Dowdy under a lot of pressure.
That's it.
Concedes defeat in front of Scanlon and over the boundary line and out of bounds. 20 metres round from the Rowville goal. Will Taylor, the inside 50s, thanks to Choose Tap.
Inside forward 50s, Rowville 6, Montrose 1, Marks inside forward 50s, 2-0 Rowville.
There you go. That's been the difference so far in this first 8.5 minutes of the second half as Montrose try to clear out once again. Good work from Hayden. The tap came across the back and move up towards centre half forward. The free kick's going to go the way of Montrose.
Played for it. It was a professional free kick and it was there.
And it'll be Cook to take the free kick. Man on the mark, 60 out, decides to chip it short. Dangerous kick, but it'll manage to hold up. And it'll be Marcus Tippett to chip short. Manages to find his teammate in Sam Rickard, who's put under a lot of pressure from Hardy, who stands on the corner of the square. He's called to move on is Rickard. Decides to go short, waited for the option and manages to find it. Brilliant setup there from Montrose and exactly what you want to see, Jeff Manalitza.
Yeah, fantastic. Just setting it up right in the centre there. Fine. They really opened up that centre corridor as well. Let him run through and took a very easy mark in the end. A good lead.
Looks like Jack Garthwaite to take the shot. It just worked perfectly, beautifully timed kick there from Rickard. And a chance for the D's to take the lead once again through Garthwaite. Who comes in now directly in front, 35 out. Puts it on the boot, makes no mistake. Umpire just moved back and let it sail over his head. 8-9-57 now, Montrose leading this one once again. 8-7-55 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, the Rowville Hawks. Jeff Manalitza.
And the impressive thing about that was he wasn't rushed with the kick as well. He just took his time, looked at the options, and as we said, a beautiful pass into that forward 50.
Division 2 match of the day, Montrose versus Rowville, top of the table clash, and it's definitely playing out that way, a 2-point ball game as we cross the 10.5 minute mark of the third term. Umpire brings the ball back into the middle. Usual suspects, Haining versus Showermaker. Showermaker's got the tap down this time. Ball hits the deck, no clear possession for either side. Trying to get through was Robbie McEwen. They squeeze the ball out, do Rowville. Garner's in the front spot, bounces over his head. This time it's Anand. Can he paddle the ball to his advantage? He does, and even the boundary's advantage. You won't be pinged for that. The umpire will ball it in right in front of the scoreboard. It's that 2-point margin. 11 minutes gone now. Third term football. EFL match of the day. Sun is shining far, far into the east. Haining this time knocked it down to no one's real advantage. It went straight back over the boundary line. So a few stoppages in this third term, Wilbur, thanks to Choose Tap.
Yeah, at the moment, 8-7 hit-outs in this game, 15 stoppages, but ending inside 50, 7-2 favour Rowville.
Doing a great job this afternoon, Wilbur. This time it was Robbie McEwen who came over the back of the pack. Stanley bangs it on his boot, kicks it to the top of the square, getting front spot. That time was Langdon, did well. Got it on the second bite, has support. There's a pot shot at the goals here. I think it's actually been kicked by Rowville. What a goal by Nathan Hicks out of absolutely nowhere. He's banged it on his boot and the wind's worked it back magnificently. That's his second goal for the afternoon. Well, it's goal for goal out here at Montrose Reserve, Jeff Manalitza.
Fantastic. This game is hotting up, that's for sure. And I was just about to make a comment before that goal that I really like the forward line setup of the Hawks here. They've got the three tools, Gardner, Powell and Bussey up forward, but then also Scanlon and Hicks, who's presenting a lot of pressure up there, and it's resulting in goals this quarter.
So a 4-point ball game as we tick over 12 minutes in this third term. Good work from Montrose to clear off. They managed to get it towards the forward 50 arc. Trying to hold it up, couldn't quite sag it on that occasion was Garthwaite. Manages to find it off the back, gives it off to Rickard, who goes inside forward 50. Once again, a nice kick, but couldn't quite find the target on this occasion. And getting back with the flight of the ball there was Georgiou.
He's having a good quarter.
So Georgiou decides to come to the commentary side wing. Garthwaite will have front position. Coming over the back there was Allen. Couldn't mark. Off the bottom of the pack. Nice work there from Dowdy. Gives his handball off to Johnson. Inside forward 50. Once again, Montrose just finding those options about 35, 40 out. And another chance for the Demons to score and go 2 points up in this one.
That's the kick we were talking about at half-time, that kick into the centre-half forward position. They're just lining up at the moment, and the Hawks really need to be aware of that.
So it'll be Watson to, for the Demons' sake, hopefully become the third multiple goal kicker so far for the D's. Schilling has 2, Garthwaite has 3. Watson lines up for his second. Sticks it to the left-hand side. It stays out there, and only just the one behind for the D's. They move on to 8-10-58 to Rowville 9-7-61. A 3-point ball game in the 13-minute mark on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Division 1 scores at half-time. Lilydale lead Croydon by 34 points. Blackburn by 12 over Scoresby. Balwyn by 48 over Vermont. 44-point lead by Knox over South Croydon. 9-point lead by the Rams over East Ringwood. And Norwood over Noble Park by 21 points as the ball's back in and Rowville are surging forward. This is Garner. He's taking it out on about the centre wing position. He's going to kick it back into the middle. Does so now. Finds Davey. Stops props, waiting for options. Nearly every player forward of the ball as it currently stands. Kick was partly smothered off the boot. Goes up towards half forward. The man who kicked that ripper goal, Nathan Hicks, bangs it on the boot looking for the show and maker's direction. Fisted away by Gardle. He's just ever reliant down in the back line is Brendan Gardle. And he fits it over the boundary line and out of bounds. So we've gone 15 minutes almost in this third term. It's a 3-point ball game. Rowville currently leading it. It's deep in their forward line. Showenmakers knocked down. They're going to get another one here. You would think Rowville running into an open goal and banging it through too. That's a terrific bit of play. And that was Matthew Watson who managed to put that on his boot. Just dribbled it through. Dyson Baker, that's his second for the afternoon. That's his first. Sorry, Jeff, I know you're marking them down too, but that was a great bit of play. You got to love the stoppage where the players are front and centre and they can run onto those open goals.
Yeah, fantastic play there by Rowville at the bottom of the pack and just running through into an open goal. They're looking fantastic this quarter. They've just kicked their 4th goal of the quarter already, and we're only halfway through.
Thank you very much, Jeff Mandalitza. Will head boundary side thanks to Akira Urgent Care. Ray Baird.
Yeah, look, Rowville's still swinging the changes down here.
No worries. Thank you very much, Ray Baird. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care. 9839 3333 157 Scoresby Road in Baronia as Rowville try to go forward once again through Frawley. Up towards the forward 50. Bunch of Montrose fists came at it. Scanlon will be at the bottom of the pack. Couldn't quite pick it up. Had to fight with a teammate. And in the end, it was Matty Davey coming across, stealing the ball and snapping it around the body for his first today. His side's 11th. They move on to 11-7-73, leading Montrose 8-10-58. And hasn't this ball game just turned on its head, Jeff?
Certainly has. And again, Rowville, quick kick out of the centre there, and then that forward line pressure. The ball comes to the ground. They've got the players front and centre, and good goal. Will, stats.
Yeah, centre clearance at the moment, 4-2 in favour of Rowville, and now that was their 10th inside forward 50 entry to Montrose just 4.
Thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats. Will Taylor doing a beautiful job this afternoon. Ball back in the middle of the ground. It's a 15-point margin. You wouldn't believe it. Rowville have it. Haining, double fister out of the middle. They need to surge the ball forward. Hitting the ground there was Owen. Getting up and around it. Damien Garner. Can he get the ball? He's going to scoop onto it now. That was good. Switches the play out towards the far side of the ground. James Power's going to be the first to meet it. He's got running support, but not fast enough. Ball beats, boundary line beats the ball. We'll have a boundary throw in out of side of the ground. There's 16.5 minutes gone in this third term. A couple of quick goals by Rowville finds them in front after it went goal for goal in the first 10 minutes or so. Haining down. Can they clear it? They're doing okay. Beninga, quick hands out. Watson's in there. Plenty of players form. The umpire's got to come in and sort this one out. He does now. We'll have a ball up, true centre wing position. Decent crowd out here at Montrose Reserve today. There's still plenty of time to get down here and check out a decent game. It's going to go down to the wire. You just get that feeling. Garner, Haining. Garner got that one down, Wilbur. Good tackle there by Liam Dowdy. Ball goes over the boundary line. Another stoppage. How many stoppages have we had at the 17-minute mark thanks to Choose Tab?
This will be our 23rd stoppage coming up.
And who has won those?
Rowville 12-10 so far.
Okay, so it's pretty tight in the stoppage count. Ball goes up towards the half-forward line for Rowville. Back of the pack, Garner. Little handball, kick up towards Showermakers. Front spot, good jukes. He comes out and takes the mark. Good play by him. It was nearly a 25-metre penalty. The umpire hasn't seen it. Sam Rickard nearly ran over the mark. But Showermakers in the blue boots. He could stretch this lead to a very handy 21, Jeff Manalitza, and the Hawks are away.
Yeah, again, finding a target. Fantastic lead there by Showermakers and a fantastic kick to him as well.
Looking for his first goal for the afternoon. Comes in with a hop, skip and a jump. Charlie Manson style, straight through the middle. The goal goes, and they stretch their lead to 21 points to the Rowville Hawks. What a third term they are having, the premiership quarter. And at the 18-minute mark, they move to 12 goals, 779. Montrose are 8-10-58. Wow.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what was said at half-time, but there were 6 goals at half-time, and they've just banged 6 in about 18 minutes. So Rowville certainly on the up. The pressure is incredible, the forward line pressure, and they're finding targets up forward too. They've got the 3 tools up there, and Showmakers now going up there. They're looking good.
And don't forget they're swinging the changes.
They are.
6. Once again, ball thrown up right in the middle, putting me off a little bit, BWS. Some sharp work from yourself. Free kick's been paid out. It'll looking to go the way of... Well, umpire pointed Montrose. It's going to go the way of Rowville. Yeah. Inside forward 50. Once again, Showmakers the target. Couldn't mark on this occasion. He'll grab it at the fall of the ball. Still a chance as it runs over the boundary line, and that'll be out of bounds on the full. The boundary umpire has seen it, so a free kick going the way of Rowville. And Mark Hardy's just picked that one up. Didn't want to give it to anyone else.
Should have been Showmaker's ball. He's just distanced himself into the background and enter Mark Hardy, who loves these positions.
Just picked it up and said, "Don't worry, boys, I've got this." Right in front of the Montrose coach's box. He'll love this one if he snaps it through. This for his side's 13th of the game, 7th for the quarter. Hardy deep in the pocket, commentary side. Comes in now. Got called to play on, but puts it on the right boot. Is he going to sneak it in? Yes, he is. Absolutely perfect, as you like. 13-7, 85, I should say, Rowville. Montrose 8-10-58 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Rowville just running away with this one now, Jeff.
They are, and that's exactly why I wanted to take that kick. He knew his ability and straight through the centre. Fantastic kick there. Very interested in the centre clearances here, Will, because it looks like that Rowville are getting a majority of this quarter.
Oh, they definitely have 6-2 in centre clearances for Rowville. Inside forward 50s, 12-4 in favour of Rowville. And one key stat so far, marks inside forward 50, 3-2 Rowville. Rowville only had 2 of those marks inside 50 in the first half.
It's going to be another set of clearance to Rowville. Garner takes it out of the middle, just bangs it long. That's working well. This Showermakers Garner duo working in the middle on the forward line. It goes deep down. James Powell gets low to the ground and out of bounds. The ball goes. 20.5 minutes gone in this third term.
And just on those centre clearances as well, they're not just small handballs out. They're big kicks up forward to those big targets as well.
So the umpire to bring it in. Haining looks to be double teamed. It was a shocking throw in. It probably could have nearly been done again. Paddled it back towards the boundary line. They gave it a gimme for the boundary umpire, and he will have that restart. It's crossed down boundary side thanks to Akira. Urgent care to Daniel Sensic.
Thanks very much, BWS. Yes, the Montrose locals getting very rowdy down here at some of the free kicks that Rowville are receiving in the middle.
I hope you're wearing a spray jacket, Daniel Sensic, thanks to Akira Urgent care down there on the boundary line. Free kick being plucked out. It'll go the way of Rowville. Not too sure on what's happened there. Did you see that one, Dyson?
No, unfortunately missed that one. I think it was, just out of the back of the contest, maybe too high. But Rowville reasonably happy with that one, and it will be...
It's Matty Stanley that's having a shot.
I'll back him from here.
So Matty Stanley yet to kick a goal this afternoon. He'll definitely want to get amongst it to become that 7th goal kicker for the quarter. And have a look at that. The umpire liked to work it. He loves the theatre. He pushed himself across to the side, slapped himself on the left chest and said that's one behind Robbie McEwen. So Rowville, they kick another score though, 13 goals 8, leading Montrose 8 goals 10. Pretty handy.
They just need to keep their hands on the ball here at the minute, Montrose.
Interesting to note that Montrose led at the 10-minute mark of the third term. They now trail by 28 points. Good mark taken in the centre by Stephen. Right on the edge of the square defensive side. Got to move it quickly.
Go direct.
Boots it straight up the ground, looking out wide. Manages to find a target though. 2-on-1 and the one wins out on that occasion. It was Cook. Still in some fine form for the D's. On that occasion, not so fine as he turns it over to Makara. You give a guy a wrap, and that's what happens. So Makara from half-back for Rowville. Kicks out, centre wing, out of side. Cook there as well. Has to try and muscle his opponent out of the way. Cook will pick it up now. Runs away towards the forward 50. Bouncing ball. Still a chance. Owen missed it. Couldn't quite get it on that occasion. Dowdy off the back
Great
of the pack.
hands.
Johnson. The coach gives it off. Trying to find a target here. Stephen gives it to Rickard, who lines up from 45. Schilling in the goal square. Can't quite take the mark. Ball still in. Tip it off the back of the pack. And a mark take it off. And Garner will run away with it on that occasion. So Montrose had about 4 stabs at it. Couldn't quite get it. And this is where Rowville are going to make them pay. They managed to work it to centre wing out of side. Still running through. Plenty of numbers in front of the ball. They chip it inside forward 50. Can't find a target. And ball goes out of bounds, and we'll have a boundary throw.
And I'll tell you what was different about that play when Montrose went forward that time. You had 3 Hawks players in the centre half back, and they had to scrounge for a goal rather than take a big mark and a shot for goal then.
Tight games around Division 2 this afternoon. Doncaster East at three-quarter time lead the Waverley Blues by 14 points.
Myself and Jeff Metaletta should be tactical coaches. That's exactly what we said at halftime Rowville needed to do to win this game. As Weatherly's kick goes out of bounds on the full, and it'll be a free kick going the way of Max Makara at half forward.
You just agreed with Jeff.
So Makara, I say nothing. He's 45 out, tightest of angles right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard here at Montrose Reserve. Comes in, top of the goal square kind of stuff, but sets it across to the right-hand side, through for one behind. 13-9-87 Rowville, 8-10-58 Montrose, and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 24 minutes gone in this third term.
Running out of time at Montrose, they need to kick a couple of late goals to keep themselves in this game. Amazing what 15 minutes of football can do, especially in the Premiership quarter. They go long towards the Haney direction. The big man stands tall in the middle. That's what you want, a 60-metre kick that hits a target.
Oh.
Haney goes for the switch. It's a risky one. Mark Hardy chopped off. Cook that time. No, it was knee coming in nicely. Nathan Hicks swings around, gets it to Hardy. Hardy now balks one, goes inside, doesn't really look where he's kicking it, and he kicks it to the top of the goal square. Good mark taken by Jai Goodman. Knows the safety of it. Kicks it to Weatherly. It had to be judged perfectly. He couldn't quite hold it. Ball fumbles over the boundary line and out of bounds right near the Bendigo Bank scoreboard at the 25-minute mark, and it's Montrose trailing Rowville by just under 5 goals. We've got another Division 2 score at three-quarter time. Rulbark by 15 points over Bayswater as the umpire balls it in. Haney got the knockdown. Rowville looking for the quick kick. Stevens over there too. So too is Langdon. Couldn't quite trap the ball. Just need some clear possession in this last couple of minutes. Rowville will do everything they can to hold it in and waste the clock down. So 29 points is the difference. Higher, balls it up. No clear tap out that time, Wilbur. Montrose backwards to go forwards. Weatherly does a full 360, then bangs it on the boot up towards the Cook direction. Got a knee in the back. Comes down, Watson. Swings around again, goes into the middle of the ground. That's okay, Garrity. It's been quiet. Swings around on the left boot. Schilling comes out. You've got to take it 1 bite, 2, and he does, Billy. And this is a very important kick. He's already kicked 2 for the afternoon. 3 will make it very handy for Montrose to go into three-quarter time with a little bit of confidence. And there's still plenty of time, Jeff, to even possibly get another one if he can manage to put this through.
Yeah, you're right. Look, he kicks this one, and they only 23 points down. Good lead again by Billy Schilling. As we were saying at half-time, he's moving a lot better this year,
Led
obviously.
Owen right throughout the game.
Yeah, exactly right.
Going for his third goal from the line. He kicks it straight through the middle. That's his third, and that is Montrose 9th. They move to 9 goals, 10-64. They're still trailing by 23 points. It is Rowville leading 13 goals, 9-87. There's some rain coming. If you look at the radar, beautiful work by Darren McKenzie from the Loft Productions, keeping us up to date with the weather. They need another couple of goals, possibly before the end of the term, to stay in this match. But as we've seen, Jeff Manalitza, small ground, quick scores. It's still anyone's game.
Yeah, exactly right. Still anyone's game. And if we remember in the first round, Rowville against Mulgrave kicked 7 goals to 1 in that last quarter. So, see how they go.
Will Taylor, thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats.
Yeah, at the moment, inside 450, 16-7 in favour of Rowville, and Mark's inside 450, it's 3 apiece.
Montrose looking to go inside forward 50 once again. A free kick's been paid. It'll
King
go away
along.
at Deem Stephen. Gives his handball off to the little man Dowdy. Inside forward 50 in the Schilling direction. Goes high. Can't quite take the mark. Back of the pack. Rickard sends it across to the right-hand side with a snap through for one behind. Montrose up and about in the last few minutes of this quarter. They move on to 9-11-65. Trailing Rowville 13-9-87 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Important kick out here.
So Jackson screaming for the boys to run wide. Goes for the long option. Bussy has got to stand and deliver. Oh, good mark taken by Nee over the back of the pack. He's presented well today. I've been really impressed with his game. Running across the middle of the ground. Nee kicks it to the hot spot. It's deep. Who's going to take a mark? Who can be down? Edwards is there. Sotu's cooked. Gets the handball out. Stuffing around with it a little bit, Montrose, as Rowville look to clear. Good play there. Troy Allen going in very hard and traps the ball well, and the umpire will come in and bounce it about 70 metres out from the Montrose goals.
As you said there, Ben, stuffing around with it, but that's a result of the forward line. The defensive pressure there by Rowville.
So the Rowville look to clear again. The ball bounces to the far side. It'll go over the boundary line and out of bounds. So it's Montrose by 22 points. Sorry, it's Rowville by 22 points. Had a great third quarter. Time is ticking away. 29-minute mark. Haining to Weatherly, trying to get ball to boot. Does so now. Kicks towards Langdon. He had the front spot, couldn't take it. Well done there by Davey. Bangs it on the boot for Rowville. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Bussy's there. Can he trap it? No, he can't. Doing well, though, the Montrose backs. Who's there in Nand? Well, even better, the second efforts by the Rowville forwards, and they've held it in there across the 50-metre line, Jeff Manalitza, and that's the spot they wanted at the 29-minute mark.
Yep, exactly right. As you said, that forward line pressure, fantastic there by Rowville, just holding the ball up late in this quarter.
Umpire to bounce it over the back, give that one to Haney. Nee tried to fist it away, Scanlon running through, nearly rammed into the fence. So about 60 metres out from goal. They push it a little bit further out, that stoppage, Montrose. Just 30 minutes gone, it's a 22-point margin. They've come to play in this third term, have Rowville. Frawley, little grubber kick, didn't go anywhere. Anand got the handball away. Montrose, they kick it into the middle of the ground. Garrity's in there, that's okay. Johnson got the quick handball out to Beninga. The umpire said it's a free kick to Rowville. So, not too sure who. I don't think anyone knows who was going to. It'll be Crozier. No, Crozier just went to get the ball. They really didn't know who it was going to. So they look to reload. An important bit of play for Rowville. They could nearly shut the gates if they could make something of this. The kick deeper forward. Frawley just stand strong. You've got to pay that mark.
Uncontested.
Unbelievable to just be left alone. Alex Frawley loves a goal too. Veteran for Rowville, he'll come in, and this is an important kick, Jeff. 30 and a half minutes gone.
Yep.
Montrose have had the last 5 minutes. Now Rowville just to maybe shut them down as Frawley comes in for his first shot on goal for the afternoon. 30 metres out, a little chip of the goals, and that's all it needs because it goes straight through the middle. Frawley's first, and Rowville kicked their 7th goal for the quarter. They move on to 14 goals, 9-73. Montrose are 9 goals, 11-65. 31 minutes gone in this term.
Yeah, look, that really hurts Montrose, that goal. And I suppose the quarter's so long because of all the goals that we've had in this quarter. That's the, I think, 12th goal kicker for Rowville. So fantastic spread of goals as well for them.
Scores at three-quarter time across Division 1. Lilydale lead by 43 points over Croydon. Scoresby by 18 over Blackburn. Knox by 28 over South Croydon, Dice.
8-2 third term here for the Hawks, and Montrose will get a free kick in the centre of the ground. They have to move it on reasonably quickly, and trying to do so. 25-metre penalty going the way of Stephen. The ball was lofted back to an obvious time waster at the 31.5-minute mark.
Let's look at some Division 3 three-quarter time scores. Heathmont by 98 over Whitehorse. Baronia by 27 over Mitcham. 28-point lead by Ringwood over Churnside Park. And North Ringwood by 44 over Coldstream.
So Stephen just taking his time. Doing a bit of shoelace tying, sock pulling up.
Canterbury lead Forest Hill in Division 4 by 7 points at three-quarter time.
32 minutes. Stephen comes in for Montrose, puts it on its way, sits it up nice and high. That must have gone directly over the post because Ben Warren-Smith was convinced it was a goal.
The goal umpire stood in the middle of the goals.
There's some controversy.
That had to be a goal, surely.
I reckon the field umpire is going to, or if not, it's going to be a free kick right on the goal line. So behind doesn't count. Billy Schilling's got a free kick on the goal line. So 10, 11, 60, 10, 11, 71. It should be to Montrose, 14-9-93 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, Rowville.
Let's cross down boundary side to Daniel Sensick, thanks to Akira Urgent Care, where you can walk in for any emergency and see a doctor. Daniel, what happened there?
Yeah, according to Peter Baird down here, I get my news from him, Schilling got flattened, so a free kick right on the goal line there.
Working beautifully, the big man that works cows for a living on his day off. Norwood lead Noble Park by 9 points at three-quarter time. What a game it is out there. So the ball back in the middle. I know I'm getting excited, but it's the third quarter. We've gone 33 minutes. A lot of goals kicked in this one. Haney got the knockdown. Can they squeeze one more out? Stephen tried to move the ball quickly. Got it onto his teammate. Ball back in virtually the centre circle. The umpire's going to pluck a free kick out to Rowville here. They're working in tandem. Stanley. Supporters telling him to get it onto his boot. There's not much time left into the Bussy direction. Over the back of the pack, Gardle sees it over the line. Another boundary throw in.
It looks like that wind has picked up as well. It'll be interesting to find out from our boundary riders whether that's favouring any particular end.
We'll cross down to them very shortly. This time we'll be going to Ray, but we'll wait for the umpire to ball it in. So now. Haney got the knockdown. He went up against Garner that time. Ball hits the deck. Can they squeeze a possession out? Trying. Plenty of plays around the ball right near that boundary side. Forward pocket for Rowville. Siren goes here at three-quarter time, and what a terrific quarter it was by Rowville. They lead 14 goals, 9-93, a 22-point lead over Montrose, who are 10 goals, 11-71. We'll be back after the break with all the around-the-ground scores and what happened in this third term and what will happen in the fourth term on EFL Game Day.
Pete's Midnight Lounge, featuring a variety of music from the 60s, 70s and 80s and beyond. We have great music, story time and Charlotte Country, hosted by our resident DJs, Peter O'Connor and Cameron King. So tune in after midnight every Friday night for late night entertainment.
You need to find a field of premium potatoes, a deep-sea prawn trawler, and a herd of prime beef to create Australia's best steak meal. But the great thing is the Hogsworth Cafe do it every day, so you only have to go to one place to enjoy the most tender, juicy prime rib, slow cooked for 18 hours until it's the most unbelievable steak you ever tasted. Hog's Breath Prime Rib, the best a steak can get, and only at the Hog's Breath Cafe.
Program sponsor.
Every club expects high performance from their team. At Ferntree Gully Holden, you'll find the latest high-performance vehicles in the HSV range, and the team will give you the best possible deal. So if you're looking for a high-performance HSV, look no further than Ferntree Gully Holden, Burwood Highway, Ferntree Gully, for a great deal, or visit www.ftgmotor.com.au. Ferntree Gully Holden, your community dealer. LMCT 443, a proud supporter of the Eastern Football League and Radio Eastern.
Radio Eastern 98.1. It's coming up to 12 after 4, and currently it's 19 degrees in the outer east. Checking our AFL score this afternoon between Greater Western Sydney and Western Bulldogs being played in Canberra, and it's about the 12-minute mark of the last quarter. And Western Bulldogs 13-91 lead GWS 8-8-56. Main goal kickers for the Western Bulldogs. Higgins has 2, 1 each to Boyd and Cooney. And for Greater Western Sydney, Cameron has 2 and Adams have 1. And we'll have further AFL updates a little bit later on.
If you love your EFL footy like I do and you love getting down to see your team play, you don't want to be spending your weekend stuck in the car driving. That's why I opened a Breeze account. EastLink is the quickest, easiest way to get around Melbourne's east, and tags are the cheapest way to use EastLink. So open your Breeze account online at eastlink.com.au today and use EastLink in the cheapest possible way, with a tag account. Instead of being stuck behind the wheel, I can have more time getting stuck into the umpire. Ball! EastLink, it's time better spent, like at the footy.
Program sponsor. In desperate need of some windows but your budget's too tight? Never fear, because the team at T&B Window Warehouse has the right solution for you. We have surplus windows to suit the needs of any budget. We're located at 120 to 124 Bayfield Road East, Bayswater North. Give us a call, 8727 7506. That's 8727 7506. Don't forget the name, part of the EAL and AW Transport Group. Number 1 in window transport. Program sponsor.
The day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Will be anywhere else than right here on EFL Game Day, and we've got some big scores around the grounds. Of course, we're out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Big third quarter by the Rowville Football Club. They lead 14-9-93 to Montrose 10-11-71. A 8-goal to 3 from Rowville, so a fantastic effort by them. Let's go around the grounds. In Division 1, Lilydale 12-10-82, thumping Croydon 6-3-39. Scoresby 9-9-63. Hold a lead over Blackburn 7-5-47, but it looks like it's a bit of a breeze in the final term. Knox 9-18-72, leading South Croydon 7-2-44. Not only are they the best defensive team according to Jeff Manalitza. Norwood 9-9-63, leading Noble Park 8-6-54. So that's a bit of a surprise. Norwood doing okay out there. Moorabak, what a quarter by the Barkers. 6 goals to 1 behind. Moorabak 11-9-75. Now lead Bayswater 9-6-60. Waverley Blues and Doncaster East. Donny East heading towards a victory here. 7-6-48 to Waverley Blues 5-4-34. In Division 3, Templestowe now trail the Glen Waverley Hawks. Glen Waverley Hawks kicking 5 goals to 2 in the third. 10-6-66 to Templestowe 8-12-60. That's good for the Lisp. Heathmont 17-11-113. One is 2-5-17. Wanturna South 13-11-89 to Warrandyte 6-8-44. Baronia 11-9-7-6-48. Churnside Park trailing Ringwood. Ringwood 13-6-84 to Churnside Park 9-2-56. 10-82 to Coldstream 5-8-38. A couple of scores in Division 4. Forest Hill 8-9-57 to Canterbury 6-14-50, but the Cobras are coming at the Canterbury Sports Oval. The Basin 13-15-93 to Kilsyth 6-5-41. And there's some of the around the grounds, and one just come in. Eastern Lions 10-6-66 to Nunawading 6-8-5-53.
Thank you very much to Ben Waterworth, working beautifully around the grounds this afternoon. Let's cross to Will Taylor. Thanks to Choose Tap Match Stats for the important three-quarter stats, mate.
Yeah, you can tell the dominance of Rowville in that term. It was the inside forward 50s 18-9 in favour of Rowville. The marks inside forward 50 4-3 in favour of Rowville. The centre clearance is 8-4 in favour of Rowville, which made the overall clearances 15-13 in favour of Rowville. Hit outs 20-17 in favour of Rowville.
Just about to get underway here. The Goodman point has been awarded. Is that right, Dyson? And it is a 21-point margin here at three-quarter time. Let's cross down boundary side as the quarter starts. Let's hear what Daniel Sensic had to hear at the Montrose huddle, thanks to Akira Urgent Care.
Thanks very much, BWS. The Montrose boys were urged to show excitement, heart in this final quarter. The forwards also urged to apply better defensive pressure. They seem to be letting Rowville out of there too easily, and just to lift across the board. Tackling, pressure, spoils, 1%ers, all of those.
Paul Minot would have been wrapped with his third quarter performance by his side, Ray Baird. What did he have to say?
Look, Mark Hardy addressed the players first of all before they went to Minot. Minot went directly to his back line, and he told them that he wanted them to fill the hole in front of Billy Schilling. They said he's the key if Montrose are going to win. So fill that hole. He also reminded them about how they heard after the preliminary final last year, to keep that in their minds and just get the job done.
Thank you very much to Ray Baird. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care and also Daniel Sensic. Remember to call 98393333. Head to 157 Scoresby Road in Baronia.
Treat the microphone like an ice cream, Ray. Get it nice and close to your mouth.
So Montrose under a lot of pressure. A free kick's been paid. It'll go the way of Rowville. Centre wing out of side. Clock's yet to start, boys, so don't take much notice of the clock on the scoreboard. I reckon we've gone a couple of minutes so far, but take note of the time at the moment. As Montrose try to go forward once again. I'll move it up. Rowville, a little bit of kick-to-kick action going on here. Once again, Montrose clean it up. Looks like Johnson. Goes to the centre of the ground, looking for Rickard. Takes the mark. Right in the centre of Montrose Reserve. Decides to go inside forward 50 in the Garthwaite direction. Couldn't quite mark. Ball spills out the back of the pack. Sorry, that was Johnson. Rowville still a chance to clear it out. Montrose with a series of handballs will shut it down right in front of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, which sees Rowville up by 21 points. Gone a couple of minutes in this final term.
Pretty quiet opening from both teams in this quarter so far.
Well, according to the clock, it hasn't started yet.
True.
I've marked it down as the quarter started about 4:15. It's now 4:17, so I'm going to take that as 2 minutes. It's not going to be very accurate in this last term, but we're going to get there. Free kick's been paid. It'll go the way of Rowville. It'll be Georgiou to take the free kick. He's been good in this second half. So Georgiou, centre wing out of side, just boots it. Couldn't quite find his option. Haining had first position. Ball spilt over to Bendigo, who sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds.
And a very interesting point there by Ray as well, with Paul Minot bringing up the prelim final from last year. I wouldn't have thought that would be brought up today, but obviously if it's going to spur them on, then yeah, good on them.
Yeah, go with what you think will work.
Dowdy picks it up in the centre of the ground, tackled, dispossessed Garthwaite, couldn't quite get his handball away. About 8 or 10 players around the ball, right in the centre of Montrose as their ball's held up, almost in the centre circle.
Lots of players putting their hand up today for the Narellan Pools player of the day, not to mention the Trojan Tools workhorse of the afternoon. Jeff Manalitza, that will be your role this afternoon to pick the player who's worked the hardest across the ground, not necessarily been the best.
So ball spilled out at the bottom of the pack from the clearance. Chance now for Montrose to try and push it forward. Clearances in this final term, Will Taylor, thanks to Choose-Tap.
At the moment, Montrose 2, Rowville 0.
So ball to be thrown up. Still right on the cricket pitch.
At the 0-minute mark.
Going to go with that joke for the next 30 minutes, BWS.
Nah, I'm stopped.
Chance now for Montrose as they clear off the back of the pack. Go towards forward 50. Garthwaite couldn't quite take the mark.
A free
kick off the bottom of the pack. Johnson hasn't been probably at his best today, but still managed just to try and find it on this occasion. And ball spills over the boundary line and out of bounds, 60 metres round from the Montrose goal.
So they'll be looking to kick the first for the term. It's very important. They probably need the first 2 or 3. Haining takes it. Nearly could have been pink. Quick handball out. Garthwaite snaps it around the body. This time it was knee. Little give. Edwards, been so quiet this afternoon, needs to do something, and he's a player for the last quarter, Barney.
Downfield.
He's going to get a free kick. It might even be downfield. It is. Weatherly plays on. Stevens made good space, and Stevens will have a shot from about 35 metres out directly in front, and boy, is this needed.
Yeah, they caught them napping there as well with that free kick and quick little chip over the top of the pack and an easy shot on goal here.
So Stephen this afternoon yet to kick a goal, and he puts it straight through the middle. Post high. Here come the home side. That's their 11th. They move to 11 goals, 12-72, trailing Rowville 14 goals, 9-93. About 5 minutes gone in this final term.
Yeah, certainly anyone's game at the moment. So 77-93. Or 78-93, I should say. So it's a 15-point margin, and they'd want the next one as well, Montrose.
Let's get a feel of the atmosphere down at boundary side. Let's cross to our boundary riders. Let's talk to Ray Baird, thanks to Akira Home Care. What's the atmosphere like down there, Ray?
Well, the Montrose supporters are getting a bit rowdy now. They have a big chance, they believe, but Rowville, they've quietened down a bit down the other end.
So thank you very much, Ray Baird. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care. Good work kicking off the back of the pack there was Goodman. Couldn't quite find his target, but plenty of space there for Weatherly to work in. Decides to go short. It was about 3 or 4. Demons jumpers manages to find the last goal kicker, Stephen.
Go direct. Probably
too far out. He sits probably 10 metres outside the arc. He's going to back himself though, probably looking top of the square. He's got Schilling 1-on-1 against Owen. Decides to go high to the 25-metre out. Someone will fly, can't quite take the mark. Nothing off the back of the pack. Rowville, plenty of options though. They'll try and work it out with a series of handballs to Walsh. Out of the outer side, Crozier under a lot of pressure. Hardy leads in the race, but good work from Edwards to cut it off. Chance for Johnson. Just bustling his way through there was Garner of the Damien variety. Up towards the centre of the ground. Montrose once again can clear. They'll slow things down. Weatherly probably hasn't had an opponent for the first 5 minutes of this quarter.
Good shoot.
He's still once again hits the target. Finds Johnson, who goes inside forward 50, looking for Schilling. Mark finds it on this occasion, and a lovely mark taken there by Billy Schilling, who once again leads Jesse Owen to the contest.
Yeah, fantastic kick in there as well by Johnson. Across the ground, spotted Schilling on the lead, and a fantastic mark by Schilling. And he's going for his 5th goal now.
So, as we said, number 5, Billy Schilling lining up for number 5. Owen probably hasn't had the best day out. Schilling felt his impact through mainly that third term when he got Montrose back into the game. Chance now to do it so in this last term, puts it on its way, sets it across to the left-hand side and through for one behind. So Schilling now has 4 goals, 2. His side now has 11, 13, 79 to Rowville 14, 9, 93 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And the stop clock is working, and it's 7-minute mark. So
and that's the correct time.
Correct.
So they come in now. Hardy goes wide. Looking for Robbie McEwen, paddles it over the boundary line. 65 metres out from the Montrose goals. They're happy that it's gone over there. Still in their offensive arc. Haining, Showermakers, has been so good in the knockouts today, Haining, and Showermakers has done a great job too. Kick up towards the Schilling direction. There's going to be a free kick paid, and it's going to go to Montrose. Advantage will be paid. Open goal, backheads, and it's put right through by Marcus Tippett. That's his first for the afternoon, and here come Montrose.
Well, they've got a game here. I don't think the ball's actually been in the forward 50 for the Hawks this quarter. It's been played all in the front half here of Montrose, and they're putting on that forward line pressure, and it's causing turnovers. And it's to the short kicks and the handball as well, the Hawks. They just need to kick it long and get it up forward.
8-point ball game out here at Montrose Reserve. Last quarter, we've nearly gone 10 minutes. It's planning out to be Dyson Baker.
As we go once again into the centre of Montrose Reserve. Quickly, the inside 50 thanks to Choose Tap.
5, Rowville 0.
Remember to Choose Tap when you're drinking water, thanks to Yarra Valley Water. Ben Waterworth doing some sharp work with his Yarra Valley water bottle. Fills it up with the tap. Free kick going the way of Montrose. So momentum's a big thing in football. It shifts once again. Montrose looking to go inside forward 50 through Mark Watson. Decides to go short. Manages to find his target right on the arc, and that's Knee. So Knee.
Well, this will get him within 2 points. This is a massive kick.
The man on the mark will line up right on the forward 50 arc. As Black Caviar, is that the Black Caviar race? Makes it 20 out of 20 over in Adelaide.
Oh, she's just a beautiful thing, isn't she?
Just waltzed it in as well.
Free cash.
Another one waltzing in his Knee. Looking for his first of the day. Comes in now, high ball, a little bit of a helicopter, but keeps it relatively straight and across the right-hand side, through for one behind. 12-14-86, Montrose wasting opportunities in this last term. Rowville 14-9-93, 9 minutes gone, Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Division 1 scores at three-quarter time. Lilydale by 43 over Croydon, 18-point lead by Scoresby over Blackburn, 6-goal lead by Baldwin over Vermont. They've been in front all day. Knox by 28 over South Croydon, 17 points by the Rams over East Ringwood, and Norwood by 9 over Noble Park. The ball comes back in towards the Garnet direction. It's across the half-back line for Rowville as they try to work the ball forward. They do so now. Allen got the handball away. Here's Frawley. Got a little toe poker on it. It was good enough. Kicks it up towards the Bussey direction. He was heavily met. Do they just keep moving the ball forward? Good effort, Goodman. Now for Montrose, gets it to Stevens. Dropped it. Could nearly been pinged. Scanlon's down there too. Stevens get back down. We'll have a bounce right in front of the Rowville bench. Member stand side. The sun's in everyone's eyes. And we have a game on our hands here, gentlemen. 7 points the margin. 10.5 minutes gone in this final term. The umpire to bounce the ball now. Showermakers. Haining. Haining got the knockdown. Got it straight down to Knee. Handballs backwards. Dowdy nearly could have copped a free kick. Scanlon's all over him. The guy said it was fair. So we'll have a ball up. Will Taylor, thanks to Choose Tap match stats.
Yeah, the clearances at the moment. Montrose 7, Rowville 0. Inside forward 50, 6-0 Montrose.
Game heating up at the 11-minute mark as Montrose go forward again. It's gone through. Oh, free kick has been plucked out. It'll go to Rowville. And we'll go to Giorgio.
Clumsy. It's probably the word to use. Watson just went straight over the top of his opponent.
Sometimes you misjudge it. So Giorgio, sloppy kick up towards half full, went straight through the arms of Dowdy. Lucks of fortune though this time for Hicks. Didn't kick what he should have. The ball dropped to the ground, wrapped up on the boundary. We'll have the ball up about 60 metres out from the Rowville goals, looking to kick their first for the term. They need one just to stem the flow. Hayden got the knockdown. The umpire will restart it once again. They're pushing it across the face of the forward 50. 7 points the difference. 11.5 minutes ticks on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. It's Montrose. They're trailing Rowville. Still on that half-forward line for the Hawks. Going backwards is Stephen. Got the handball away to Rickard. Bangs it on his boot up towards half-forward. Here's Cook in the front position. What a mark. And he takes off. He could kick a goal to Cook. Oh, he just got a little bit too much pressure at the last moment. Pushed it across the face. Out of bounds on the full is the result. And boy, Jeff Manalitza, that was an open goal square.
Oh, man, I tell you what, they're looking threatening again through the middle of the ground, and great play there by Cook. Just couldn't finish it, and that's their problem at the moment. 12-14, they need to finish.
They certainly do, but they have been peppering. Rowville just need just to keep playing confident. It's what got them back into the game and into a pretty decent lead too. Kick up towards Bussy, had the front spot, ball fisted away once again. Right in front of us here. Crowd getting into it. And as you would, been only a 7-point game, it clicks on to 13 minutes. The time does not stop. The umpire balls the ball back in now. Over the back, Haining fisted it. Stevens fisted it. Got it on. This is good work. Tippett on the left boot. Kicked a goal in this last quarter to the top of the square. Can he get enough purchase on it? He can't. And it'll be Rowville to clear. Matty Jackson squeezes the ball on his left boot. He's got no one home, though, because Weatherly's out there all by himself for Montrose. And the D's go short again. He's got options aplenty. Oh, standing strong was Garrity. And he took it on the second bite. 45 metres out from goal. And he'll look to reduce the margin to just 2 points.
Again, lining up in the centre, that ball coming from the wing into the centre, and another shot right from the middle of the ground. We remember last year's prelim final, of course, where Rowville went down by 6 points at the end of the day, and this will put them back within a point.
So Garrity, I said he's been quiet, but it doesn't matter when you kick goals like that in the last quarter. Bang goes Matty Garrity, and here come Montrose again. They've kicked 4 in a row in this quarter. They moved to 13 goals, 14-92. It's a 1-point ball game out at Montrose Reserve at the 14-minute mark. Rowville a 14-9-93.
All systems a go as we tick towards the halfway. I suppose you could almost call it the halfway mark. Having said that, we went 34 minutes in that third term.
The key's the centre here, I reckon. They've got to get a centre clearance and get it into their forward line, Rowville.
Division 2 scores at three-quarter time. Donvale lead Doncaster by 19. Murrelbach lead by 15 over Bayswater. 8-point lead by Mulgrave over Upper Ferntree Gully. And Doncaster East by 14 over the Waverley Blues.
Ball thrown in once again. Montrose get the tap away. Can't quite get the clearance. It'll be a free kick going the way of Rowville. And it'll be Ryle. Take the free kick. Rowville supporters not happy. Wanted the 25-metre penalty they needed at the moment. As Ryle just boots it up towards centre half forward. A few of the small players just get themselves out of the way as Haining just runs through. They lead forward. Montrose have all the numbers in front of play here. Watson loads up from 45 and sets it across to the right-hand side. How important is that behind at the end of the third quarter become now? Because we have tied scores. 13-15-93 plays 14-9-93. 15 minutes gone, final term on the Bendigo Back scoreboard.
It's exciting stuff out here at Montrose Reserve. Rowville kicked the ball in. Powell's the target. Coming in that time was Langdon. Dropped what he probably could have taken. Tippett got a little left foot toe poke up towards the half-forward line. Running the ball over is Robbie McEwen. They're going to look for a bounce or a throw-in.
Tippett doing some really good work in this quarter as well. Of course, got that goal early in the quarter, and again, the pressure around the ball.
So they've elected to throw it in. 60 metres out from the Montrose goals. Over the back. That time, ball hits the deck. We're going to have another restart. You can just sense it. Plenty of players around the pill. No one forward for Rowville. Cross the centre line. Plays desperate. 15.5 minutes gone in this last quarter. Haney got the knockdown. Allen tried to trap it. They're going backwards to go forward. Garner, snap around the body. Who's in the spot? Sam Rickard. Could have nearly got 25. It was knocked straight out of his arms. He doesn't want to waste any time, does Rickard. They've got players across the half-forward line and inside 50. Going up was knee that time. Comes down. Johnson tries to handball backwards. That time it was trapped by Matty Watson for Rowville. Did well. Balked one, balked two. Got around onto the left boot and kicked it out of bounds on the full. Too much pressure.
Probably
and Weatherly to be the
recipient
of the free kick. So Doncaster East have defeated the Waverley Blues at full time, 11 goals 6 to 6 goals 6. Great 5-goal victory by Donny East. That's their first for the season. Go Lions. Ball out of bounds just in front of the scoreboard here, 60 metres out from goal. It's all tied up here. Montrose forward line. Umpire to bring it back in. It'll be Knee versus Garner. Ball beats both of them. Rowville get the clearance. Over the back, Watson, he'll be first to get there, but the boundary line beat him on that occasion. We'll have another boundary throw in. It keeps edging up towards the middle of the ground, out of side. Montrose Reserve, umpire to bring it back in. Garner versus Haining. Who can get the front spot? Knee put himself into the contest and created possession. That was good play. They're doing okay. Johnson got completely tackled, wrapped up. The umpire's not going to ping him on that one. We've got another ball up. Fiery stuff, Jeff Manolitza.
Yeah, look, Rowville, they haven't scored this quarter at all, and we're up to 17-minute mark, so they've got to move it forward and kick a goal.
Just looking for some space. Knockdown comes again. Pack forms. At 10 or so players. The umpire knew he wanted to separate this. He's paid a free kick. It's going to go to Montrose. It goes to Knee. Gets a handball out. Dowdy bangs it on the boot from 60 metres. He wants to put his team in front. He has. It's a minor score only. Montrose moved to 13 goals, 16-94. It's a 1-point ball game out at Montrose Reserve. 14 goals, 93 Rowville. We've gone 17 and a half minutes. Final term.
Things all heading up as we just wait for the ball to come back in to play. Will Taylor, choose-stat, match stats for this final term.
Yeah, key one in this one. Inside forward 50s, Montrose 12, Rowville 0.
And
Zero.
That's been the difference. Yet to score Rowville in this last term as we tick towards 18 minutes.
And again, fantastic by Montrose as well. They found themselves down at three-quarter time. And after an 8-goal quarter by Rowville, they've really shown a bit of composure this quarter. Always in these games, we see one team burst out of the blocks and then have to fight their way back into a game. It's going to happen again. A free kick's going to go the way of Ryle. Haven't seen much of him today, but he's had a couple in this last term. Short chip kick, dangerous position right in front of our position here on centre wing commentary side. 18 and a half minutes.
Keep your scores coming through on 0410 495 582. Plenty of football happening, plenty of great games out in the east.
Demons lead by 1 point as they try and push it forward once again. Montrose, the home side, being willed on as Stephen kicks up, nothing presenting, and tapping it over the boundary line there for Rowville was Mason Crozier.
Final scores coming through in Division 3. It is Baroni, our 25-point winners over Mitcham this afternoon.
A few interesting results across EFL grounds. Remember to go local for your footy every Saturday afternoon. Trying to go inside forward 50 there was Watson. Taken away by Scanlon, who tries to boot it forward. Numbers around the pack here. Gardel will lead the race. Stuck his body over it. So too the Rowville player there in... that was Stanley, I should say. And a chance to clear away. Frawley grabs it out of the ruck. Quickly tries to get his handball away. Wasn't clean at all. Ryle gives his handball away. They go back to Makara. Inside forward 50 with a rainmaker high ball. Bounces out. Chance now away at the bottom of the pack. There was Watson for Rowville. Series of handballs. Free kick going the way of the Hawks for too high. And it will be Matty Watson to line up for goal number 2. And how important is this at the 19.5-minute mark, Jeff Manolitza?
Yeah, exactly right. And the first forward entry for this quarter. And again, the ball came down to the bottom of the pack and some forward line pressure. Good to see by Rowville, and it's led to this free kick.
So Watson can put his side 5 points up with this one. Sends it on the right boot. It's gone across left. Has it kept in for a point? Yes, it has. So scores tied once again. 13-16-94 Montrose, 14-10-94 are Rowville on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Just ticked over into time on in the final term here at Montrose Reserve.
Top of the table clash out here today, and they're putting on a performance for everyone who's ventured out here. Kick inside the middle of the ground by Montrose. It's the fastest way to goals, and it's the way to go. Coming in this time, Giorgio for Rowville. Couldn't quite trap the ball. Now they're going to switch the play. If they can get the numbers running, they will now. Montrose off court, running in. Nathan Hicks crosses a 50. Can he put one through? No. Pushes it to the right-hand side, but they've got the lead back, Rowville.
And Scanlon waving his hands in the forward pocket all by himself. Hicks just missed him then.
14 goals, 11-95 lead. Montrose 13 goals, 16-94. On the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 21 minutes gone in this final term.
3-4 plays 2 behinds in this last term. Rowville with the last 2 scoring shots, putting themselves in front. Ball goes very long. That's gone about 70 metres from the square. It's gone to Knee. gives the handball off. Another kick up towards half forward. 2 Montrose players jostle for it, and Rowville will take it away once again. Frawley running through the centre of Montrose Reserve. A chance as they go forward once again, cleaning up at the bottom of the pack. Good work from Anand. Handball off, series of handballs. They try and work it away. Now Montrose are the ones screwing around with it a little bit. Allen, inside forward 50 for Rowville. All Demons jumpers. They've just got to be clean with it. Round the back, Stanley. And a lovely mark taken right on the last line by Beninga, who kicks out wide. Manages to find Weatherly. I reckon we played 21 minutes. He's had an opponent for 2. Up towards centre wing, looking for his coach in Johnson, who sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Far wing here at Montrose Reserve. 21, almost 22 minutes gone. Rowville lead by a point. 14-11 plays 13-16.
More final scores coming through Division 1 today. Knox beat South Croydon by 42 points. In Division 2, it was Murrelbach by 23 over Basie.
You'll be able to hear all about those scores on the Bendigo Bank Community Saturday night scoreboard at 5:50 p.m. Remember to keep your radio tuned to 98.1 right until 6 o'clock.
And at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for Akira EFL Sunday.
So Rowville, Mark Hardy out of side. Kicks up towards true centre wing. Frawley be the one to fly. Was punched away by Haining. Good work off the back of the pack. But Rowville still have the numbers around the contest, as they have so far in the second half. He's manages to find his target. So Rowville still caught on half back. Just telling him to move it on inside, looking towards forward 50. Chance for a mark here. No, not paid on that occasion, but a free kick's been paid. It'll go the way of Rowville.
Got to pay the free.
Alex Frawley
had to pay that. He wasn't watching the ball.
Deep in the flank, about 55 metres out. And he's walking back as if he's going to back himself, probably just waiting for an option. He's got Bussy on. Not going to go to him. So Frawley's going to back himself to put his side 7 points up at the 23-minute mark. They currently lead by a point. 95 plays 94 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Comes in now, puts it on the right boot with a long roost. Won't get there, top of the goal square. Over the brilliant mark there from Nathan Hicks as he just went about 2. He was almost level with us here on the second 11 of Montrose. Garner. It was Damien Garner, in fact, who will line up from about 2.5 metres out to put his side 7 points up. And what a mark as Garner waltzes in, makes no mistake and kicks his sides first in the final term and moves them 7 points in front. 15-11, 101. They've cracked the ton to Montrose, 13-16, 94. 24 minutes gone on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, final term.
Yeah, fantastic play there by Rowville. What a mark. Garner, Damien Garner.
Boundary.
Fantastic play.
Let's cross down boundary side to Ray Baird. Thanks to Akira Urgent Care, your walk-in emergency service.
In the last couple of minutes when Rowville have got the ball forward, all of a sudden the interchanges are on and off the ground again.
Thank you very much, Ray. Ball back in the middle. There's still 5 minutes, you would think, left in this quarter. Plenty of goals being kicked. Umpire bounces it in. Schoenmakers versus Haining. Schoenmakers got that one down. The umpire's paid another free kick, and it's going to go to Rowville again. So the is getting pretty annoyed, to say the least. Kick inside 50. No one home. Rickard has to mark across back. Now it's Stevens. Snap around the body. Just wants to kick it to Weatherly. Weatherly's had space most of the time. Sort across there. Kicks it towards the half forward line. The kick wasn't great. Rowville have the numbers. Paddle, paddle, paddle. Still near that boundary side. Montrose handball over the top. Edwards is there. Can he get ball onto boot? He dropped what he probably should have taken. In comes Dowdy. Got his head absolutely ripped off. And he's going to get a free kick. He's got Rickard at centre half forward all by himself. And he's just stuffed it up. Kicked it straight into the arms of Robbie McEwen, who in turn then mucks it up as well. It's still a hot football across the half forward line. In comes, knee could have nearly copped a knee in the back. The umpire says no. Both sides looking for free kicks.
There were 2 free kicks there, I reckon, in the back, over the shoulder, but good to see the umpire letting it go on.
55 metres out from the Montrose goals. They're peppering. They need a score in the next minute or so to stay in this game. Haney got the knockdown, a double fister comes down. McEwen got the handball out. Banged on the boot by Hardy up towards the centre wing position. possession. Here goes Weatherly. It's Weatherly's wing this afternoon out on that far side. Doubles back, needs to draw the player, goes inside. Goodman's running. Kick the ball. Goodman up towards half forward. Who's in front spot over the top of the pack? He's haining there, runs it over the boundary line and out of bounds. Oh, it's tense. We've gone 26 minutes here in this final term. Another score's coming through. North Ringwood in Division 3 defeated Coldstream by 30 points this afternoon. So the scores keep ringing in. 0410 495 582. Keep us up to date with what's happening as you go local for your football this afternoon. Now 26 minutes gone. Can they clear the ball? They do. It's only gone as far as the 50 line. Can Dowdy go up and take a mark? He had one bite, couldn't quite trap it. In comes Anand, got the handball out. Gardle squeezed to kick out wide. Weatherly still out there by himself. Swings around. He's going backwards to go forwards. That's a big risk, but has it paid off? Beninga couldn't quite get the ball. Here come Rowville. They've got the numbers. Nothing forward at all, but they could get the spread here happening. Hicks. I think Powell's going to be running in if he can manage to get the ball. Hicks into an open goal. Can he go over the top? It doesn't matter. He nearly knocked over the goal umpire kicking that one. Hicks kicks his third goal for the afternoon. You'd think that would be enough for Rowville. What a game we are seeing. Wow, Jeff Manalitza, 13 points is the margin. We've seen goals kick quickly, but that might be enough for the Hawks.
Yeah, fantastic play out there on the wing as well. A bit of a... they were mucking around with the ball, Montrose out on that outer wing. Got turned over and a very open forward line, and Hicks just running into that open goal. And as you said, nearly knocking out the goal umpire while he was at it.
Right idea for Weatherly, just couldn't quite do it in the end. And once again, the turnover paying dividends for Rowville.
And third goal for Hicks as well. So one in each of the second, third and last quarters.
Peter Baird needs to change his batteries in his pacemaker in this last finish.
Will Taylor inside 50s thanks to Choose Tap in this last term.
Yeah, Montrose 15, Rowville 4.
Those four have been the difference so far. I think they've scored on every occasion, Will.
Correct.
So Rowville once again going inside forward 50, one-on-one contest. What a mark taken there by Matty Stanley, just out-muscling his opponent in a bit of an arm-on-arm jostle at the 28-minute mark. And this one, if he puts this through, Matty Stanley could be all she wrote.
Fantastic mark, wasn't it?
Certainly was. He hasn't kicked a goal yet this afternoon, and if there's ever a player that wants to get involved in some celebrations in a big match today, it's Matty Stanley. And we'll look at all the boys just getting around him, because if this goes through, watch the crowd.
So Matty Stanley, man on the marks, 15 out, pretty much directly in front. Comes in now, puts it on the right boot, makes no mistake. And Rowville just running away with this one at the moment. 7-11, 1-13, leading Montrose 13-16, 94, 28 and a half minutes gone, final term of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
And it was a good point raised before as well. That was the fifth forward 50 entry, and they've kicked 3 goals too. So they've capitalised on every single opportunity up forward, whereas Montrose, as we saw in that second quarter in particular, wasted a lot of opportunities up forward, and that could be the difference today.
It's looking that way, Jeff. Margin now stretched to 19 points. So just waiting for the ball to return. The clock has stopped. We have crossed the 29-minute mark, but there's probably a minute or so left. I think it's enough for the Hawks. More scores coming through in Division 3. Templestowe today went down to the Glen Waverley Hawks by 2 points. What a game that was, leading at half-time and then going down in the end. So terrific win by the Glen Waverley Hawks up in Division 3 this year. Looks like Heathmont will be going for their third win also. We've got some Division 1 scores coming through now. Jeff Manalitza and Noble Park have been beaten this afternoon. Norwood at home by 5 points. What a game that must have been out there. Had them in on the huddle on Wednesday night, and they were terrific guests, and great to see they've had a great game out there today at Mullumbullen. Scores continuously coming through. Keep them coming. 0410 495 582. It seems like the Stings maybe gone a touch out of this game in the last minute or so. Rowville look to have it done. Can they surge forward once again? Damien Garner's in and under the pack. Umpire will come in and bounce it across the 30-minute mark.
14 different goal kickers for the Hawks.
Yeah,
that last goal from Stanley makes him the 14th goal kicker for Rowville today.
No doubt Ray will be asking Monster all about that spread of goal kickers after the game as the ball bounced once again in the middle.
No longer relying on Cody Morris anymore, and it's making it very unpredictable for the opposition, isn't it?
Well, Hicks is the man that's kicked 3 and small forward. I mean, that shows you the different analogy that they've got this year.
Half forward flank, Cook came out and met it pretty hard as well. Came in Frawley, handball over the top, got the handball to Ryle. Goes backwards. They're still in and amongst it. Umpires going to come in and bounce a 70 metres out from goal. 31 minutes gone in this final term, and there's the siren. It's a victory to Rowville today. They go to the top of the ladder. 17 goals, 11, 113. Defeated Montrose, 13 goals, 18, 94. A margin of 19 points. It was a terrific game. They trailed at half-time. They hit the lead at three-quarter time. They were met in the final term. And then finally, in the last few minutes, or the last 10 minutes of the game, they managed to get over the line, and it's an emphatic victory, and there's no better man to speak to him, and no doubt he's a happy man too as we cross down boundary side, thanks to Akira Urgent Care, to Ray Baird and the monster, Paul Minot.
Congratulations, Paul. Great win.
Yeah, mate, super win. We haven't had a win up here for 7 years now, so to take one after 7 years, I'm pretty happy with it. It was a big thing for us. Obviously, they beat us last year in the prelim, and it was obviously nice to come up here and get a win.
You were very scratchy early in the first quarter, made lots of mistakes, but the boys just kept at it, and you didn't really get put out of it in the first quarter.
No, look, I think we really battled early. And, probably could have been a bit further up in front at half time, but we persevered, and things started to come our way. So it was a pleasing effort.
And you were challenged there in the last quarter, and the boys stuck to it again.
Yeah, look, we've got a great bunch of boys here. They're a really tight bunch of boys. Out of the 22 that played, 19 of them played junior footy with the Rowville Footy Club, and 2 of them with St Simon's, which is in the Rowville area. And to me, that's the difference in the end when you've got close games like that. These boys have gone to school together and all that type of stuff, and I reckon it means a lot.
And without Cody Morris there, you're not so predictable now. You had 14 different goal kickers today.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody's not there, so we've certainly got plenty of other players apart from Cody, but that was a super win by the boys.
Fox, Mark Hardy.
The old boy, he's still getting a kick even from the Ice Age, but love him.
No, I think he was great today, and thanks very much, Paul.
To Ray Baird down boundary side, thanks to Akira Urgent Care with the victorious coach Paul the Monster Minot. He seems very happy with himself as the boys follow the players into the rooms. We look forward to hearing that song. Jeff Manalitza, what a last quarter it was. What a game it was, really. It was a game that was played in patches, really. Yeah. It was probably breakaway, but neither one would give an inch.
Yeah, exactly right. And they found themselves down in that last quarter to come back like that. They had a injury in the first 17 minutes of that quarter. So fantastic effort.
Let's go down to the rooms and let's hear that. Hawks go to the top of the ladder after round 3 in season 2012. It was a great game out here today at Montrose Reserve with the Hawks getting over the line. Let's have a look at the major goal kickers for the afternoon. Dyson Baker, if you could.
Yeah, look, for Montrose, it was Billy Schilling getting the job done. 4 for him. Garthwaite 3, and all singles to Nee, Watson, Goodman, Stephen, Tippett, and Garrity. While decent list here for the Hawks. The major goal, Hardy with 2, and then listen to this, boys. Jackson, Bussey, Garner, Scanlon, McEwen, Powell, Watson, Davey, Sharmaker, Garner, and also Stanley.
Spreading it around.
Separate goal kickers for Rowville.
Spreading it around magnificently with the Rowville Hawks this afternoon. A never say die attitude. Will Taylor doing a great job on the stats all afternoon, thanks to Choose Tap, Yarra Valley Water. What were the main stats for the afternoon?
It was pretty much inside forward 50s and the marks inside forward 50s, but it went against the team that actually won, actually. Rowville, that is. Montrose inside forward 50, 16-9 in the game. The possession count, 319 Montrose, 252 Hawks. The clearance is 56 to Demons to the Hawks at 46. Hitouts was 74 to Montrose to 53 to Rowville. The inside forward 50s, 49 Montrose to 43 to Rowville. And also the free kick count, 36 to Rowville, 19 to Montrose.
Great stuff there, Wilbur, doing the stats for Choose Tap this afternoon. Let's cross down boundary side to Daniel Sensick and Akira Urgent Care. You've got a guess for us, mate?
Thanks very much, BWS. I certainly do. I've got Mark Hardy here, the veteran for the Rowville Footy Club. Congratulations on undefeated for the season.
Yeah, good start by the boys. I think we were under the pump a little bit there when we sort of stuck it out.
Years since 2006. Was that spoken about much through the week?
I think we mentioned it a couple of times. Always good to break that sort of record, and we broke it today, which was super.
What three-quarter time as you were heading over to the huddle? Was there much said?
I think we just, I said the word structures before, and it's a bit of a throwaway line. If we stuck to those things, that we get the points, and as it turned out, we didn't stick to them, and they got back in the game, but we managed to steady up, which is super.
Is going with the old footy cliche, taking it 1 week at a time, or are we talking finals already in premierships? Or
we've spoken about all those things. No, I think 1 week at a time. It's a magnificent cliche, really, and it's so true. You don't look too far ahead of next week's opponent. So yeah, spot on.
Any celebrations happening down the club tonight?
No, I think very quiet. You have a few drinks to the Montrose boys, and then it'll be very, very light evening, I think. So,
congratulations, Mark. You've been fantastic. Thank you very much.
Again, the evergreen silver fox, Mark Hardy. Everyone in the Eastern Football League loves Mark Hardy and what he's done for the game. Always great to have a chat to him as well. Some more scores, gentlemen, around the grounds this afternoon in Division 1. Lilydale by 48 points. They beat Croydon. Scoresby by 18 over Blackburn. Bourne by 10 goals over the Vermont Football Club. Knox by 7 goals over South Croydon. A 32-point win by East Burwood over East Ringwood. And as I mentioned earlier, Norwood by 5 points over Noble Park. As we cross to Division 2, Murrelbach by 23 today over Bayswater. As this game was a 19-point margin, Rowville over Montrose. Upper Ferntree Gully by 9 points over Mulgrave after trailing in the second and third terms. And Doncaster East, a 5-goal victory for their first game win of the year. In Division 3, it was a really close one between Templestowe and Glen Waverley Hawks, with the Hawks getting up by 2 points. A 122-point win by Heathmont. 3 in a row for the Jets over the Whitehorse Pioneers. That was a great win by them. You're still yet to get a scoring from Warrandyte and Wanturna South, but we look forward to Victoria's report after the match as well. Boronia by 25 points over Mitcham. Churnside Park lost to Ringwood today by 35 points, and North Ringwood beat Coldstream by 30. Let's cross back down boundary side to Daniel Sensick. These boys are doing a great job. We've got another guest. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, here with Damien Garner, who maybe took a Mark of the Year contender late in the final quarter.
Don't know about that. Got there a bit, was all right.
Undefeated this year. Do you think he can go all the way?
Oh, I'm not sure yet. Let's see how we go.
Obviously a very hard-fought win. I mean, Montrose come out on fire early on. What was said at half-time to the boys to set up for a very productive third quarter?
Just pull our heads in, stop worrying about getting hit, and just put the hard yards in and got there.
Any celebrations on your agenda tonight?
Nah, quiet one.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you very much to Daniel Sensick, and one of the contenders for Mark of the season in Division 2 especially, Damien Garner, pulling down an absolute perler in the last couple of minutes to give his side, well, a little bit of a handy buffer, and then they managed to kick another one and run away with the game. So much happening out in the east this afternoon, Jeff Manalitza. How did Rowville win this game? How did they come from nowhere, get in front, get down again, then get back up?
Yeah, look, fantastic game. As we said, in the first half, all they did was just stay in the game. They were only a couple of goals down at half-time, and they were getting smashed, especially across the half-forward line there by Montrose. But what they did in the third quarter is they were getting the centre clearances. They were getting long kicks out of the centre, and they had the tools up there. They had Garner, they had Powell, they had Bussey, and they were taking marks. But then at the feet, they also had Hicks, and who was the other player down there? Well, certainly Hicks and Scanlon. Scanlon was putting a lot of forward line pressure too, and that led to turnovers and it led to goals. So fantastic third quarter. And then the last quarter, even though they were looking down and out, 17-minute mark, not a forward 50 entry, they found a bit of resolve, and they also pumped the ball in there and put a bit more pressure on, and that led to goals again. So fantastic comeback really from Rowville, because they looked down and out halfway through that last quarter. So very impressive effort. Montrose, look, wasted opportunities in that second quarter, and as we have a look at the scoreboard, they've actually had one more scoring shot than Rowville today, so they wasted a few opportunities. I do like their game style though, coming from the wing into the centre and just opening it up, and they've got the forwards there. Look, they're going to do well this year, but a really good win there by Rowville.
It made the difference in the first term, the first half, and it almost seemed to be when they did come back in the game, that was when they were finding the space around, and we said at half-time Rowville needed to curb that. They did. They shut it down in the third term. It opened up a little bit for the first 10 minutes or so of the last quarter, but then Rowville managed to shut it down and run away with it.
Yeah, exactly right.
What an afternoon it was out here at Montrose Reserve. We've got some votes to do. There's some awards to be won this afternoon. Narellan Pools Player of the Day, gentlemen. Let's start our 3, 2 and 1s. Peter Baird, who's going to be our scribe for the afternoon. He's going to write down who gets their 3, 2 and 1 as we start with Dyson Baker.
Oh, wow. Pressure's on. I'll go with our Akira Urgent Care Boundary Riders, but unfortunately you put me on the spot here a little bit. I went with Billy Schilling for 1, but I thought he was fantastic. He presented well. If Montrose had a 1, he was probably the difference in the game. I said Steve Georgiou 2. He shut down pretty much every forward within the Montrose forward line. Was good rebound 50 as well. And then 3, I had to go with Nathan Hicks. I thought he was just probably won the game for Rowville in the end.
Thank you very much, Dyson. Let's cross to our boundary riders who have actually moved up into the broadcast position. Terrific debut by yourself today, Ray Baird. What was your 3, 2 and 1, mate?
Thanks, guys. Look, one vote I gave to Mark Hardy. I thought he was instrumental early in the game and also in the last quarter, just governing the troops across the half-back line. 2 votes to Andrew Haining. I thought in his ruck work, although Showmakers was very good for Rowville, and his marking around the ground from Haining was 2 votes. And my best on ground was Damien Garner. I think that he just controlled that wing all day. That he was fantastic.
And took a bloody good mark too, did Damien Garner. We had a chat to him. The man who had a chat with him downstairs, who he looks pretty chuffed with himself too, is Daniel Sensic. What was your 3, 2 and 1 this afternoon, mate?
Yeah, I gave Billy Schilling 1 vote. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. He battled hard down there all day, kicking 4 goals. 2 votes I gave to Nathan Hicks. Look, he kicked 3 goals today. I think he was very instrumental in the Rowville win. And for 3 votes, you can obviously guess that Damien Garner.
Okay, so maybe seeing a different type of story from down boundary side than maybe what we're seeing up here. But Jeff Manalitza, your
pressure's
3,
on.
2 and 1?
Yeah, look, the pressure is on, and I've got to say it was a very even game, and also with the fluctuations in the game as well.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
There was no real standout.
Exactly right. Look, Schilling had a good game, but I couldn't squeeze him into the vote today. I gave 1 vote to Nathan Hicks. 3 goals today, again, so he's kicked 12 this year. Dangerous forward, and also he put on that pressure, particularly in that third quarter, and created goal opportunities. 2 goals. Luke Scanlon, I'm just going to put it out there. I thought he had a fantastic game, fantastic second half in particular, but the forward line pressure that he put on as well, kicked a goal in the second quarter, and really got the packs, and just tackles, little kicks here and there, and fantastic play today. And 3 to losing side, a player from the losing side, Andrew Haining. I thought that just the tap work today, he kept him in it, especially in that first half, just taking marks in the defence line, and then also pushing up as well. And I think he might have even he didn't get a goal today, but certainly some fantastic play there by Haining.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Will Taylor on the Tuesday. How did you see the 3, 2 and 1?
Well, I gave my 1 vote to Mark Hardy. I just thought the way he showed his leadership around the ground, especially to where they were at half-time to, of course, here at the end of the game, and I just thought he was really instrumental. I actually agree with Jeff's 2 votes. I gave that to... I just thought under the pack there, he was just fantastic, and especially in that crucial third term as well, when he was just kicking inside forward 50 for them. I thought he was brilliant, and I gave my 3 votes to Nathan Hicks, who was third term and brought the side back to and of course win the game.
Not too sure how it's all working out, but my 3, 2 and 1, we'll start with the 1. Nathan Hicks gets 1 vote from me this afternoon. Frosty. Matthew Jackson I've given 2 for Rowville this afternoon. I thought in the first half when Montrose were met, he was a guy that just stood tall for the whole first half, still managed to create some play in the second half, and I was just really happy with a 4-quarter consistent performance by him, and I can't go past Andrew Haining for the 3 votes. He was instrumental. He did it solely goalie pretty much the whole game this afternoon. He travelled from end to end, boundary throw in to ball up, and I was really wrapped with his performance. So that wraps up the votes, doesn't it? Dyson's already done his vote, so you need to, if you're going to be the scribe, you need to be a little bit organised. So let's put all the votes together. We're going to have another competition. It's the Trojan workhorse of the day, Jeff. I've given that responsibility to you, but the man who's won the best on ground this afternoon is Lukey Scanlon.
Trojan workhorse.
That's Luke Scanlon. You're killing me. So ground this afternoon. From now on, headset. We do the votes. So Nathan Hicks, congratulations. A great game up on the forward line for Rowville. Created some spark for them when they actually needed it, and a great effort by him. The Trojan workhorse of the day, Jeff Manalitza. This is who is going to be awarded to, the guy that looks a little bit like the rat, Johnny Platten.
Yeah, that's the one. Lucas Scanlon, look again, in under the packs, fantastic play, and just that forward line pressure created so many goals, even though he only kicked one himself, and just got it a hand or a tackle or a kick. Fantastic play by Lukey Scanlon, and well deserved.
Oh, and it's a very impressive prize too. The Trojan Tools workhorse of the day, a little box filled with absolutely everything. So if you're a tradie or know someone who's a tradie, you'll be a very happy man. Congratulations to Luke Scanlon and Nathan Hicks for their efforts for Rowville this afternoon. It's been a great day this afternoon. How could we complain about it? We've sat in the best spot in the house. The sun's been shining. The best two sides so far in the season met today. It was a close game. Rowville ended up getting up just, and we just had an absolute ball out here. I thank the boundary riders, thanks to Akira Urgent Care, Daniel Sensick. We'll see you tomorrow morning on EFL Sunday, and we look forward to that.
Yes, right. Looking forward to it.
And Ray, give you wearing a black and white shirt today instead of a brown and gold one, mate.
I'll have my brown and gold one on next week.
Love your work. Fantastic effort. Jeff Manalitza joining the team again in 2012. First appearance for the year in the special comments chair. A Division 2 game. You wouldn't want it any other way, would you?
No, definitely not. And felt really comfortable wearing the black and white shirt today.
Happy man after Wednesday's close result.
Exactly
Dyson
right.
Baker, a perfect wingman on any Saturday afternoon. Always have a ball calling with you, mate. We'll see you tomorrow morning working the panels and putting it all together for what should be an absolute ripper EFL Sunday.
Yeah, looking forward to it. And what a weekend it's been. Be interesting to see some of those results coming through on Akira EFL Sunday, and I've been great. You've been fantastic.
Oh, thank you very much. Will Taylor on the Choose Tap match stats. We've had the ball this afternoon, mate, and you've brought some innovation to the team with your computer this week. We're looking for the tackles to be added next time, but well done to you today, mate.
Thank you very much, and tackles will be included next week.
Thank you very much to the whole team, including our tech, Darren McKenzie. How could you forget him? The man who always in the afternoon. We're just about to hit the bar. We're going to cross back to Barry and Damo, the dynamic duo in the Radio Eastern studios, to talk about all the games and all around this afternoon, and speak to a couple of our new reporters as well. We look forward to that. Stay tuned for EFL Sunday tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. till 12 a.m. And of course, the huddle will be back on Wednesday between 6 and 7 with Ben Waterworth, Lauren Wood, Peter Baird, and myself, Ben Warren Smith. We've had a ball out here at Montrose Reserve today. We hope you've gone local for your football, and we hope your AFL team wins over the weekend.
It's that time of the day when you want to add some musical flavours to your morning.
Cafe Classics, adding